but that's about everybody from Vapor X coming in. The ball by Son! What a flick! A 4K for him with the shadow. He flicks back and forth on this. So quick, so sharp. What on earth was that?
Hi Secret Fam, I'm Secret Envy and this is my story. My name is Adrian Jigs Reyes and my friends call me Jigs. I am currently 18 years old. I have 3 siblings and we all grew up in Antipolo City. Nagpalapit sa akin sa Esports is family members ko. Na-enjoy ko siya sobra. So I went to like local internet cafes and doon ako nag-start maglaro and pinakita sa akin ng tito ko isang game is CSGO. So, nai-interesado ako dun sa laro na yun. And saktong-sakto yung pagka-search ko, may nakita akong live stream na tournament. And yun yung CSGO IEM Cologne 2016. And yun, pinanood ko yun, parang nagkaroon ako ng goosebumps. Parang saya naman ito. And isa na yun na tumatak sa isip ko ever since. Kasi usually dati, yung bata ko, naglalakad ako sa buong village or subdivision sa mga internet cafe. Like ako lang mag-isa. Mga 9 years old pa ako noon, 10 years old. Naglalaro lang ng Minecraft, mga Roblox. Tapos mga 12 years old, 13 years old na ako. Nagkaroon ako ng sarili kong PC. Well, actually, hindi siya sarili kong PC. Family PC siya for me and my siblings. Pero inangkin ko kasi boss ako eh. Sinuportan nila ako with like giving gifts like yung mga peripherals, mga mouse, ganun. Yung PC ko, pag tuwing nasisira, pinapaayos ni mama. Yung mga ganung bagay lang. And supporting din yung mga kapatid ko and yung mom ko. And sa school naman, which is 50-50. Kasi may mga times talaga na hindi ko talaga pinaprioritize yung school. Pero nakabalance ko naman siya through like time management. Pag nasa school ako, ginagawa ko na minsan yung mga homework ko. Para pag uwi ko, laro na lang gagawin ko. And yung responsibilities ko din dito sa bahay, which is paglilinis dati. Ginagawa ko naman siya like pag inuutos ako. Ano lang, delayed lang minsan. Pag inuutosan, laro muna yung ginagawa ko.
Ako si Lourdes Reyes, lola ko ni Jigs. Ako kasi nung nakita ko siyang naglalaro, natutuwa ako every time na may laro sila. Matalo, manalo. Lagi ko siyang ang galing mo. Ganun lagi ko sa kanya. Sa akin naman kasi okay naman yung sport na pinasok niya. Kumbaga, ang lagi ko lang pinapaalas sa kanya, okay, natural yan, gusto mo yan eh. Kung saan ka ba mag-excel, sige lang. Ang isa lang namin, huwag niyang iti-take for granted yung pag-aaral niya. Ibig sabihin, eto na yon, di ba? Umpisa ka na. Alam ko mararating mo yung gusto mo. Pero sana, wag mo rin kalimutan na hindi ka magtatapos. Yun lagi lang ang paalala namin sa kanya.
At first, supportive naman sila. Like, nakikita nila ako sa mga live streaming websites like Twitch. Nakikita nila ako naglalaro. Sinusuportan nila ako na mga simple lang na good luck, ganun. And pinapanood nila. Pag tuwing nananalo ako, kino-congrats, sinishare yung mga posts. And parang para sa akin yung reaction nila was na-appreciate ko yun. Sa mental health, feel ko lang naman is dati, yung problema ko lang sa mental health was with stress. Yung mga madaming gagawin sa school, tapos pagsasabay mo pa yung responsibility sa bahay, tapos sa paglalaro din. So like, overall, nakaka-drain siya. Para sa akin, sa paglalaro naman, di naman siya nakaka-drain. Kasi parang, for me in a way, sa paglalaro, love ko talaga siya gawin.
Alam mo kasi si Jigs, hindi siya yung hindi siya yung makwento. Hindi siya nagsasabi sa amin ng ng mga challenges niya. Wala, hindi. Kaya hindi namin alam yung yung nasa sa loob niya. Yun lang, tahimik lang siya. Kahit nandito sa bahay, wala, yan ganyan lang. Computer, kain, tulog.
Nabuo ko pangalan ko na Envy is sa Team Envious sa CSGO. So kinuha ko yung pangalan na Envy, ginawa kong I yung E. Yun Envy. Sa CSGO, teams ko nun is like for fun lang and semi-serious. My last team din sa CSGO was full crew. Doon yung full Pinoy talaga kami and pagkatapos nun, nag-switch na ako to Valorant and during January 2021, I joined Hashira. Yung Hashira na yun was my first like professional team talaga and as of recent, yung last team ko was Oasis Gaming. Doon talaga madaming natutunan like more advanced like play sa pag-trade, positioning and as a person din kasi mas feel ko like sa lahat ng team ko, like, lahat sila na mas nakakatanda sa akin. So, as a young player growing up, mas madami ka natututunan sa kanila. I just took it to heart and improved on that. So, sa mga past teams ko, I'm grateful din na naging teammates ko sila.
Nakilala ko lang si Jigs nung sumali ako sa Shira, so doon. Masasabi ko kay NV is competitive player siya, tsaka parang minsan nagre-rage sa mga whiff niya. Pinagpagalitan niya ako pag yung mga minor mistake, pinaulit-ulit ko dati, pero ngayon di na. Bata pa kami nun, so parang play for fun lang kami nun, nung dati, nung Hashira kami. Ngayon, franchise league na kami, so daming responsibilities. Kaya more mature na kami ngayon and more focus na sa career. So yung dati nung past team ko, kasama ko si Jigs doon, tapos nag-part ways kami. Tapos yun, nagsumali ako sa Team Secret, and after a few months, nag-join rin si Envy. So nagulat rin ako, tsaka masaya rin ako kasi nakampi ko siya ulit. So sana magiging champions kami nung anong gusto namin yung sa past team namin. So di namin yung nakuha. So sana ngayon makuha namin yung champions. Sana tumagal kami as a team and grow up as a team and keep up the good work lang, Jigs. Tsaka tayo rin.
Throws the dart, forces Envy to push forward. There's the intel, there's the spot. And over to where you go, Chris and them go down. Envy, the S again! He gets a drop down. Oh! One more time! The invincible, the incredible.
Quarantine lockdown, pinagbawalan ako maglaro. Kinuha yung LAN cable ko and di ako nakapaglaro noon. And at the time, during lockdown, yun ata yung release ng Valorant. And na-miss ko yung first 3 months dahil yun nga, pinagbabawalan ako maglaro dati. Lahat ng friends ko, lumipat sila sa Valorant. So nag-decide din ako na lipat na rin ako para hindi ako ma-left out. So yun, nilaro ko siya, tapos na-enjoy ko naman. Feel ko parang bagong laro, bagong kabig difference. Para sa akin, mabilis na ako naka-adjust and nag-pursue ako dahil yun nga, with the same mind nung CS ko, same goal na pagiging esports player, tinuloy ko na lang siya sa Valorant kasi nagka-sense ako na may future din tong laro na to. The first biggest achievement was winning VCT Challengers PH against Esports. 3 months of practice pa lang kami noon and nanalo kami sa Grand Finals 3-2. Sobrang happy ako sa performance ng team and sa sarili ko. And first time of winning like a big tournament yun. Para sa akin like sobrang boost ng motivation yun to keep competing kasi you know, like parang every win, nagiging hungry ako sa pagko-compete and to get that same feeling of winning again. Second naman is like getting into VCT APAC with Oasis Gaming. Sobrang happy ko nun dahil yung first time ko naka-qualify sa VCT APAC, nagawa ko na siya and I finally get to play in the tournaments with other regions din. You know, yung nakuha ko yung opportunity yun, parang sinabi ko sa sarili ko, this is a big step up for myself. Kailangan ko like 100% i-bring in yung dedication ko, yung priority ko. Since ito talaga yung gusto ko, parang ginawa kong 100% yung effort ko. And yun. Sa dating social life ko, like yung mga classmates ko dati, I still talk with them and I still go out with them and have fun. So for me, parang may times na work is work or like gaming is gaming lang. Parang time na yun. And like may time ako na parang I go out with friends like once a week, twice a week. And parang pampa-distress din siya. My ways of coping din. Sa mga tao naman na I look up to sa Valorant is si Dubstep. Si Dubstep kasi nilolook up to ko siya since CSGO pa. Siya kasi yung mga top pro player sa PH dati. So, syempre sa local scene, nilolook up to ko din yung mga pro player. And isa siya dun sa mga pro player na nakikita ko lagi. And pinapanood ko din. So, ngayon naging teammates na kami. Parang super happy ako. And sobrang grateful ko din na naging inspiration ko siya dahil maganda din yung work ethic niya and madami na din siya experiences in life. Short-term goals ko for being a pro player is, for this year, I want it to become a memorable year for me because it's the first year of being in the franchise league. Sobrang iba na siya sa, kunyari sa amateur league where I've been, and dito ko talaga makikita yung mga ibang pro players, yung mga taga-ibang bansa. So, sobrang excited ako sa year na to. So, yung goal ko for this year is just to make it a memorable year. Hopefully, good results and maganda yung performance ng team and myself. For long term naman, I want to make a legacy for myself. I think of it na parang for long term, it reminds me of Faker from League of Legends. Like what has he accomplished for all these years. So yung long term goal ko is to like be like him in the long run. So I want to leave a legacy.
Jigs, natutuwa kami sa naaabot mo ng mga pangarap mo. Sana sa pag-angat mo, wag lumaki ang ulo mo, nakatungtong pa rin sa lupa ang mga paa mo. At isa pa, wag mong kalilimutan na ipagpatuloy mo yung pag-aaral mo para hindi naman lahat ng panahon nasa maganda kang ganyan. At least may fallback ka pagka wala ka na sa esports. Sana hindi ka magbago, huwag kang dalhin ng katanyagan mo na magbago ang pag-uugali mo, magbago ang pagkatao mo. Sana lagi kang ganyan. Mahal ka namin.
Hi Jigs, Secret Envy. I'll support you all the way sa paglalaro mo. I know you can make it to the top. Kaya lang, minsan, syempre, kailangan mo ring mag-look back, set your priorities, and all wishes to come true. And one more thing, gusto ko magka-love life ka na para medyo enjoy, fun, at the same time, yung studies din, medyo i-prioritize after ng mga priority mong maglaro. Yun lang. I love you so much.
Keep playing if you really want it. Like if you have this one goal of being a professional player, then just go for it. Kasi if you're starting young naman, I think you have more time to improve and kahit may mga challenges like how I faced it. Yun lang naman para sa akin since parang ganun din yung ginawa ko. And if it works for me, then it could work for others then. And hopefully, you get opportunities that will just only show up like once in a lifetime lang. Hey Secret Fam! Thank you for listening to my story. I hope you've learned something from my esports experiences. And don't forget to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on our socials at Team Secret. Secret Fighting!
Welcome to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. We are at a very critical juncture at Superweek right now with two matchups that are really going to determine the fate of a lot of teams today. We're coming to you live from Seoul, South Korea. I'm Victoria, and at the desk with me, we've got Will and Valdez here to break down everything that's going to be happening from here on out. Are you guys really excited? I mean, more teams are going to get knocked out today.
I'm going to be honest. I think it's a miracle my voice is coming out today after yesterday's matches. But I am excited because we still have some very, very impactful matches left that will really determine what the last two slots for playoffs look like.
Yeah.
Every single match matters. Except one.
Tomorrow, except for one tomorrow.
Not going to name any names yet. Maybe tomorrow, but actually I'm not on tomorrow. It's going to be fun, especially today. We're going to learn a lot more about who's going to make it into playoffs, who is not going to make it in. I just kind of feel for Gen G, the team that started off really well, and now they're like on this huge losing streak. They might not even get in, so that would be kind of heartbreaking for them, but would mean some big slots for some other teams that, started off slow and now are looking really strong.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't have said it better myself. So today, we got the Korean rivalry lined up. We've got T1 versus DRX, and after that, we've got Global Esports and Team Secret. But before any of that, let's pull up the standings so you guys see where we're at this moment in time, because it changes match after match.
Yeah, and so far, we do have 4 teams that are secured in playoffs. DRX, PaperX, T1, and Zeta Division. But importantly, the first place spot is still potentially up for grabs.
Yeah.
If DRX does lose to T1 today, they would lose in the head-to-head, and T1 would take that first place spot. So that's something they're going to be playing for today. Other than that, we got 4 teams that are looking for the last 2 spots in playoffs.
Yep, RRQ, Team Secret, Gen G, and Global Esports, they all still have a chance. There are still scenarios where any of these 4 teams could still make it into the last 2 slots. Unfortunately for Talon Esports and Detonation Focus Me, their run is over in terms of playoffs. Of course, they still have LCQ to look forward to and prep for later in the year. But here's the thing. I mean, you brought it up earlier, Victoria. Out of the 4 teams that are still in contention, RRQ, Secret, Gen G, and Global Esports, Gen G is the only one that has no control over that, right? They finished their last match yesterday, took a defeat to Zeta Division, and now they're at the mercy of the remaining 3 teams and their matches on whether they have a shot to get in or not.
Yeah, and Gen G is definitely well aware of that. You could see them after yesterday's match. They weren't feeling too hot after that loss against Zeta. In fact, let's recap yesterday's game. We were just talking about Talon and how they're knocked out of playoffs. This was in the RRQ versus Talon match, and this is what determined, they get to relax a bit now, and RRQ continues on. And in fact, if they win tomorrow, they could be securing their spot.
Yeah, and this match was pretty weird. It was very back and forth. Started off with one stomp, and then it went to the other side in a stomp. So it was kind of crazy. RRQ started off strong, but eventually Talon came out and absolutely rolled them on split. It was not close. I think the score was like 13-4. Then we did go to the second map where RRQ did the same thing to them the other way.
Yeah, this was one of those things where we all thought it was going to be a close match, but not in this fashion where they just completely trade map 1 and map 2. But I mean, we were talking about it on the cast a little bit between Tasteless and I, and it seems like that was part of it where RQ was just not warmed up on map 1, right? They were just getting aim diffed entirely, and then the same happened on map 2. Now, Haven seemed to be a bit more of a fight on both sides, but Flipstrider on the side of RQ, he turned up both his own aim and his calling. I mean, he was just reading through Talon's rounds back to back to back, and then even getting that final kill. Obviously, you can see the joy because that means RQ still has some control over their own fate of going to playoffs.
Yep, and you can see here the first kill to round win conversion. RQ and Talon are pretty, equal on this front, unlike some of the other teams with Global Esports and PaperX, who have like astounding numbers on this.
Yeah.
In opposite directions.
Right, yeah. I mean, both of them, so whenever they were able to get it, obviously it did mean a lead for them, which is what you want to see. Now, something that's interesting to me is, I mean, both of them clearly just ready to fight each other. I think part of that came from both teams knowing each other's styles so well. I would say probably even on the side of Talon, they had some good rounds as well where they showed a good read on what's coming up, and that just goes to show the first kill timing happening relatively early for both teams. And the stats all being similar, that's no surprise given that it was a 2-1, but I think it just goes to show again that RQ the most promising thing about this team is that they're now starting to learn how to really keep their head in the game, right? Even after a really one-sided loss on map 1, even if it goes to map 3, they're able to actually continue ramping up, which is a good sign for a team that eventually wants to try to vie for these top spots in the league.
Yeah, and they looked great in the last 2 maps as well. Like, you know, you look at that first map split, it was a disaster for them. They were just like, we just couldn't aim. We just couldn't click on the heads. And then eventually they kind of woke up, and then we saw their true form. And their true form right now, their top form is actually really good. And I feel like if they go into the match against PRX with some confidence and some recklessness, you come in, try to get Haven maybe in the map pool. Like, I think they've got a chance to at least take a map. I mean, PRX are looking really strong right now, but so are RQ, and that's going to be a really fun match 45, the last match of the regular season, so could determine their spot as well.
Yep, that's right. Yesterday was actually a full day of people losing their map picks, as things tend to go in VCT, but yesterday was like map after map of this. The second matchup was Gen G versus Zeta, as we mentioned, and Zeta securing their spots in playoffs after yesterday's game, which was extremely emotional. There were people in the audience crying.
I mean, listen, it wouldn't be Zeta Division if it didn't end in an emotional way, one way or the other, right? I mean, this team somehow just finds a way to make every match matter so much and getting to this dramatic point, and we're going to see highlights from both sides, but again, I mean, yesterday's match, it really came down to endurance, and I think what we started to see was Zeta, there's something about this roster where if they're pushed to the edge, they really start to come together, they really start to focus and show their highest peaks, both as individuals and as a team. Meanwhile, Gen G, I think we're starting to maybe see the cracks in terms of their mental endurance, right? They started to look like they were getting mental boomed at times, even from round to round, but especially after the first 2 maps going into map 3.
Yeah, it was pretty incredible how close this match was. At the end of the day, Zeta was just the better team, but Gen G, especially a couple of their members, like, I felt really bad for King because especially on the first couple of maps, he was trying so hard to carry this team. Eventually, you know, goddamn Meteor picking up the key player for map 2, eventually did come into form a little bit, but by the end of it, it just feels like the guys on the side of Gen G are a little bit lost. Nobody's really on the same page, and the performance was just not there. So Zeta, definitely the more consistent team, I think absolutely deserved this best of 3. That is why we play best of 3s and not just a best of 1, so that they could get across the line and secure playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I think also just, again, it wasn't just 1 or 2 players. It wasn't just Laz, for instance, which was often the story last year whenever Zeta Division was able to get these dramatic wins. But it was Deb continuing to frag out. It was 10 really holding that anchor as that Sentinel at times. Crow even had some crucial clutches to bring the rounds together, and then Sugar Zero turning right back into Sugar Hero when they needed him most. I mean, this was the complete formation of Zeta Division that a lot of people are wishing to see again since their fairy tale run at Masters Reykjavik.
Yep, that's right. And yeah, he was a Sugar Hero. That last match was amazing with Sugar Zero just stepping up to the plate. Now, it's time. It's time. This actually might be.
Is it time?
Is it time?
It is time.
For what?
It's Hayward Gamers again.
Oh, yeah.
And it might be the last time we're doing this.
What about tomorrow?
With me.
Oh, well, there is a show tomorrow, just so everyone knows.
Yeah. and next week, you know, this is getting serious now. This is the last time we're going to play games with you guys. And we want you guys to play along over there in the audience, so do definitely type in chat. Today, you guys know this game. It's Utility Charades.
All right, yeah. We've done it a couple of times.
Yep, and production was like, you guys are so terrible at it. Let's see how Victoria does it. So that's
what?
why
No,
I'm
they
doing
did not
it.
say that.
That's what they said. They're
Oh,
like, why are you
boy.
like, no, they did not say that, but they wanted to give me a challenge to join in the fun with you guys because, you know. Anyway, Utility Charade, so it works pretty simply. I'm going to act something out with sound effects, and you guys guess, and whoever guesses it first, like, wins that, like, round.
So it's an actual PvP battle now between me and Valdez.
It's a 1v1.
Is this like ladder? Is this like solo queue?
Yeah. This is competitive mode now.
Do we have MMR? Like, will I gain MMR if I win against Will, or is he too low?
Yeah, actually, no. Last time we played this, yours is like not too bad. You're kind of like I'm
doing okay.
A plat. You're like
probably my yellow's much lower on this.
Yeah.
I was like silver at best.
We'll see how it goes today.
It's your,
Okay.
it's your time
All
to
right.
climb back and shine like Zeta, RQ, and all these other teams.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know. Okay, so don't look at the screens, just look at me.
Oh, okay. It's being shown on the screen. Okay.
Yes,
All right.
yes.
So the viewers
I'm
will
not
know.
sure. Yeah, the viewers will. Oh, yes, the viewers will know. Okay.
All right.
Wait, so that screen?
No, just look at me because you have to guess what I'm doing.
Okay.
So just ignore our screens. Okay. got
Yes.
it. All right.
All right. What's the first one? I'm a little nervous.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Here we
Okay.
go.
Astra Orb.
Oh, a Cosmic Divide, Astra Ult.
Yes.
All right. Woo.
Will got it close.
The motion to do all the walls of the
Yeah.
wall.
Oh, you know it.
Yeah, the walls.
It's like Minority Report.
Cosmic Divide.
Yeah.
Cosmic Divide. All right.
That was
Point
good.
to
That's
Will.
much better than anyone else
Yeah,
has ever
actually,
done
yeah.
Thank you.
anything. She's like got all the hand movements down.
All right, next one.
Boom, boom bot.
Oh.
Who said that? You said that?
Yeah.
I said that.
Ah, that was.
I don't know what this was, but
She knocks
ready.
it.
Yeah,
She knocks it, and then she like puts it out.
Okay. Oh,
I thought you were
I
cooking
thought you were
something, yeah.
hammering something.
Oh,
I'm like,
yeah,
what?
All right.
Like, I don't think, yeah.
Okay, all right, so it's 1-1 right now.
Okay.
Why did we put you guys both at 0? Okay. Oh, okay.
Neon. Relay Bolt.
High lane.
Relay Bolt.
Relay Bolt. Close.
High lane.
High lane, whatever that
What
is.
is the name of the thing?
Fast lane.
Fast lane, high lane.
Highway.
The walls
Relay
are high.
Bolt.
Yeah.
But it was Relay Bolt. It was the stuns, right?
Yeah, wow,
okay.
you remember the name of Relay Bolt because
All
you're
right.
a good caster.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Oh, I deserve this shot. Look at me. Okay.
Okay. Zoom.
Zoom.
Ugh.
Wait.
Okay.
Okay, do it again. Do it
Okay,
again.
I'll do it again. I'm gonna stand.
I feel like
Okay.
the SFX are actually not helping.
Phoenix, run it back. Yeah.
Run it back.
Okay.
Yes.
The second you said, "Oh," I also knew it, but I was like 1 split second behind. Okay.
All right. Will's got 3 points.
All
Valdez
right.
has 1.
All right, I'll take it easy.
Oh,
easy.
man.
All right.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
What does she do?
What does she do? It's
What does
okay.
she do? The Astra suck.
Gravity Well? It's the suck? I'll give it to Valdez because
Yeah.
he said suck first. Okay.
That's the
Gravity
colloquial
well.
name. Yeah.
That
That
is
is the colloquial
We all
name.
call it the suck.
The
Yeah.
suckle of Astra.
I don't think we say that though. Normally.
That's a me thing. I'm sorry. All right. I don't know how many we have left. How do we do this? Boing.
Blast Pack.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Woo!
I'm tethered to the
Yeah,
table
yeah,
right
yeah.
now. This is so hard.
Well,
It's
that's
so hard to
but,
be erased.
But that's how most raises look like in solo
Yeah.
queue. All right.
They're like
They, like,
bumping
go
into
backwards.
ceilings.
Yeah.
Like, thunk.
Yeah.
All right.
This
that
is like
that
like the fade like sticky bomb. 2 questions. 2
it?
left.
Two more. Okay.
Ah, okay.
Dizzy.
Yeah.
Oh!
Once I hear the, I'm like, yeah, I know what that is.
Yeah, we had
It's a
special
very,
words.
you can, if
Yeah.
you play against Dizzy enough, you're like, yeah,
there
I know
you
that
go.
sound. I know that sound. Yeah.
Okay. Ooh. Okay. I think I have
Oh,
to get this one to
I
win.
accidentally saw it.
Oh.
So let him guess.
Okay. So it's whether I guess it or not. All right.
Yeah,
all right.
I'm
Do it
gonna,
not.
I'm gonna, yeah.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Well, that's a lot more pressure,
I just like accidentally saw it out of the corner of my eye.
Boom, 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 boom.
Rolling Thunder?
Boom, boom. Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. The bum was Rolling Thunder. But then I was like,
Boom, boom,
at first
boom.
when you did this, I was like, are you rezzing KO off of his ultimate? Like, that's a very
yeah.
niche part to, like, really act out of his no command.
Yeah. That's my I am
Okay.
not a beatboxer. I cannot make sound effects, but
I was
that's
good, though.
what you get.
Yeah.
That was overall pretty good.
Hey, not bad, guys.
I disqualified myself from the last one.
You
so,
did. You did.
I know you just wanted to let me win. I appreciate
I
it.
wanted to let William look like the
Thank
better
you.
analyst.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you. That's the only time that's going to happen, so I appreciate it.
It's
about
nothing
that.
but love and sharing points here at VCT Pacific. Good job. So Will wins this out with 5 points. Valdez, though, you did not do bad. You got 3, and
And
you,
we got them
you
all.
gave one away.
And we got them all.
The
yeah.
acting was incredible.
The acting was
actually.
good,
Like
yeah.
that's
Thank
the highlight.
you.
Like
Yeah.
so
Thank
much better
you.
than everybody else.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, I've been waiting all my life for this moment. Yes. Okay. Well, anyway, hope you guys had fun. We had a little bit of fun here in Korea. We're going to go on a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to see the 2 teams fighting it out for first place. place on the standings, DRX and T1. So don't go away.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We are past the halfway mark here in Seoul for Super Week, and we're going to see the first matchup of today. We've got the Korean teams, T1 versus DRX, and they're going to be duking it out for first spot going into playoffs. Now let's talk about T1. They've been surprisingly on the up and up. Even though they've won games, it looked a little shaky in the beginning, but now I think it's pretty clear that they have their stuff together.
Yeah, I think you said it well, Victoria. Like, in the beginning, they were good, but it wasn't like DRX good or even Paper X good. It was like, oh, yeah, they're a solid team, but we're not looking to them to be, like, potentially in the top 2 even. Now, they're competing for the first place spot tonight, and that's all off of the back of just great team play. We called them Teamwork 1 for basically half of the season, and after that, we got, like, through our Teamwork 1 phase. Now it's like individually some of these players are really popping off. Like Saya player is insane the stats he can get, and the one guy we got to mention as well is Ban, who started out kind of slow, but now he is rocking it. He's like always getting MVPs, key players, topping the charts. Doesn't matter. This guy has really come into form.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned both of those guys, right? Kasaya player, obviously, that's a player who's proven himself well when he was on the guard back in North America, and then he kind of had a fall off, and everyone was like, was he meta-dependent? What's going on here? Now he's gotten back into that form, but then Ban, we were always wondering, is it a confidence issue? What's going on? I mean, he's showing up again and just proving why he was scouted for this roster to enter into VCT Pacific with the squad of T1.
Yeah, and like Valdez said, now they're contending for that first place spot, which is crazy. Now let's talk about DRX. You guys know DRX, and they've had Foxy9 on the roster for a while, and then and he's back again. The other day, they actually switched in Zeta for the first time in a while.
Yeah, Zest was coming in for DRX. We had so many Zetas yesterday.
Yeah.
We had Zeta Division team the other day, but Foxy9 back in. So, I mean, again, this poses a question of, okay, were they just trying to take that opportunity against Team Secret to try some things out? Or maybe, Foxy9 just wasn't, really feeling it for that day. I mean, who knows exactly what's going on here. But Foxy9 back in, so this is the roster we've seen for the majority of Pacific. So that should mean that Buzz most likely going back to the Sentinel role on most of the maps that they choose to play. And I think we can expect a bit more consistency than we saw against Team Secret.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Team Secret played really well, and it caught DRX off guard, who were trying things out. They were changing things up. Today is going to be a totally different look, I would expect. I think DRX will come in. They've got Foxy9 back in. Buzz will be off the jet, which unfortunately he didn't have the greatest performance on. We know that he can do it, but, that day against Team Secret wasn't his best, we can say. So they're going to come back to, I think, comfort in terms of roster. They're going to take T1 very seriously. Getting first place is really good in terms of seeding, in terms of pride as well. Like, I remember we had Buzz at the weekly recap, and he's like, we don't have a rival now that there's no Gen G, that they have kind of fallen off the bus. I wonder if they consider T1 their rivals, because I think this is going to be at least 3 maps. I'm not going to get into predictions just yet, but I do think that we should see a pretty long series between these two, because T1's going to bring it all, and I think DRX will as well.
Definitely. In fact, let's pull up the standings where both teams are at this very moment. I mean, obviously, if they're both fighting for first spot right now, it's clear that they're both pretty close in the standings.
Yeah, so DRX will be able to secure first seed absolutely if they win today, because they'll just be way ahead of everybody else, both PaperX and T1, who are the other 2 teams who have a potential of getting into spot 1 or 2. Now, if T1 wins, there's still the potential of all these different tiebreakers that happens if PRX wins, and then we got to go through the 3-way system. But at the end of the day, DRX, they're not going to want to give that up. And yes, we can talk about maybe they were limit testing a bit, in the match with Team Secret, but I think that's also respect given to Team Secret, because DRX isn't a team to just throw away a match just because it's do whatever you guys want. They're the type of team to say, okay, this is an opportunity to try something new and learn from it. So that's respect given to Team Secret. Now they're coming back with the kind of main 5 that they had for the whole season. So they're saying, no, we don't want to give away first seed, and we definitely do not want to drop a match to a different Korean team. That's always been their agenda.
Yeah, in fact, you guys have been in Korea for a very long time. Tell me, so you can explain to the viewers, how are these Korean matchups? Is there a lot of tension between these teams? Is it really important to kind of be that pride of Korea?
Well, I think just in general across all the different esports, and you can probably chime into this a bit more, Valdez. Obviously, within Korea, there is a lot of pride just in terms of are you number 1 or not, also just based on the Korean culture. But in Valorant as well, I think DRX came in, and DRX as a brand was not as widely known compared to brands like T1 and Gen G. So I think them being number 1 in Valorant is such a big pride point for them, and they don't want to ever let that slip away.
Yeah, it's definitely true. I also think that VCT Pacific, it's a very unique position in Korea where a lot of our Korean teams oftentimes play in, insulated just Korean leagues, right, against other Korean teams throughout a regular season. But here in VCT Pacific, we have the unique experience of having them play up against all these other teams. So it does feel, I think, especially special to play up against a Korean team within this league where there are only, 3 Korean teams. So I think they take it a lot more seriously. And of course, the Korean team is always very competitive. They always respect highly their Korean opponents because they know, kind of where they come from and stuff, the very competitive nature of Korean esports and the infrastructure we have here. So, yeah. I think that this one is going to be down and dirty for sure. Both of these teams are going to be trying really hard.
Yes, that's right. So looking at this team schedule right now, this is their very last matchup for this Super Week, and then it's off to playoffs, which they are both secured in. And again, they're vying for that first place position.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, on the side of T1, also the question of, do we make sure we're in the first two, right? And just so we can get that bye in the first round as you go into that double elimination for the playoffs. So, again, still some big implications for this one. And looking at the record, I mean, yes, DRX definitely had the smoother road until they took that loss to Team Secret, but it wasn't without hiccups, right? They dropped a map to Gen G. They dropped a map even to RQ prior to that, so some weaknesses have been shown. And T1, while they've had their highs and lows and kind of their mountains and valleys, at the same time, we've seen that they've been learning from all of their matchups. So what do they take away from some of these losses that DRX took, even if it's just single maps, and how do they use that against them in today's matchup? I think that's the big point to watch out for.
Yeah, we can take a look at some of the stats here as well. DRX probably looked a little bit better, actually, before the match against Team Secret, where they may have fallen a little bit. You'll note that their eco rounds, they don't necessarily do anything, crazy. They are still top 5 at 5th place, but they're not like an RRQ or a Paper X where they're going to all of a sudden pull out some Sheriff insane plays and take over the map from you in an eco round, whereas T1 are first place, so very different in terms of that facet.
And I think the style and kind of the, consistency that each team has had prior to this matchup shows in the post-plant win percent as well, right? DRX has always been praised for their executes and their post, or counter, to counter the executes in the post-plant, and it shows, right? They're still number 3 holding on to that despite taking that loss against Team Secret, whereas T1, that's actually not their strong suit. Even with some of these wins they've had, and even in being in this position to potentially vie for first seed, post-plant wins is not kind of their main way of taking away attacking rounds. I mean, yes, it is over 50%, but they're relying on some of these other things. That's not their strongest suit. Obviously, their aim, as we can see in the eco round and things like that. So curious to see, and a lot of this also is going to come down to map selection, which we'll have to wait and find out.
That's right. And let's talk about the key players that you've decided to nominate. We've got Zeta and Buzz.
Yeah, so this is a bit of a fun trivia point for anyone who has followed or who hasn't followed the Korean scene for a long time. But fun story, Zeta and Buzz, and actually Munchkin on the side of T1 as well, all used to be part of the same team, which was Cloud9 Korea way back in the day. And then Zeta and Buzz got to face off against each other 1.5 years ago at Champions 2021. At that point, Zeta was in C9 for North America, and Buzz, of course, part of DRX, then Vision Strikers. Zeta actually knocked out Buzz and the Korean team from the decider match that time, and now after 1.5 years, Buzz and the rest of DRX has a chance to get revenge against Zeta, who's now joined up by Munchkin and some of the other teammates here in Korea. So I'm curious to see how that plays out, but I mean, we could have picked any of these players on either side, and there'd be plenty of strong suits that we can point to.
Yeah. I think that especially if we do end up on this map once again, Zeta is going to be critical, oftentimes playing the Viper role or the we saw he was playing Harbor even on Lotus, which also definitely a possibility. As T1 might want to pull out the maps that DRX necessarily not really having a fun time with so far, or just not playing at all because they banned them. Whereas Buzz, just kind of feeling like he has been really good. I was a little bit sad to watch last week where he wasn't really able to put up the numbers on Jet because, again, we know what he's capable of, but not really able to get it done. Whereas now that Foxy9 is back in the roster, probably just going to be heading back to a Killjoy-esque role.
Yeah, and I think the other thing about these two players, just given that both of them have such deep experience pools, well, both these rosters actually are quite deep, but these are two of the players, or one of the players on either side, that when push comes to shove, they're the ones who turn it back on, right? Buzz, always on map 3, is able to bring it back. Zeta's able to hold it true as the main IGL for T1 as well. So curious to see, do we go to map 3, and how does that endurance battle work out?
Now, let's talk about our predictions. We all predicted DRX, but they did just lose for the very first time against Team Secret, which was, a bit of a surprise for the rest of you guys.
Yeah.
But
yeah, when you put it like that, yes. Yeah.
But does that change your viewpoint on how this might turn out at all? Because I know you guys were talking, these predictions were before that.
Yeah, sure. It's important to note that we made our predictions before Super Week, so we didn't know that DRX were going to lose. I don't think it really changes for me. I think DRX are still #1 in my mind. Like, I think if there's a team that will challenge them, that might be Paper X. I think T1, they might prove it tonight, but as where I currently stand, I still have to go with DRX in that.
Yeah, and I would just like to add, if we were to change our predictions, then I think that would be disrespectful to Team Secret. I think they just played well in that match, right? So I think DRX still looking like the stronger team against T1 here on paper at the very least.
I'm going to have to agree with you guys. And the very fact that it's T1 and that they've lost the last match, I think DRX is probably more rared and ready to go than ever.
They're angry.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that angry buzz on map 3, it's coming out on map 1, maybe.
Yeah, so DRX has been activated, and that's our prediction. Let's go to the stage and see how they are. It's the fight for the first place standings at VCT Pacific before playoffs. It's the Korean face-off between DRX and T1.
RB looking pretty confident, even had his little entrance ceremony ready. He's usually a quiet and conservative guy. And then, of course, Saya player and Mako. Now, a lot of these players, they've known each other for so long. Even if some of them, especially on the side of T1, have been competing in other regions, obviously they kind of keep tabs on each other's career. And I'm sure they're going to pay a lot of respect to each other. Probably not too much crazy ego peeking going on today.
Yeah, absolutely. As ooh, got a little finger bump, I guess.
Yeah.
Between the two IGLs, Zeta and Stax coming out at the same time. As you mentioned, these guys pretty friendly. And Ban coming over. He is definitely, I wonder how he feels, you know, does he feel any extra pressure with his recent performance? You know, some players, they play better, so they get more confident, they get more, you know, even better. Some players, they reach a high and then they're like, oh crap, there's all this pressure on me to carry and all this stuff. So, wondering how that'll happen with Ban. As Foxy9's happy to be back.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, I'm back on stage. Everyone cheer for me. And meanwhile, Munchkin, not amused, just focus on the match right now. It's interesting that you bring that up about Ban, because I think that will just, whether they win or lose, his individual performance will go to show, does he have what it takes currently to instantly boost into like an absolute star player, or does he need some more time to really get more reps in? Because if he can overcome that pressure, then he clearly thrives off of that stage.
I am really curious what the map picks are going to be for today, too, especially because T1 has been playing Bind. Like, they're the only ones who've been playing Bind, and with such perfection with Gecko.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be something that DRX has studied. Now, DRX, their entire agenda for all of Pacific was to ban out Lotus, and I don't think that's going to change, right? Even if there's the risk of Bind, I think they'll just say, you know what, let's go with a kind of meta-typical comp, maybe just something from the olden days, see what we can do on it, and if we lose, let's just make sure we win our pick at map 3. That might be the MO, because whatever they're cooking up for Lotus, they probably don't want to show it until it has to be shown in a best of 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, DRX is known for this. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see Bind because of that. And, you know, we talked a lot about Carpe and his Gecko. I wouldn't be surprised to see that come out either. But we might just have to see what DRX have in store. So Split is going to be the ban here for T1. And then Lotus for DRX.
Right. Bind is open. Now, T1, how confident are they on that? Do they expect DRX to have prepped it? Even if they have, they say, well, let's see what you've got. No one's, shown a great showing against our Gecko comp just yet. That's a challenge thrown out. And then it's going to be Pearl coming out from DRX. I mean, they've taken, a couple of hits on Haven recently, even on Ascent. So looks like it's going to be the Haven left out for the ban from Team 1.
Yeah, that means Ascent will be left over as the decider. And yeah, I mean, if DRX has Bind figured out, they're in a fantastic spot. Going into Pearl, they've looked amazing on that map so far here at VCT Pacific. But this is one of the things we said at the end of last T1's match is that they looked amazing on Bind, and it's kind of this like Joker pick that nobody really else has figured out, so they could use that as a big strength for themselves. And if they get started with a big win against DRX on this map, could be a very interesting series from there.
Absolutely. I mean, even if it goes to Ascent, who knows? And even Pearl, it's not like T1 is too scared of that map. Of course, the composition on the side of T1, it may look crazy, but it's proven tried and true so far. 2-0 record for them. And on the side of DRX, our first time looking at double duelist. Buzz on Raze. Okay, so I was expecting the Harbor Viper to come out. Obviously, they're used to that over on Pearl as well. They've been using it on Icebox. No big surprise. The Sky is a must-have on Bind. But putting Buzz on the Raze, so they want to combat this. For one, they have a similar amount of pets. They don't have the Gecko, but they still have the extra Boombot on top of Sky. And then they're going to go in just with the pure firepower that they have to break through T1's methodical kind of cutting up the map slice by slice method here with the Gecko, Harbor, and Sky.
Well, I know I'm not the only one who has the sentiment of being really excited to see DRX and how they are going to go into Bind, as you said, Will. With that, we are ready to get into the first matchup of today, T1 versus DRX. And casting today, we've got Achilleos and Quack.
That we do! Hello, everybody. I'm back. First time on the Super Week here to round out the last 2 days. But I am here alongside Quack, and we'll be guiding you through the action. And as the desk was talking about, this is an absolutely important, a paramount day for both of these teams, for all 4 teams, rather, that are playing here today.
It's first seed. You really want that spot because then you get that bye into semifinals, but still, I mean, it's a really tough thing to decide. You still don't really know how DRX can play on bye now because the last time they played this was last year when Bind was still in the map pool.
Yeah, as you mentioned, we have not seen this for quite some time, not since Champions. The last 2 times that DRX have played this map in an official VCT fashion has been against Optic both times. And it did not go their way in either of them. So now we get to see it with all the changes, see how they do fare. They're talking about it. We have seen a lot of tapes, on T1 on this map. They've played it twice now to great effect. 13-8 versus Secret, a 13-3 versus Zeta. Question is, DRX, with all their methodology and study, have they figured out how to take them down?
That is the question. I don't know if this double duelist is it, but maybe they have something cooked up. Maybe it's Foxy9 and this combo with Buzz. We've seen them do this before. They have proven to be really strong on it. I'm also a little bit curious how Mako and RB will work on this. They do this really well on Pearl. Is Bind going to be any different? We're starting things off with this attacking side onto the A site.
So far, the double duelist hasn't looked the cleanest from the side of DRX. Saw him play it once, maybe even twice on Fracture, if memory serves. And then immediately they're like, let's revert away from this. Let's change it up a little bit. Still we'll try it here on Bind as they go creeping forward. T1 in the back site. Foxy tries to go up over the top. Man, however, going to take him down with Buzz. Manages to get the answering kill. Zeta alive, rotates over towards Heaven. The rest of the team from T1 looking to join in on the site.
You can already see that they're playing so far back. And just setting up for the retake as well. It's even odds, even numbers, but DRX has the position prepared.
Goes with the shorty, swaps to the frenzy, sends out the pain shells just to buy a little bit of extra time, and then says, you know what? I do like the shotty in this position. Zach's going to get dizzied for a brief little moment.
All right. Do we challenge that? I don't think so.
No, still biding their time. Wingman going to go running forward. Actually misses the spike. Oh. Can get cleared and tucked away here into the corner of Stacks, but he's only going to be good for 1 and some damage. Mako around the opposite corner, the Viper wall. Obfuscating for now. Carpe finding a headshot. Mako going to be taken down. Suddenly it's all Buzz with 25 HP. They cannot get it done. Well, time running a bit low there, but the hold just can't come through. Point 19 as I'm going to crank up my volume so I can hear that a little bit better, and the pistol round will go the way of DRX.
That is something that I did not expect. I mean, we start things off with a really defensive positioning from T1, but going into the retake, You know, it was a little bit odd with the wingman. I think maybe it was a little bit of a fake, if anything. They wanted to see if anyone would shoot and reveal their position. And lo and behold, they kind of did. And playing off the toxic screen as well, T1 were able to land their shots, getting on the retake. Now they'll be able to go into the next round with more confidence. But, you know, DRX...
Just a bit odd. 3-man stack. You know, one player left. You know he's low on HP, and somebody's not holding the spike in that moment. It ends up costing T1. Seems like they were just a bit too concerned that Buzz was going to be able to get an immense amount of value with that frenzy. Either way, advantage for now in the hands of DRX, but we'll see if that tide can turn as Satan tries to get the right clicks across. Only does a little smattering of damage to Buzz, however. And the site, again, very swiftly going to be taken by DRX.
Despite the slight bit of confidence, DRX still ever so decisive, just going in, an instant trade. And Buzz is here to receive again.
Wingman to try to lead the charge. Blast Pack does get a little connection, but before the Dizzy can come through, Buzz will find the headshot. Just one weapon lost for now. See if Ben and Munchkin can get more out of DRX's hands.
I don't think so. Achilleos, this is a really tough position to play. If they peek, it's instant death. Stax already has the angle locked down, and they have their exit routes. T1 are basically stuck on site.
Yeah, and you can see DRX, even knowing that, or at least suspecting that it's just going to be T1 looking to die to the spike. They don't want taking chances. They go ahead, put up the wall, make it that much more difficult for them to try to push through, and it will just be Munchkin and Ban sacrificing themselves to the spike explosion at the end of it all. 2-0 start, though, for DRX.
Classic. It's DRX. It's how they play. They go in, they get out, and T1 just can't quite find that footing just yet. But, you know, the next round is going to be theirs because they have that full buy coming in. I'm curious to see how DRX goes in on this. They have that double duelist. Are they going to just rush in?
Well, in typical DRX fashion, they're not looking to overcommit anything. So even though Mako not going to have a gun, just going to be opting for that frenzy and see what damage they can deal. Again, it's just the two players over here on B. DRX starting to work their way forward, and this could get dicey really quickly.
The judge. It's in there.
Fight to buy some time. Dog goes across, and Buzz wants to push the issue. With the stun, he's looking for the targets, hasn't been able to find him, and Buzz is going to be able to claim at the end. Tucked away just beneath the window now. Spotting Foxy9. Munchkin going to be good for one, but now he's down. That's a weapon on the floor. Sion player gets himself into hookah, but presence is very much known. The Wingman leads the charge, looking to get that daze across. Can't find anything, and a decent amount of damage here from this snake bite.
Still a good position, though. They can pressure DRX, but the spike is down. So now Ban coming all the way back from CT, and T1 stuck inside a hookah. They are aware of a possible flank as well.
I mean, you see what's happening now is they're going to drift apart. Ban says, no, I'm not going to go for the rotate. Carpe, fortunately, does catch Buzz on that lurk around the back, so not going to lose out on any more weapons here, it would seem. But yeah, 3 rifles going to have to be held preciously by the side of T1 as they back away.
And you're just floored by the speed, the pace at which these two teams play. I have to respect how T1's going in with this. As soon as they feel contact on towards hookah, you have players going through the teleporter, a bit of a high tide wall, I think, from RB, but at the same time, just for a Saya player to go in along with Carpe, trying to get that advantageous position, but still, without the numbers, with the way that DRX actually challenged Zeta in this very one spot, that was impressive. They took it down, they took the site, and as soon as they plant that flag down, that spike down, it was theirs to hold. 3-0 is a great start.
Yep, it is fantastic. See again, though, T1 just full investing everything here. Going to attempt at a thrifty in the next one if they can't close this out. Quick flash forward. Stack's not finding anything over towards Showers, but as we can see, it is going to be double stacked at the moment with Ben not too far away as well. So short side lamps completely unoccupied.
Just taking it slow. I mean, if anything, T1, they could push out, get a little bit more information, but at the same time, I think DRX is anticipating this, Achilleos.
Seems like it. Push starting to come up. Stack still only with a Spectre, though, at range, but still gets the headshots through. Manages to just correct that crosshair so quickly.
Anticipating a trade as well, he sends out utility. If anything, they're pulling positions away, and now Mako gets to sneak onto site, gets another kill.
Van noted, and his Carpet tries to swing out, was looking for the punish on a Mako. Buzz pushing up with a short, finds that punish, and I mean, again now, Bulldog and Vandal You can see the sit back from Zeta, not looking to play for this one, nor is Munchkin's just going to creep over towards the attacker spawn, and it's going to be another save here, but this time with one fewer rifle in their hands.
That's just not a great look.
Oh, the timing? Okay. Little odd from Stacks, we'll say. Really great adjustment to get the kill with a Spectre, but then very delayed reaction on spotting him there. Munchkin now in a potential spot to find another one, but the timing, he just gets right behind the wall. Shoulder about to crest the corner, and Buzz is ready. Finds the headshot, one less weapon saved. T1 now, economy very much in shambles.
Answered back. It's a great read from Buzz. It's good game sense and good reads from DRX. I love the little, it's rule 17 of Zombieland. You got to double tap the corpse, make sure it's dead, but 4-0. And you have T1 now saving twice in a row. It's not a great look. I like that they were saving. I like that they were being decisive on some of the retakes, pushing into hookah and all that, but now you can see how fierce DRX are. They're going into sites, they're breaking things apart. If you are T1 and you continue on this pattern of just saving and saving and saving, it shows how passive you're starting to become, and it's not good. You have to start taking map control. You have to start trying to poke at DRX in ways that they don't anticipate, right? Because in that round, Stacks knew exactly what was about to happen. It's timeout now.
And we'll see what Coach Autumn can do, try to right the ship. And we saw, Termi, their last series versus Secret, just kind of limit testing and saying, you know what, I'm not going to call timeouts. I'm going to let them attempt to course correct this, and they could not. And now he's like, okay, it's good to be on the opposite side of the fence once again, where it's the enemy team that has to try to pause here.
Although, I do feel, okay, Leo's just, if DRX starts to get into a little bit of a, what is that? Oh my god, that's long.
Well, it was actually all the players. All I got to read was Stacks S Mako, and then my brain just shut down.
But yeah, I mean, if DRX starts to get into hot soup this match, this series, I think Termi would, right, call a timeout. They don't want to lose that chance of that first seed.
Yeah, and I think a part of that is also going to be, I'd say both of these teams have obviously kind of been forced to adopt a lesser rivalry. Typically, you think big rivalries here in Korea, it's going to be T1 Genji. Always T1 Genji. We saw T1 take them down just a couple days ago in MSI, but this is technically an org rematch from the World's Grand Final last year. So I'm sure that T1 ownership and staff probably wanting a bit of revenge for that one and taking down the still yet to be dethroned top dogs here in VCT. It'll still feel pretty damn good for them. Side play though, marginal shot goes across, Foxy9 taken down to the wall.
And the showstopper coming in, does secure a frag, but still, DRX hold their ground.
Yeah, I mean, the covering fire there from Stacks prevents Buzz from getting taken out. Was definitely a bit wishy-washy there from both sides. As he is not going to clear Carpe. He thinks that he's good, but it just doesn't go deep enough. And Buzz just basically strafing through, finds Saya player through that wall. And Ban is forced back by the paint shells, where yet again, doesn't have much to work with here, just the Bulldog versus 4. I mean, any kills would do some kind of damage to the economy, which is stacking up right now, but it's not going to be found. It's taken out, and DRX have that 5-0 start.
And that's so much going right for DRX. I mean, even if you noticed, off of round 3, right, DRX still won. They continue to save up. Their economy is flourishing right now. They could buy up operators if they wanted to, with Foxy9 on the jet operating all day long. They're just going in. And every single time, I think T1 are trying different solutions. This time they were holding up at Garden. They only managed to get one set. That's such a tough problem to crack. And T1 needs to continue trialing and erroring, but it's not working out so far.
Yeah. I mean, you see there's basically 4 players that are going to be money capped after this round. Everybody other than Mako.
Got ultimates as well. If you're T1, I don't think you want to play retakes anymore. Now DRX switches up the pace.
Zeta, either spotting each other. The jiggle timing. A little bit off, but it's like Zeta just sensing the push was going to be coming through, so it's just going to be a bite for a boom bot.
And this is great because you're just playing slow, you're baiting out utility. Now Zeta's down without snake bites, and he's confirmed the positioning on towards B, maybe pulled some rotations over. DRX can just hard commit onto A. And this side very well might be theirs, unless Saya has something to say about this.
Timing from Saya could be everything. It should be a known position, though, for DRX. We've seen Saya play in this spot many, many times. Flashback across, and neither Ray is going to be finding a kill, but damage taken on either side. Saya getting the worst of it for sure.
Secure plant for DRX.
Cove down, walls up.
Foxy.
Push around the side. Heals coming across from Sax just to push Buzz back up. Thrash going to be going through. They look for the clear, and they're going to manage to take it down. And the bite finds Saya player at the end of it all. Mako getting a kill.
Oh, surely they don't expect the second player here.
Flash out. Wasn't caught by it, so Munchkin swinging the corner. Will manage to find Stacks. Foxy9 as well going to be eliminated. Mako stunned up inside of Lamps by the wingman. They go ahead and get onto the spike. RB, though, quick snap. Finds Munchkin. Has to clear this Cove. Push on the flank. Has to go for the reload, but Mako swinging around from the backhand. Get it, Carpe! What an adjustment! Finds them both to get T1 their first round.
I have got to see the replay on that. Was it a 180 flick?
It's like a 120 adjustment at least, it felt like.
Yeah. Still incredible. You can tell that DRX were feeling the heat, that pressure. RB swapping to the shorty just to break that Cove.
Oh, that is nasty.
Dang. What a guy, Carpe. And that's the first win for T1. I mean, good procedures in T1 coming in with the trades off of each other. Even Stacks doubling up on towards short could not break and fend off that retake.
Yeah, it's still many, many more rounds of that needed. And oh, this is some classic stuff. Munchkin nearly eliminated. Obviously unhealable, given that he is the Sky. They just get tagged down quite low. But all out from RB to prevent that guiding light from getting the audio confirmation. But obviously saw enough, and now they know that this is very much going to be a B hit. Zeta trying to jump his way up here into Hookah. Narrowly escapes, going to be stunned again. Does have the judge, but just isn't ready for Mako to be that far forward. Ends up getting taken down, and honestly, it would be not very surprising if T1 decide to go for the save from here.
Welcome to my
Especially with that.
Oh my gosh, just obstacles on top of obstacles. They're still trying though, maybe a pick or two. Saya committing with a showstopper.
Showstopper, but now Carpe taken down. They look for somebody forward in the pit, don't find him. Foxy9, however, eliminated. Fan swinging out, does find one. RB in a little bit more of a cheeky position. Playing on this high ground, he sees the gun barrel, holds his fire for a little bit longer, and looks to reposition. A 3v2. T1 bring it back into a decent spot, but they just have no idea where they're at. They're running out of time, and realistically, it's only going to be one saving. Saya finding a kill, but yeah, without getting Stacks, he can't make his way out safely. So Munchkin will hold the gun. Stacks and Mako will carry on.
That is unbelievable. The way that DRX dissected this round. You go in with B long, you take down the one player, and then of course Mako with that slightly delayed push into Hookah. Zeta, I think, just couldn't react in time. And as soon as that happens, you know, RB's walls are up, they have the sight. Even with the way Mako plays in that Viper's Pit, he was holed up all the way at the back towards Hookah. And I think that was just incredibly smart from RB to play on an elevated position. T1, man, that was a tough retake. The fact that they managed to even go in a little bit was good, but this is still a 1-6 score, Seth.
And it felt like Mako was giving them an out as he dropped the pit. It's like watching two guys fighting on the street. One guy's way bigger than the other.
Yeah.
He says, hey, look,
watch this, man.
It's okay. Like, we can just walk away from this one. And the other guy's like, no, I can take you. I didn't hear no bell. The bells are ringing up for Munchkin.
Ding, ding, ding. Zeta now without his arms up. Can you throw hands here?
Oh, I mean, that even gets damage across. Zeta down to half. TP through, and yeah, Carpe trying to swing out. Mako just a bit too clean with it. Now Zeta's stuck between a rock and a hard place, and well, he's dead.
Ooh, okay.
Okay. Cheeky TP Guardian headshot.
Still, look at the positioning from DRX. All watching the angles. They know, they heard the teleporter. They know the spike is planted for them. Mako just watches long.
Sees him. Vital buy some time. Saya creeping forward, but again, time is of the essence here. Trying to spam out on these corners, and Hookah trying to find something. Saya, well, go ahead. Drag across, finds one, finds two. On for 3 in the round, but double stacked. And that'll just be the cleanup there. 7-1. And the problem is, because things started off so catastrophically for you as T1, you had to burn the timeout after the initial 4 rounds. You do not want to commit your second timeout in this half, so you're effectively flailing. Because DRX, they're not going to be calling anything.
They don't have to.
And while the timer stopped, it's a tech pause, which means the coach can't communicate with them anyway. So it's not like they get to use this as a freebie.
Nah, not at all. But certainly, if there are issues, they need to be solved. This is an important match after all. If anything, Seth, I mean, I can respect the fact that T1 are going down swinging. You know, they're trying with every fight that they've got. Saya going through that teleport of the Guardian was pretty nasty, and he got a couple more frags off of it. He's closer to his showstopper now.
The thing that I respect is Saya's setup and his dedication to it. I mean, I'm sure there's probably plenty of people who are seeing it for the first time, but yes, he does in fact bring that box every single day.
Ever since he was on the guard.
And he plays with his arms so far spread apart.
I love it.
He's like so close to T-posing every time he's playing Valorant.
Basically is T-posing if you think about it. He gets trouble trying to walk through narrow doors. I mean, it's T-pose for T1, right?
Yeah.
But still, if we take a look at how these rounds have gone, so much of it is DRX with their B site execute. A lot of hits towards B long, maybe a delayed push in towards hookah. T1 hasn't yet figured out how to either maybe retake or fend off DRX's advances towards this garden area.
And this has just been brutal. Because, I mean, the desk was talking about it before we got into the map select. What is this going to look like? What does DRX ban? Do they take away the bind that they haven't shown for close to a year? Or do they stick with banning Lotus? They've opted for Lotus. That leaves this open. And it felt like that was going to be a major window of opportunity for T1. And, you know, a glaring weakness for DRX. Because that has been where they struggle the most, is when maps get rotated back in. And also when new maps come out. But it feels like Bind, despite some of the changes, is looking very much still comfortable for them.
Okay, we're safe.
Yeah, we are going to be resuming and getting back into the action here, guys, so thank you for bearing with us. Just a quick little fix, and we can carry on our merry way.
You are absolutely right, though, because, I mean, we've been talking up T1's bind for, you know, the past couple games against Zeta. Wow, this is fantastic. But what's happening today? I mean, even the score line. Oh my God, Achilles, this is, I never would have expected this.
And, you know, this is the issue when you are going up against a team like DRX that does a lot of methodical studying. They like to see all of your traits, all of the, you know, all the ways that you like to default around the map, how you like to retake, and they tear that apart as best they possibly can. So far, it has been working a treat, so it's the onus on T1 to now try to make some adjustments to turn around their fate. As point, showstopper versus the shorty in midair. Saya player will take him down, effectively bouncing that one off the backboard to get the splash damage. The Foxy gone, a quick pivot now over to Age, just two members waiting here. Carpe and Ban need to find value. They need to shut down this push, or at least slow it down to some degree.
Oh, she is in position.
String Reckoning, Buzz, gone. A 5v3 advantage now. This Ban swaps over. Mako looking for this push, and there you go. Shorty wins it out.
Last two players inside of showers, and they're still trying to poke.
Spotted to Ban with a crossfire over by Lamps. To find that kill. Saya still spamming out. Dangerously low at 8 HP. And Ban gonna be good for the headshot, so all right.
That's impressive. We've been looking for this guy, you know, Ban starting to warm up. Sometimes that's what he needs. When he's on that duelist, he can definitely pop off. On the Harbor now, not so bad. That's 6-6, and he's gotten those 3 frags in that round, doubling his KD, and we are back.
Tech pause, round 2. All right, well, hopefully it's as quick as the first one to fix. Seems like it's still something on the side of T1, so effectively nothing that would have impacted the round outcome, it would seem, as Saya just continuing to have some kind of issue.
I see.
The ref's probably just like, it's because of your box, you're pinching the cord. You know?
Well, whatever it is, this round, it kind of worked. I mean, you can see that DRX, again, they're not doing anything too extraordinary. It's classic stuff. That is precisely how you want to play Bind. It's something that Hiko's talked about on his stream. Play through B-Long. The teleport is right there for you as an escape route. And DRX famosing their way onto the A site. And that's precisely where they also kind of get stuck towards bats. And I think it's a great read from T1 to hold up these positions. You can see with the way that Munchkin plus Saya player were holding up in Garden. that was effective, right? You had that showstopper, and DRX definitely respected that.
Yeah.
The thing is, you don't have a showstopper every round.
No. No, you don't. Good to see the fans out here in the audience. Got to be a rare treat there.
Go get that first place. I mean,
French fans probably like, oh, this is what Valorant's supposed to look like. I don't know what Carmine's doing after all.
Oh, okay. We're bringing that in.
They've been looking better. They've been looking better.
They got a couple.
Scream is still the headshot machine.
Yes, that he is.
It was an easy pun. I had to take it.
And then there are, you know, a couple more teams that are still winless. But, you know,
sure.
LCQ is right around the corner. But I mean, if you'll indulge me, Achilleos, right? We'll just like theorycraft a little bit throughout this.
I'd be happy to.
Let's say T1 wins this.
This map?
No, not this map, but
this
series. Maybe,
okay.
maybe. It doesn't look likely, let's be honest, but what if, right? And then the standings shift. That's now T1 at 7-2. It's DRX at 7-2 as well. Paper Rex stands a chance at taking this first seed all the way. You're already laughing.
I mean, hey, given the form that they've been showing, Paper Rex, you know, had they been able to hit that stride sooner, who knows what could have happened? At least in that first, you know, that matchup versus DRX. It got so very swiftly shut down out of.
I mean, again, it's just to reinforce how important this match is for DRX. You want that first seed slot, you have to make this happen.
Sure. And for T1, I think really it would kind of be a cherry on top. Obviously, you're wanting that first place position. You want to have that bye. You want to be in top spot. But I think already given just how what the fan expectation, the caster expectation, analytical expectation was for this team after what we saw. Wait, I can't read the last one.
DRX player.
Stax is sexy, talented, amazing, and also a DRX player.
That's our new coffee pasta.
Very good. Very, very good. What was it? I forget the other one from their series versus Secret. It was like rear guard and a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah.
Somebody's a robot. You know.
The global esports one. Oh my goodness.
But yeah, I think given you know how people were expecting T1 to place, you know, we were saying, you know, there's a world where they make it to the playoffs. You know, maybe they get a mid-6 seed, minimum third. Not bad at all.
Yeah.
Not bad at all. So I think no matter what, they're not going to be feeling too bad if they can't close this out. But what a story it would be if they could.
If they could, exactly. What?
The camera focus.
Is that his military?
Oh, it looks like he might be going to the military on June 6th.
Wait, is that Clash with Masters? Forget. Or, you know.
Wait, no. I mean, technically does. He'll be in the military when Masters is going on.
Yeah. All right, got to do your thing. But still, I mean, yeah, this is such a shakeup, and today is actually one that I'm really nervous about, Achilleos. I mean, apart from T1 DRX, also global esports and Team Secret. I mean, yeah, that's gonna change a lot.
This is a very, very stacked day. As far as just implications, because we're deciding that first seed, we're deciding, you know, where T1's going to place. Can they take down DRX? Can DRX lose 2 series in a row after being 2-0'd by the hands of Team Secret just a couple days ago? And then also, you know, who are the rest of the teams that are going to be joining in? It's obviously not going to be fully decided until the end of tomorrow, but Global in a position to really make that run back happen from the bottom of the standings into the playoffs and, you know, usurp Gen G in the process.
Oh, yes.
So a lot is going to be at stake when we do get into that second series. But hopefully we'll get back into this series right here, this map, because I was unfortunately wrong when I said that it would hopefully be as quick as the last one.
Well, still hovering over Saya's computer. There's something out there, but yeah, whatever it is, again,
they're in the game. So it's at least not quite as bad as the last Paper X. At least not yet. I'm gonna knock on wood for that.
Yeah. I'm gonna join you.
I'm not a very superstitious man, but I don't want to play with fire too much here.
I mean, things happen, right? We would just want to ensure the best possible match especially when high stakes are involved.
I thought I misread this. I didn't realize it was a heart on my first glance. I thought it said #1 Jetto.
Jetto.
I was like, are we like you say doggo? Like he's #1 Jetto?
That would be a really weird new nickname.
I think somebody said like I came here from school right after school or something, or I'm skipping my Hagwon to come here.
It is Monday. It is Monday.
And also DRX fighting.
Classic. But that's right. I mean, again, so if Global does switch things up, and then they go in and they beat Team Secret, it'll be a 4-5 score standing. And then that's going to give us a bit of a tie as well. And that's going to be a really fun one to figure out with all the math. I believe you've done quite a bit of it as well.
There's been some number crunching, and when we get into the nitty-gritty later, we'll do it. And hey, the tech pause is over, but DRX and classic DRX fashion say, you know what, we want a timeout off the back of this. And I actually am not surprised by this at all, because we came out of that last little tech pause, and we saw T1 be able to pick up that round.
Yes.
So it seems like Termi just wants to get in here quick, say like, okay, hey, this is what happened last time. You know, let's not do that again. And then look to carry on our merry way.
I mean, it is a 7-2 scoreline right now. If DRX can continue on their upwards trajectory, a 10-2 would not be bad for DRX, of course.
Of course not.
Not bad, no.
I don't think this isn't this isn't old bind necessarily. We still obviously don't have as much of a pool to really judge, you know, how the attacking versus defending side is going to fare. But you think about old bind, it's like, okay, we went 2-10 on the attack side. We can win this when we swap the defense. We had plenty of moments that happened like that in the past over here. Newturn in particular was such a strong team on the defending side of this very map. But anyway, we can finally go back into the action. Thank you guys for being patient and bearing with us as we rambled on. And we'll see what happens, because at the moment, Reckoning Blades available for the side of DRX. Foxy9 does have an op in hand as well.
And that's going to be a very big tool. We know how crafty this guy can get. Sun peaks, maybe a free frag. Oh!
And he's just going to die. A triple push out into B lobby. They find the kill, the up, now on the ground. I don't think that was part of Termi's game plan.
Not at all. Can't be. But if anything, there are only 2 players on the A side. DRX does stand a chance at taking this one.
Ball goes up. Buzz pushing to the front. Stacks clearing through showers as well. They were really slow on this attack in the last round. Let's see if they can go a little bit faster. Push down at the back of the flash. Buzz going to be good for 1, but now he's taken out. As Carpe rejoins. Finds him gripping around the back. Another thrash. Second attempt at it here for Carpe. Gets bogged a little bit on the way into Lamps. Looks for the stun, and he's going to find it. That's RB locked down. And if he gets killed, it's effectively Mako on his lonesome weapon. Drawn back out. RB good for 1. But Munchkin planking through on short. Gets him before more damage can be dealt. And it's going to be T1 again, closing out a round off the back of the tech pause as they bring in a 3rd win.
All right. I mean, that's one way to retake. I mean, you have Zeta, such pristine timing on peeking out, making sure the spike does not get planted. It's almost as if T1 just came into this ready to punch their way out. And DRX missing that operator shot was catastrophic.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, I think with the number of wins that they've got so far, they should be able to just buy their way back into the game. But just to throw an interesting statistic, RB, you know, we've seen him clutch a lot of rounds. He was recently dethroned by Laz. Number of clutches. Now back to where it belongs.
RB was the king of that lock-in, but Mako been the king of lurks. He's waiting, and Side player not paying any attention towards that left side whatsoever. Now again, sight's going to be set here on the A side. Bam swinging out though, does find 1. Bit of damage dealt. See if you can do more, because even with the 1-man advantage, the Reckoning still going to be committed here. DRX very much not looking to play around any longer. They want this to be a 9-3 half. Paint shells go forward, Ban pushing to the corner, pushes out, and Foxy takes down 2. Actually, the right click finding Bannon now. And Zeta on the opposite side of the map. It's just going to go ahead and tuck away somewhere and get cozy.
Give him some hot cocoa, some a warm blanket. Yeah. Maybe a little teddy bear. It's a cold night for T1. DRX, when they are decisive again, and also maybe a little bit of a blunder from players pushing out onto A short, not checking the left side. It's easily capitalized by Mako for sure.
Okay.
The toxins going up.
Now just
Buzz.
exploring a little. All right.
And Buzz can't, you know, I mean, we'll see what the economy looks like once we flip over, but at 400, definitely not the best over pursuit for a kill, but
Teammates
should widely be okay.
8-3.
Last round in the
And now
half.
for Zeta again. Just trying to find as many rounds
yeah,
as
they've got it.
possible. Saya on and off. I mean, it's just a bit of a mistake. You can never lose too many players, especially on the defensive side. Yes, get map control, but do it safely, right? Because if you lose 2 players, your defensive forces are that much weakened, and your map control gets diminished as well. You're going to have to think about resources and how you're going to relocate players to each side. T1 just couldn't really defend A any longer because of that one play. Now DRX back again, and T1 looking a lot more disciplined, just holding positions.
Fox checking.
Zeta.
Doesn't see anything. Buzz now looking at entry. Still has another blast pack. Jumps out the window, but isn't ready for Munchkin. Just set right on top of the site. A nice headshot catches him. RB, however, winning at the trade. Takes a bit of damage there from Zeta. Widely stays alive, and Stacks can offer up some healing once they find the site a little bit more cleared out.
Saya.
Munchkin good for one, but yeah, Saya gonna have to try to attempt the retake here with the operator in hand. Molly will force Mako out, and Carpe does catch him. Bring it now to a 2v2 with RB still at 56.
What? Wow, he's looking for it.
Bounce in. RB having to wait, goes for the reload, but Stacks lurking around the back. Ooh! Catches him in the head. And now it's all on Saya player. Oh, that's where they both are. Taps the spike. But can he win it out? A dangerous position. The flash, he gets the full blind. They don't swing off of it. They just want to play around with time here. Jump forward, and guesses wrong. RB swings out to the right, finds him, and that is going to be the 9-3 locked in for DRX as we go to the second half.
I got to take a look at that again, because that's also a really interesting wall from RB. Just to play around off of it, positioning, throw Saya player off so much. And it's just a smart play from Stacks as well, coming from the back. He gets Carpe. 9-3. And once more, it's tough for T1.
And yeah, while we had, I think maybe one of our first 9-3 curses a couple days ago, hasn't been very hasn't been very often. I think it's enough to say that the curse is dispelled. Frankly, it never existed.
Not so much. Not in Pacific, and if I'm being honest, not so much true for T1. I haven't really seen them do anything like that. And well, it'll be a miracle if they can pull that off against DRX. One that I certainly will be here for, but still, I mean, if you look at how this first half plays out, how decisive DRX has been with their hits, it's just the way that they go in. We take B-Long control, we hit the players, we hit them hard. Zeta, Munchkin, maybe Saya. If they're playing 4 positions, they often get taken out. And at that point, it's just an easy site hit. If anything, if they are met with a bit of resistance, we can always rotate through the teleporter. Meanwhile, for T1, the few rounds where they have been successful, Gilios, is when they're playing a little bit further back, when they go in for some retake plays, when they actually get the timing on some of the spike plants. But that doesn't happen too often. We do see that it is only 3-round wins for T1.
Yeah, as you're mentioning, you know, those 8-site retakes were fairly clean by them because they were in position so quickly. The spike's getting planted, and right as it's going down, basically there's 4 players suddenly from T1 spilling out onto the site, and they're just winning those aim duels. But it's been very few and far in between, only 2 rounds consecutively strung together thus far for T1. Let's see if they can kick off the half with a pistol win.
That would be huge for them. If not, honestly speaking, this should be a very quick DRX win. And of course, DRX playing on the defensive side, you have to watch and cover all bases. You can never be too sure what this team is about to do. One thing you can bet is that if they're going to do it, they're going to do it coordinated together as a team.
Push coming in. Mako holding, just backs away, drops out of hookah, no damage taken. Dizzy just making sure no one's hiding out behind box.
All right, we recover it.
Wait 10 seconds.
Wait. We've got hookah control. What are we going to do off of it? Meanwhile, Zeta on a big old lurk up around Baths. Okay. That's a little bit dicey.
Some warning shots fired on both sides. Trailblazer cleared. Stax has the pull back over towards elbow side of things.
No one's really making a move or exposing themselves too much. DRX ever so safe. They've gotten the information towards B. They know that it's probably just a Zeta lurk towards A, so they don't have to make a move. T1 has to push in. 40 seconds remaining, Achilleos.
Flash still confirms presence in Hookah. The push forward. Nope. Yep. Zeta catching eyes of Foxy9. Wants to back away as quickly as possible. Here we go. He'll be able to make it out. Think across. RB going to be good for one. Mako finding the other. Finding it. Yet another. Just continuing to farm. It's Stax will get side player and Zeta now TPing across because, I mean, he either needs to die to their hands or might have Spike die to that, and that one's not going to happen. So Stax will go ahead and find a second kill in the round. And that's going to be DRX picking up both pistols here on Bind and moving to double digits.
No, sir. It's just good old Mako. Myung Kwon Kim. I was looking for his full name. But yeah, I mean, you can see how he plays. It's the whole DRX procedure, in fact. They know that it was a Zeta alert. If they lost to Zeta, then maybe it's going to be that rotation over from T1, but nothing happened. And such, all we have to do is to just prepare for that hit on towards B. As soon as it comes in, you can see how fast they reacted to it, how strong Mako was in anchoring down the site. On to the next, and that's going to be some more buys. Saya versus Foxy. Or
Buzz seeing enough. And speaking of Foxy, he's also got a Marshall, but he's got a kill. Finds Munchkin. Trying to push up over, be long. And now, I mean, without the flashes, other than the Dizzy, getting into either site seems nigh impossible. Trailblazer just to go ahead and clear out. They'll trade position. And Foxy whips the shot. Ban does not. Nice shot coming across. Stack's now going to be revealed over towards Garden. Wingman not quite bouncing in that way.
Where's our Spike?
Side player finding one, but Ban again with the Sheriff. Looking clean, finds it, but as you say, the Spike is not yet here, so this still gives a good amount of time for the remaining members of DRX with their superior weaponry to try to get into position to retake this quickly.
Guys?
Yeah.
Should we rotate?
Carpe needs to not die here.
Oh.
TP?
I would, and just make it fast.
30
you already,
seconds left.
the TP is already switched up to a closer position, but now it's just going to be a retake game for DRX with the better firepower. So, unless Ban can pull off a miracle.
I guess Buzz not wanting to necessarily reveal that he was still lurking in this spot. Otherwise, I thought maybe he was going to send the paint shells through the new vent. They do have their back lab, but just goes ahead, throws it, clears close, and Zeta tries to go for a timing push through that wall, but Mako's ready for it. The defuse will come in. 11 rounds now locked in for DRX.
I mean, I fully agree with you, Achilleos. There are so many options, different things that we could try through the vent, for example, but no, sometimes, I don't know if it's the mental game or pressure affecting them. It's 11-3. It is 11-3.
Play the clip.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Don't play the clip.
No, yeah, we'll go to another timeout. Still, if anything, it's just that cold night for T1. DRX are warmed up, they are fired up, they keep going in, and T1 has not been able to stop them whatsoever. Trying to go in off of this approach, you can see that Ban is landing some pretty nice shots, but you need so much more than that. And maybe some mid-round adaptations, the Spike being so far away, that was odd.
Yeah, I mean, it's some nice kills to get some of those, you know, some of the firepower away from DRX and at least, you know, potentially slow them down, but I'd rather, you know, get them out of the sight. But unfortunately, not nearly good enough. Need to be having that kind of impact when you have the rifles in your hand. It does feel rough right now. T1 kind of getting, you know, the RRQ talent treatment for map number 1. Going with their own map pick, and it is pretty damn close to being a match scoreline as well. 13-4, I believe that was, for Talon to take it.
Need some help.
Well, here's another thinker. While DRX are decisively winning on Bind, the next map's going to be Pearl, and that's DRX's map pick, one of their stronger maps so far in Pacific. Can T1 really make that reverse sweep? I don't know. But here we go. We're pushing on towards B.
movement up. Gets a recovery on it. Trailblazer goes out. Creep in, and Foxy9 not steadying his aim. Then it finds him. Munchkin getting another. The Dizzy goes across into the back sight. RB is found before the wall can come up. A very quick and snappy hit here from the side of T1 as they go ahead and look to get that 4th round locked in. Like planted, wall goes across. See Buzz and Mako. What they can get done. Just the paint shells and a blast pack held as far as util's concerned.
Best we could do here is really just exit frags. I mean, our guns aren't really the ones that we want. And Saya already spotted Mako, I think. And T1 aren't really looking to go too aggressive either. They don't want to lose any of their guns, but Buzz.
Push up, finds one, spotted 2 on the cross. Should know that they're over towards Garden. Paint shells can zone them. TP taken by 1, but
wait.
Yeah, I mean now it's too late.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
I mean, genuinely, I think they could have gotten on this sooner, and they potentially would have been able to just basically, not even ninja defuse, because it kind of would have been in their faces, but T1 had pulled so far back. It feels like they might have been able to make that work. Either way, they will just go ahead and give the round over to T1. So 4th one locked in for them, but this is the one they need to win. As we get ready to see DRX the full buy.
If we are to mount a comeback, this is the round. But you can see again in those replays, it's just that relentless flurry of attacks. It was so important for Zeta to actually get that frag onto Ratuka, and then meanwhile for his team to execute off of Garden. If they can do that again, that would be huge, but DRX already switching up some positions. Just going for information. Stacks trying to get further information towards B long. T1 though, just trying to play with timing right now.
Flash from the opposite side, trying to see if there's going to be anybody lurking outside of that B-side teleporter. Creep up starting to come through. RB taken down, however, over by Lamps. Saya with a good entry.
And then they rotate. Oh, that's not bad.
Right there.
Stacks has revealed his location. He did spend a Trailblazer during that little exchange. I think he did spot ban as well, but this is where things can get dicey for DRX, actually, because T1 now with his rotation, full forces sent to overwhelm Stacks. They could get the site unless Mako has something to do about this.
I got you. Walls up.
Wingman again to get picked up the wall coming through. Stacks looking to play this right up close. The bite buying some time as they spam over towards Cubby, trying to force somebody out with that mosh pit. Flashes through, Reckoning rolling. Stacks now trying to avoid getting stunned, but they have successfully slowed the attack here from T1, and they're actually going to force them to rotate over. Foxy, he's the only one on this side of the map, and Saya's going for a late lurk. Foxy with just an operator, can he get anything done? Saya has the jump, Stacks going to be taken out. That's now going to be a 5v3 advantage.
That's a good
planted
hit.
in the cove is there, so he can't deny this.
Okay, what are your post-plant positions? Do we just back up in the bats? A couple of holding by triple.
Looked like they were going to push, but okay, as that goes down, Foxy will be able to find one. Mako dropping out of heaven, though. Traded. Carpe finding him before falling to Buzz.
Oh my god.
Tap onto the spike. Foxy going to at least be able to hold this one to half. Throws down yet another cloud burst, but the double swing around from the back. They managed to find the kill, but Buzz on for 3. Needs the 4th, and he can't quite make it happen. Munchkin shuts him down and keeps our hopes alive. That's the full purchase taken away from DRX.
And a bunch of applause erupts from the crowd. This was a good round for T1. You love to watch these little rotations and fakes on bind, and you can do that because of the teleporter. And the way that they made use of it was great. Saya off lurks, getting a couple extra frags, just weakens DRX's retake even further. But meanwhile, things got a little bit dicey towards the end, definitely. You can see that T1 were just kind of respecting how DRX went in with a retake. Still Foxy with that operator. But now, economy not there. It's going to be a bit of a save, a half by Sheriffs.
It's also a gamble stack. 4 players over on A. Only Stacks sat here by B. We'll hear that orb take. Wants to go ahead and get himself hooked over off that left-hand side. And T1 are going to start drifting towards him. So it will have to be this wraparound from behind to try and reinforce and bail Stacks out of this position. Zeta, though, on this lurk.
All right, let's just DRX shift walking all the way through market.
They heard Zeta. They know that he's going to be out here.
They're looking
Shots going. RB finds it. That could be a weapon recovered, unless they watch behind. But right now, it seems like full focus from T1 is going to be on the side itself. So yeah, weapon will be snatched up.
And Buzz has a showstopper too. This could still be a DRX win.
Wall from Ban, counter wall from RB. Boombot cleared. Here comes a Thrash diving in. And, I believe it might have caught at least 2. Nope, just the 1, but it doesn't matter. The 2 kills still going to be found. Plus swings out, looking for some more damage to be dealt. Get anything, or to Stacks. It's all on Mako. Still at long, shoulder seen. Swings out, gets a 1-tap. Some more of that. Oh, they almost lined up for him.
But still, that 1-tap gave him, I believe he's 1 point away from his Viper's Pit, and the death secures it. So it's a good attempt from DRX regardless. The fact that they could hear Zeta running, that was a big pickup, and I'm glad that you mentioned that, Achilleos. At the same time, while they almost could have gotten into trouble with this B-long push from DRX, Carpe came in with his cape to save the day. That Thrasher play just pushed them off and allowed for T1 to turn it into a firing range. We're 6-11, but still, keep in mind DRX's ultimate's this round. Oh my god, Foxy.
Has to quickly back away. He's still going to go for this one. He gets out scot-free.
Wow!
Only the Dizzy catching him. As the Showstopper moves forward into Lamps. Saya looking for something. Rocket goes out. RB going to be taken down. I think the Wingman might have, given away Buzz's position. Now they should know that he's up on top of the truck. Boombot cleared, but they're not paying attention to it. The Wingman had noted him, but Buzz just pushes in, finds Saya. Dizzy will slow his roll as it lands in the back of the site. Pit now going to be invested. This is Zeta's. With the Showstoppers available, as you say. Buzz could flush them out.
Yeah, what's your play?
Counter pit?
That could, but I don't think. No, we just save it.
Molly in, Carpe playing right up here, and Buzz barely notices him, but it's enough to get the kill.
There's only one place.
It pulls back away from it. Okay. Now it's all on Mako. Can he get the timing here? The gun barrel going to be seen, and Zeta will close it within the pit.
Do it yourself.
4 rounds consecutively now here for the side of T1. And just 4 more to go, and they will have us tied up.
Just ever so controlled. You have that pit up, you know that you just have to keep it. Of course, I think T1 went in with a good hit as well, but the way that they played that post plant, the way that he hit inside of Fast, I feel like DRX kind of knew where he was, but they were considering some other positions, and that allowed for Zeta to find those last 2 frags, that clutch. At the same time, though, it just fills me with so much glee to watch Foxy9 going for aggressive picks.
Got away with it, but in the end, it was T1 laughing their way to the bank. As he's still pushing. I think this is probably Stacks pulling the leash, saying up, get back here.
Let's not over W gaming this. We're not Paper Rex. We're DRX.
I mean, he's
okay. Come on.
The man can only push. And Saya's ready for it, so a quick shutdown there on the blades, just a single one into the shoulder effectively of Munchkin, who's thinking about sending the Seekers. Wall up from RB, so he'll opt to go for it. A little bit of spam through, and they take it to 52. Still, though, the weapon advantage is so drastically in the hands of T1 here. Wow. Buzz. It's a headshot onto 1. Taken out, Carpe trading it back. Keeping the advantage for them. Boombot spotting, cleared. RB, I mean, it looks like he desperately wants to try to swing off of this, but as he does, Saya finds the kill. Push in, covering fire from Zeta is going to be good, so Carpe survives and now can go back to planting the spike.
Spike planted.
That leaves Stacks alone. He has to find so many picks at this point, but it's all automatic weapons on the other side. He has a bird.
He does. Just the 1, and I think Carpe, maybe I guess he didn't spot him. Ooh. Finally able to stabilize and doesn't take any damage from that either.
Blinded.
Pop flash, sees 1, gets across, grabs the weapon. Saya noted, back of sight, but now I think Stacks realizes, yeah, I'm in a pickle. Carpe will be the finisher. 5 rounds consecutively, 8-11, T1 trying desperately to bring this back, and Termi will go ahead, pump the brakes, and use a second timeout.
At round 20. Something that we don't see too often from Termi, DRX's coach, but still, you have to admire, you have to love these T1 side executes, the way that they play off of Gecko, the way that they go in together as a squad. And the way that they kind of hold and not overcommit to pushes, to getting even more map control, right? The way that you watch how Saya just holds outside of U-Haul or Lamps, it's really smart. And RB was definitely pressured to peak, like you mentioned, Achilleos. And also firing off a shot just to destroy that boom bot. I think at that point, Saya was like, all right, it's a frenzy. I can take this guy.
Well, getting themselves pushed up against the wall here. They've been one round away from taking us into map point for the last 5. But T1 have shut them down. I think this is probably, this timeout for DRX likely going to be talking about how they want to utilize these ults. Obviously, you know, blades were used in the last one there for Foxy9. They're on that attempt at the Thrifty. Makes perfect sense. But the Reckoning was there for RB. Obviously, didn't opt to use it. Now has it ready for this round, as well as Mako's Pit. Let's see how they decide to utilize it to try to stop this momentum from T1.
There are lots of considerations, right? You could put up the Viper's Pit, but Carpe could also pull a Thrash play into it.
They actually have great pit. They have great pit response ults.
Exactly.
Thrash to try to zone them out, as well as the Reckoning.
Oh, he is going to commit that to A, though.
Okay.
Thrash is towards B long. Okay.
And, yep, discovered this last night. Single op shot, not enough to kill the damn thing.
It is tanky. And he's going to use that to take B long control. The rest of the squad could potentially push up. But the fact that the spike is still down, this says to me, Achilleos,
he's not going to read this. He's actually staying. He's staying for the peak. The Mad Lad. Now we'll back away.
Okay.
Again, I can only assume that Stax is saying, get the hell out of there.
All right, fine. But again, as I was saying, T1, they're not committing. They're actually playing pretty loose. They want to find that opening pick first. And as long as Foxy does not give that to T1, DRX should still be able to play rather conservatively.
Spike still on the ground, but will get grabbed here by Munchkin. As they continue to shift away. I mean, even with the ults available, with the Thrash recovered, not wanting to play into Mako's Pit, I don't blame you. Stax trying to go for the pop flash, swings out, finds one. Shorty Blast in response takes him a little bit lower. Cloudburst covers, still tagged up just a bit. Foxy now needing to turn his sights back over here towards long, but the Reckoning is going to start flushing them out. As he looks for the stuns, spots him. He tries to split the difference. Stax, however, with 3. 31 HP in a dream, trying to hold the line. On for the ace. The swing out, and Captain, my Captain! Stax has done it, an ace to shut down the push and bring this to map point.
He is that sexy, technical, talented player from DRX. And he's doing it all over again. Vamos, Stax. What a spray transfer. First of all, that daring push with the guiding light just to check on towards B long. He gets that information. He knows it's a B hit. He backs up.
Right there.
And then playing off of Foxy and everyone continuing to push in, he gets all 5.
A miraculous hero play there from Stax. Very much looking like classic Stax, let's say. As Foxy will be able to find an opening kill. Ben could take it out, but this time Stax, no chance at a repeat on the ace. Foxy again staying. Now Dizzy does get forced back into the back of sight. Rotates over towards the defending side. Will get himself into elbow. Boombot from Saya. Likely to note RB. Will get cleared. A 4v4. Everything here for T1 now. Needing to win this round to keep it going. Keep themselves in this game. Foxy inching forward. Saya reading it perfectly. Good. Has the lineup, gets the kill.
Munchkin waiting on that guiding light to refresh. Timing on this hit could be crucial.
Might declare corner. Pinchels go through as well, but Munchkin just sends out the shot, and he's going to find all 3. And back-to-back highlights from our Sky players. A T1, persevere, don't let DRX end it. Now it's just 3 more to go for overtime.
Just watch the replay on that again. I mean, first of all, Foxy getting opening picks, we love it, but this guy does need to be put on a leash. Meanwhile, the way that T1 gets control over the side, the way that they hold it afterwards, getting this first pick through the cascade, and then to just reset your movement, reset your recall control, and to finish it off with the final 2. 9-12, this is not impossible for T1 to come back from.
Certainly not. I mean, especially given the economic situation, you would anticipate that they should be able to make this 10 rounds. Saya just one away from the showstopper, and Mako dead off the rip. Headshot through the box. spike keeps RB contained over towards Lamps. The wingman check as well as Xayah player just beautifully gliding in right off the back of the wave.
See?
Xayah should be a surfer.
Yeah, because he's got that balance as well with how his hands are up. Still though.
Here.
Wall's down now.
He still made a bit, but Stax is still not rotating over. He's gonna end up joining in late as Zeta, I don't think he noted him, but doesn't matter. Still has the reaction to snap in. And with that, Buzz and Stax.
Last player standing.
Stax standing. Just now getting himself over towards the site. And he's got to be really careful about this. Honestly, it feels like he should just opt to go for the spike death. Zeta just one away. And it will be Ben who picks up the kill, so not the worst case scenario, but I mean, if Zeta finds that one, that's a pit online.
That's right. Or Carpe, you know, that would be 1 point away from his Thrash, and that's, again, such an annoying tool that T1 could use against DRX. You have to, I keep saying this, you have to admire T1. Look at how they actually go in. They get a little bit of space. RB puts up this huge high tide that just covers a bit in a U shape around the site itself. It blocks off a lot, and it's great, but they did not have the firepower. And T1, respecting DRX, they don't overcommit to the site. They wait for that wall to drop, and then they execute. 10 to 12. We're looking for more rounds. This could go overtime, but DRX could close it out as well.
Fan with the same wall, just denying that audio cue, but Mako gets spotted. Paint Chills go forward, force into backside. Xayah player now, showstopper at the ready, hunting for a target. Mako unawares, taken down, push out from Buzz quickly, joins into the site, finds one. Quick little shallow toss in the Paint Shells, the Boombot at the ready as well. The fearless swing around the corner though, man, and he manages to stabilize, finds the kill, RB quick to trade it back, spots another. They're jiggling around the centerpiece here of the map, and it's just gonna be Carpe joining in the fight. Now suddenly a 2v3. Zeta and Munchkin, a little bit of damage across into both. Stax gets himself in, finds one, finds the other. And can he be the finisher? The pop flash over the top, Munchkin wins it out. And Foxy versus Munchkin, 76 HP. Spike planted. He's pushing right into him, and Foxy will get the headshot to seal the deal and take DRX across the finish line at long last.
The cherry on top. And it's just going to be Foxy closing things out. It got so close, Achilleos. We are nervous. My hands are shaking. This is a nail-biter of a match. T1 almost mounting the comeback, but with Stax pissed off, aggressive, coming back on retakes, he finds multi-kills on top of multi-kills.
Big moves there from the IGL captain of the team to help get them across the finish line here in those last couple rounds. Buzz, great on the entries when it came down to their attacking side. But I gotta say, this went from, okay, we're just gonna get in the pro really quickly, 9-3 half, you know, blah, 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 into holy hell, what a map this is. Great from T1 to have the perseverance to run it back, make it this close. Unfortunate that they couldn't push us into overtime because God knows what would have happened in that circumstance. But, DRX on their first outing here on New Bind will be able to pick up a win, albeit with some difficulties.
It was shaky. I gotta say, this defensive side, you just never seen this look from T1 before. And it's impressive. Xayah player leading on the kill feed with 24 frags on top of everyone, despite the loss. It's just this great execution, this great sense of control from T1, but at the same time, that teamwork from DRX, it never fails. Although, I gotta admit, Foxy was getting a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah.
You have to admire how Sax comes back in to rein everything back.
Yeah, I mean, you want to lead by example,
yes,
I suppose. When Foxy's going like that. I mean, Foxy just looking like he's all 5 PRX players at once with some of the ways that he was trying to push and get advantages here and was just regularly getting punished. You're mentioning Xayah with some of his statistics. I gotta say, 7 first bloods for him, only 3 first deaths. It's very clean performance from that man there. But fit to be I'd still say a bit to be desired from some of the members here at DRX. RB having a little bit more of a quiet performance than we usually see. We'll see if this is just kind of a warm-up from him, but then again, Foxy, the way that he was overextended, overstaying at certain times, it could definitely be a cause for concern as we do get ready to go into the next map. Because as we're obviously talking about here for T1 losing on Bind, they've shown it twice. DRX has had time to study the tape. Pearl is another one that that T1 could now study about DRX. Granted, DRX have looked phenomenal on Pearl, so being able to come up with really nailing down how DRX likes to play that map and counteracting it will be difficult, but it certainly is possible given the form that T1 has been showing as of late.
I mean, this is one question that I do have in my mind. These compositions are really similar and identical to what you would play on Pearl, right? The Viper Harbor.
Sure.
But that question is it going to be that magic ingredient? Is Gecko really that key? Because T1 did it so well on Bind. On Pearl, maybe not so much, right?
Yeah, maybe not. I think we'll see some adjustments there. But we're going to go to a quick little break, and when we come back, the desk will break down the action because there's plenty of it from that first map. And then we'll get into Pearl to see whether or not DRX close this out or if T1 can answer back and take us to a map 3, so don't go anywhere. Back still only with a Spectre, though, at range, but still hitting. It'll still feel pretty damn good for them. As he is out here. Flash out. Wasn't by the wingman. They go ahead and get playing on this high ground. He sees the gun barrel. Realistically, it's only going to be one saving option. TP through it. Dragon Cross finds one fight man. The turnaround there, fade is on point. Showstopper first. Monko looking for this push, and there you are. RB was there. King of that block. We'll be able to make it out. I think RB can be good for one. Monko finally up. Needs to not die here. Was not wanting to necessarily reveal it. Dizzy goes across into the back site. Just an operator. Can he get anything Cloudburst, but the double swing around from the back. They managed to find the kill. Doesn't matter. The 2 kills still going to be found. Quickly back away. He's still going to go for this. Stop the truck. Mubot cleared, but
oh my god.
Buzz, like right up here in Buzz. Pulls back away from it. Okay. Now it's all on Mako. Can he get the timing here? The gun barrel going to be seen. And I think maybe I guess he didn't spot him.
이거 아니야? 1.7초면 개 느린 거 아니야? 개 느린 거야. 예? 왜? 말이 안 되는데? 말이 안 되는데?
아니 그냥 생각을 해봤거든요. 탁, 착, 착. 잘 쏴. 1.75초 정도 되지 않을까?
예! 대본 줬죠. 이게 대본이야.
아니야. 안녕하세요. DRX 소속 스택스 김무택이라고 합니다.
젠지 소속 킹 이승원이라고 합니다. 안녕하세요. T1 소속 제타 손선호라고 합니다. 탑게임에서 같이 한 주옥 같은 역사가 있는
인정합니다. 그러다 도망갔어 이 사람.
뭘 도망가.
발로란트 나오고 갑자기 미국에 출장이 생겨가지고 미국으로 갔다가 이제 한국에 다시 돌아오는.
근데 한국에서 봐야 되는데 독일에서 처음 봤어. 말이 안 돼. 그때 DRX도 DRX 치고는 못했다 생각했을 거예요. 근데 저희가 더 못해가지고 분명히 보였는데
빈틈의실.
보였는데 누가 그냥 빈틈의실을 그냥 보내줬어.
저희는 빈틈의실을 보인 게 아니라 그냥 실이 그냥 뭉탱이로 보였어요.
그러니까 저희 팀의 장점이 저는 커뮤니케이션이라고 생각하는데 그게 안 되니까 이제 저희 팀 장점이 안 나오는 거죠.
저희는 반대로 이제 커뮤니케이션 아주 박살이 났는데 커뮤니케이션 안 하고 이제 샷에 집중하다 보니까 이긴 것 같아요.
플레이오프에서 보여주면 되지.
플레이오프는
모나리자 황금 비율 미소로 웃는 거 뭐야 이거? 뭔가 좀 오만한데 지금? 너무 오만하다.
저희는 2판만 하고 마스터즈 갈 생각이라.
PRX 형들이 안 봐주겠다.
PRX 형님들은 저희를 이긴 적이 다 한 번도 없어가지고 걔들 안 돼요 저희한테.
그런 발언은 이제 감당할 수 있겠나? 그 발언.
편집해주세요.
젠지전 때 무조건 이겼다. 근데 서로 다 그렇게 생각했을 거야 이거. 근데 무조건 이기는 팀 일단 그때는 젠지였네. 어떻게 보면 엄청 막 위축돼서 했고 그냥 자멸해서 졌다.
왜 패셨어요?
나는 그냥 그렇게 말하는 게 있나? 더 나쁜 놈이야.
저희도 당할 수도 있어가지고 지금.
저는 DRX의 터미 형이 너무 열정적이지 않나. 넌 모르지? 넌 모르지? 버스 타고 있는 거야 너. 너는 모르겠지?
너 우리가 얼마나 힘든지 모르지?
나 알아.
그래, 우리가 얼마나 힘든지 모르지?
알아 나.
그만큼 열심히 하니까 우리가 힘든 거야.
마코 선수가 그냥 멘탈이 좀 강한 것 같아요 생각보다. 에이 아니지. 나는 밖에서 보는 걸 얘기하는 거야.
그럼 맞는 말이에요. 네, 맞아요. 저는 이제 젠지의 이제 노장. TS 선수가 가장 무섭더라고요.
라스트 댄스?
지금 라스트 댄스가 진짜 추고 있는 게 아닌가 진짜.
왜 라스트 댄스야?
지금 오도는 오도대로 하고 총은 총대로 쏴버리니까 이제
아니 깨달아 버리는 게
할 수가
아닌가.
없어.
저요.
텍스?
브리친 인정.
갓대다라고 생각합니다.
왜 서버 하는 꼬라지 못 봤어?
기대하세요 플레이오프 때.
제발 해라 진짜 제발
제발
해라.
나와라.
진짜 제발 해라. 와 제발 해라.
카르페.
맞고?
저도 막 머리가 아스트라에 머리가 길면 아스트라고 없으면 밤토리고.
뭐 중간이 없어 이거.
내가 가슴이 아파 내가.
사야. 저는 저로 하겠습니다.
예전에 저를 하겠습니다.
그거 없는 거잖아.
그러면은 안 하죠? 없어?
있을 건데? 최근에? 최근에 맞았을 텐데?
킹이에요 킹. 저건 제가 제일 잘 태우지 않나라고.
나도 입을 쓰면서 이제 저도 태워주는 게 많지 않나.
서로가 서로 캐리해주는 거지.
아 나 진짜 겸손한
나는
개 때리고 싶어.
무하다.
나는 5명이 6명이 다 한 몸이야. 우리.
뭔 6명이에요? 6명이구나.
한 몸이야.
T1은 이제 저는 이제 카르페 선수라고 생각합니다. 어떻게 될지 몰라서 아직.
백지의
미스터리 박스지.
미스터 진짜.
나는 기석이. 제스트 선수가 같은 팀을 해봐야 알아요. 일단 말하는 것부터 달라. 그리고 멘탈이 말이 안 된다 생각해요.
그건 저도 인정합니다.
그러니까 기석이 멘탈 나간 걸 본 적이 없어요.
저는 본 적이 좀 있거든요. 컴퓨터가 안 좋아질 때. 왜 이렇게 안 걸려? 아씨 이러더라고. 우리가 그립지.
응?
우리 팀이 그립지.
그런 생각 안 해.
쉣.
선우 형한테는 옛날에 알려준 건 고맙지만 그 알려준 걸로 이제
조지겠다.
형을 이기니까 이제 좀 감회가 새롭지 않나.
어떻게 보면 저는 이제 병든 요다일 뿐이고 요다는 늙어도 강하고 노장 요다가 이제 또 복수할 차례죠. 영상 지켜봐 주셔서 감사드리고 앞으로 저희 늘 응원해 주셨으면 좋겠고 늘 감사하다는 말씀 전하고 싶습니다.
마스터즈 꼭 진출해서 좋은 성적 거둬보겠습니다.
항상 응원해 주셔서 너무 감사하고 플레이오프 때도 열심히 해서 마스터즈 진출할 수 있도록 열심히 하겠습니다.
한번 보고 싶네요. 감코진들 다 모아가지고 프리미엄 보내는 거.
바이령 제트에다가 근철이 형 브리치, 터미 형 소바에 민수 형 연막하고 본기 형이 이제 킬뷰이 발표하는 거지.
선수들이 이제
우리가 코칭하는 거지. 니 와이리 뭐하노? 너 다이아보다 못해.
그거는 이제
You're watching VCT Pacific, and that was a nice, feels-good interview. Like, even though there's a lot of like BMing, but it's still like
well, sure. It's
good
all,
vibes.
Yeah, it's all friendly banter. Those three guys have been on the same team before on other games, and then obviously even within Valorant, like King used to be part of DRX in the past, so they know each other quite well, and it's great to see them all together.
Yeah, clearly. And then I assume this interview was done before the game today. DRX takes Bind away from T1.
Yeah, it's going to give them their first loss on Bind to the side of T1. I like the way that DRX handled it. It wasn't, okay, we're going to do what T1's doing, but we're going to do it better. They kind of had their own style. They brought in the double duelist, and it was a good look from some of the guys that even aren't always carrying on the side of DRX as well. So I think that everybody's really in it together and trying really hard. And T1 had a great map as well. Started off a little bit slow, but eventually they're like, no, we're T1, this is our Bind. Started to pick up some rounds here and there, had some really good looks, but at the end of the day, I think that DRX just came in really determined today, and they kind of like forced it, willed it to be theirs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a big part of it was probably the comp they chose and choosing attacker's side first as well. I mean, if you go back and look at the T1 games, sure, the previous two Bind games, the defense was good, but the defense was actually mostly just on a very methodical mechanics and just trading and setting up angles, right? It wasn't the uniqueness of the comp always coming through. And DRX says, okay, well, we can power through that by just going with a double duelist comp. Buzz back on the Raze. It's been a while, of course. Tops the in-game scoreboard, but as Valdez mentioned, everyone really pulling their weight where they needed. Now, Foxy9, there were a couple times he was getting a little greedy here and there, but that's also why you have that double duelist. If you go through one of you, your job is to kind of just be the scout, make sure you displace the crosshairs. As long as the other person is still able to trade, you'll break open the sights, and that's how they got the lead on the attacker side and eventually kept onto it in the second half.
Yeah. And I also wonder if, Foxy9 is just trying to climb back up on that op kill numbers against Saya player. Because Saya player, like last time they were playing T1, T1 was playing 2 days ago. Gosh, I don't know what is time anymore. Yeah, Saya just like really collected those kills on Lotus. Yeah, last week. Technically last week. Yeah. Okay, let's talk about the bind. There was one really cool moment where we're all like, yo, we need that in slow-mo.
Yeah. All right, let's see it. Not too much to break down here. It's a Jet versus a Raze, Battle of the Duelists. And then
they just fly both into the air.
Oh boy.
Aww.
Oh, look at that face.
What is that?
She knew. She knew. She knew she had messed up.
It's over.
I assume that's the face that happens when you get hit by the blast pack, I guess. Can't possibly be on your own updraft. Yeah, it's got to be because you both got bounced.
I didn't know that happened.
Yeah, that's actually not what we asked for, but we got an extra cherry on top on that replay.
That was great. That was a beautiful moment in the air. I feel like we need some like dramatic classical music that goes over with it. Yeah, so that was a fun way to kickstart Bind. But let's talk about what DRX did so well. They're just prepared to counter T1.
Yeah, so if we take a look at the second half, now T1, their attacking has always relied on taking it bit by bit. And what you're going to start to see here is we see the Guiding Light. They had already given up B long ago. They had RB rotate over the Harbor. The Guiding Light spots Saya in window, so they know that the attack is still on B. And as soon as it's about to come out, a nice high tide timing. It's actually first RB who puts it up to slow down the entry, and then they had Stacks on the side of Elbow to spot the Dizzy. Mako's within the tube, and RB was behind the site. So that way, at least one person is still not flashed or stunned to always get ready for the trade. Just really great understanding of studying T1's tape and saying, well, they always go for these timings of take B long, refresh the cooldowns, and then throw the Dizzy up high, send in the Guiding Light. But by making sure you check that they're coming in from hookah as well, you say, okay, it's B for sure, count down 5 seconds, send up the high tide first, and now we have an advantage in this defense.
Yeah, also helps that Mako was able to hit like 2-3 right clicks. They did not lock him down. If there's one space that is going to be relatively safe away from all the different animals that are flying around in the air, it's probably in the tube on B. So you go there, you're in the middle of the site, you're not on Elbow or anything, you're like right there in the center. You can kind of like peek out, you're getting a lot of information. And Mako, solid as always, doesn't miss a beat.
Yeah. Now, I know that DRX was trying to go for that perfect score line. They were almost there, but then, T1 started fighting back. But especially in the second half when they swapped, they really started climbing back a bit and trying to adjust to DRX.
Yeah, so after that pistol round we had just watched, now T1 recognizes that DRX has figured out their tempo. So this time, they take over B long, but they don't miss a beat. You immediately see the high tide come out, and that puts so much pressure. Now, DRX does very well here, saying, okay, we've still got, the snake bite coming out. We still have our toxic screen. This forces out the reckoning from T1 as well. So this is actually just really good mid-round adjustments on both sides. However, because they had gotten the early kill against RB over on the A side, they actually now plant Saya and Hookah and say, while we don't have surefire info, if we teleport S4 into showers, we should be able to still break through the site. So it is a bit of a Hail Mary, but after all the information they got of drawing out all the different abilities to defend B site, T1 makes the correct choice of, well, we can still try to win by numbers by teleporting over to A, and then they're able to still get the plant, and that kind of continues a couple round streak where they're trying to catch back up to DRX.
Yeah, it's one of the changes we had to bind, right, where the teleport's a little bit closer to the site. So if you are going to go for kind of a quick rotation, it makes it a little bit easier, and that's, bind used to be very rough to attack on. One of these things makes it a little bit easier, and T1, very nice adjustment.
Yeah, definitely. That teleporter has, I think, made a lot of changes to the tempo of what you can do on Bind. Now let's talk about our key player. It's got to be Stacks. Let's talk about why we love Stacks.
I mean, so here's the thing. I actually, for a little bit, I was like, well, I don't know. Buzz has been back on the Raze. He was putting up some good kills. But then in that second half, I mean, he had the ace. And then even in that last round, while he doesn't get the last kill, he evens it out down to a 1v1. And I think, after the ace, we heard Achilles saying, that's our captain. That's my captain. And that's him. That's your IGL for DRX, this squad who has made it to so many different international tournaments.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's kind of what I was trying to say before, where it's like, every single person on this lineup, Stacks isn't necessarily the guy that's going to pick up the big numbers most of the time, but when it really comes down to the wire, you need all 5 members to come up, and Stacks had kind of a weak first half, but his second half was glorious, and I think the easy choice is probably Buzz. Put up some good numbers, played the Raze after, you know, a rough showing on the Jet. Comes right back on a Duelist, looked great. But we have to give it to Stax for his clutch plays in the second half. When T1 was really ramping up, that's when Stax came in and shut it down.
Yeah, and just so we know the impact of that ace happened after DRX used their second timeout, and with that ace, Stax single-handedly shuts down the win streak that T1 was carrying in that second half. So really cuts off that momentum, secures match point for DRX, and then he's going to help secure the map win for them as well, so that's why we picked him as our key player.
Yeah. It's also refreshing, too, because, you know, how many times are we going to pick, like, the big number guy or this and that, right? Like, it's nice to see Stax's face up there every once in a while, and we had a really good reason to do it, so it all kind of comes together.
That's right, and we are going to go into map 2 now, which is DRX's pick, Pearl, and they've obviously performed really well in it throughout the season. T1, on the other hand, we've only really seen them on Pearl early on, the earlier weeks, with 1 win and 1 loss. How do you guys think this is going to go?
I think, to be honest, you know, we've had a lot of these teams, they pick maps, they don't win on them. T1, they gave it a good shot on Bind. It didn't quite go their way. They came in a little bit late. I think this is going to go the way of DRX. They've looked fantastic on Pearl. I think, you know, they were very happy the fact that, you know, they have a choice between Pearl and Haven, and now they're picking Pearl. Like, these guys are really comfortable on this map. They feel like they can take it to T1. And I would not be surprised if this one is even a little bit more one-sided compared to what we had in the first map.
Now, one thing I will note is the 2 times we've seen T1 play this map, that was when Intro was coming in to play the Viper. So now that they're continuing to just stick with Ban, I think what we saw in terms of the rise of his confidence of really coming true for T1, they want to keep that consistency and not shaking up the roster unless they absolutely need to. Now, the compositions, agent-wise, it's going to be mirrored on both sides. This is the agent comp that both team has prepared. My eyes are on Ban. I mean, if you've really been able to come together with this team to prove yourself in the starting 5 now as that reliable controller, I think T1 could put up a fight here on Pearl.
Definitely, I have to agree with you guys on this. I guess there's no flipping from Valdez
today.
No
flipping, no tasteless for the mirror matchup either.
Yeah.
Kind of sad.
Today's it's a different day. The mood is a lot more serious as we get that much closer to playoffs. All right, with that, we are going to go into map 2. I don't know how you're feeling, Quack, with your prediction and your snack stealing, but let's go over to our casters, Kilios and Quack.
It's a good question. How are you feeling with those things?
I feel terrible.
About which one?
She cut my sleeves off, so I paid my punishment. Hopefully she'll accept my apology. But yeah, no. As for my prediction, I don't feel great. I'm not too worried. I do think that this is going to be a very strong start from DRX because everything was set up for it. T1 has not really done so great before. Remember, the last time that they played this, you know, Will talked about Intro, but for me, it's more about the statistics of how they actually performed. They lost to Paper X. That was a 13-3. They got dismantled by Forsaken's flanks and lurks. The only time where they actually did well was
that's us. That's what
week
we're doing
1.
right now.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, Stomps on Tower. I'm sorry, I think it's called North Seoul Tower now.
Oh,
Ew, Americas.
And all EMEA. Oh man, there's so much cool.
I'll give an EMEA pass. Berlin's nice. Los Angeles, though.
But yeah, again, T1, the one time that they've only played this map twice. The one time they won this was in week 1 against a global that did not have Ace K Rossi. So who knows how this is going to play out. We know how strong DRX is here.
Alrighty. Well, out the gate. T1 going to be second on the attack. Let's see if it could be as red hot as it was for them on Bind. And it's just going to be a quick little safe orb take from RB, trying to fast track those reckonings, ever important on the site retakes, particularly around B, which I'm sure we'll end up going to many a time. Already though, Foxy finding first contact. Triple push getting ready to move up against this Cloudburst. Wall comes up as well, and that's going to force him back.
I don't know about you, Achilles, but I like not being able to see. So we're just going to dash straight in.
Okay, that's okay, taking glasses off. Munchkin, though, he's going to be pushing through, and despite not being able to see Foxy 9, still going to be able to find a kill. Spike now planted by Zeta. Getting an ult charge of his own. As they watch warily in case there's going to be any kind of flank coming around. Not to be found, though. Mako, can he get the timing? Oh, yes, he does. Call will be made. And boop, 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 boop. There you go. Kill is found. Suddenly at a 4v4.
Right there.
A simple retake coming in. We do have a lot of utility.
Spamming him out just about. It's so close to take him low.
And we stick it.
Francie coming through again, and yep, it's just going to be a stick. So, this pistol round kind of going somewhat similarly to the one that we saw in the first map. Wasn't the stick, but it was the spike going off, obviously, with just like 0.2 seconds to spare. But DRX going to be claiming a third pistol round win.
I do not have great vision, but I can see when T1 is playing a little bit passive and not really confident enough to push past a lot of RB's high tides and walls. Sometimes you just need to do that, but at the same time, there's so much to consider. So FPS is a game of confidence, like Will likes to say. So T1 needs to do a lot more. Side player now on this Marshall, looking for some picks, but I don't know if this is the best position for it.
Snack's just going for this jiggle. Oh, yeah. See Saya.
RB's on the other side.
And you have to know, that Saya player, he's got a Marshall. Is he still going to swing this? Oh, okay. Not going to get away with his life, but yes, playing to try to bait them so RB can find the kill and takes him low, but can't get the elimination. Carpe's got healing. So Saya.
Oh, look at Foxy.
Gonna be just fine, but yep, Foxy doing what he does. Let's see if he can get out of this one, though. That one is available. Finds one, hits the pillar, can't line up that hip fire. Saya will be able to take him down. See that 4v4. Stacks and Carpe both low as the Skies are just getting bullied.
Okay, he's behind screen. This is a great position. RB here to possibly
is
set up a
Mako going to
crossfire.
alert kill Munchkin again? He is.
Yes.
He actually is. Gun's there. Yep. Oh, he hasn't noticed yet, but now he does.
Hello.
He wants to see if there's anybody else. We
Oh,
know
yeah.
Mako. He's not going to be playing for any kind of knives.
30 seconds left.
Stacks taking down Carpe. Saya watching the flank. Does find one. Brings us back into a slightly winnable position, but they need to get rid of somebody else. Cloudburst, yeah, just to try to grab the spike, but Stacks just sprays it with no time remaining. It's into the meat grinder for Ban. DRX will go ahead and start 2-0.
Pretty readable, but still, I mean, if you look at the scoreline right now, RB a couple of points away from his ultimate, Saya as well, so you have to admire that the Marshall play. But one thing that I am a little bit curious about, while I do have a lot of faith in DRX, and I am sort of rooting for T1 as the underdogs, Foxy 9 has been pretty insane. Not in the good way. Insane in the way where he pushes out so much. And the last time where they actually played this DRX against RQ, they did so well, and that was when Foxy 9 was popping off. If Foxy 9 is disabled, this could be troublesome for DRX.
Yeah. Well, again, that pesky A orb just a little bit too safe for the defenders. Any kind of forward presence. Can't take it away from Foxy, though. Going to be noted. He actually sticks around. Finds one, but Saya eventually will take him down, but at least gets the 1-for-1 there. Given the bonus, I don't think you can discredit Foxy too much this time around for staying in that forward position. Spike, though, still going to be the opposite side of the map, so even though the rest of T1 are inching forward, two members of T1 are inching forward to try to take this B side, still have to wait a little while longer before they can try to get the Spike down. Nano in a halt. Or, actually, did he miss the...
Yeah.
Or was that Buzz's? I couldn't tell.
I think it's Buzz.
It might have been trying to prevent somebody pushing forward and getting themselves into that kind of new age default plan. Mako will send out a bite to try to further delay. And also joins into Hall, expecting this aggression, shorty in hand.
30 seconds left.
Waiting for the right time.
Oh,
Peeks, okay.
Saya! Not quite the collapse, but it's one after the other. The dominoes fall, swings on the corner, looks for Stacks, but Munchkin takes it a little bit faster. Now RB with a stinger. I mean, didn't know which way to look. Let's see if he can find any sort of value here. Obviously, death will give him his death will give him his reckoning.
Wow.
Can't use that yet.
Well, it's either he finds a frag or it's death. Meanwhile, T1 looking for their ult points. So they're not going to move until the very last second. I mean, this is just, again, a great T1 execute. They've done this on binds.
You've heard of the double stack. How about the triple stack with the turret?
With a turret.
Time to kneel.
Yeah, it's just tough. But again, it's good plays from T1. And when they are that decisive, when they know how to kind of corral around the site, they go in, Saya just suddenly peeking out from halls. And this is something that DRX loves to do, right? Mako again with a shorty, just looking for the right timed peeks to kill that spike planter.
Yeah.
But, you know, something that they did not expect was Saya player diving right in.
Maybe next time standing right behind one another. Not going to be the play. Flash forward, walls coming through as well as the Trailblazers. Stacks has to back away, and Foxy9 does manage to catch him, and Dell wins away from the dog as well.
That might have been a headshot, but nice.
Either way, it's enough to kill. RB in a little bit of a rough position. Fight to try to flush him back, and Alban jumps the wall. Slowed. Takes him a while longer to try to get the weapon out, and I think that was a bit wanting of a play. Taken down, and very much giving DRX a super winnable position now here in the 4th round.
Yeah, 5-on-3, the odds aren't with you. And T1, I mean, you're going to have to group up and find ways to get picks together. Trades will not help you in this scenario, so maybe just some kind of an execute, but that alarm bot. DRX is in full control of this round off of those opening picks.
Point, do you make the call to save it, or do you still try to push this one through? Seems like it's going to be the latter.
So much delay.
Nano, bite, another bite.
30 seconds left.
There's another Nano. Never mind. That's actually Munchkins, I believe. As Flash is coming in, Mako not quite getting full blinded, and oh man, finds 2. Spike now down. Stacks will have the finish, and that's going to be a flawless round as DRX go ahead and stop any kind of momentum here from T1. 3-1 the score at the moment. The Reckoning still held by RB. And T1 still going to be able to go ahead and scrape together a rifle purchase with Saya going for the blades.
So good, but I am very cautious about Foxy9 with this operator now. I mean, you have to love these plays. DRX, when they get going, when they are in control, they land every single shot.
Show me Saya.
Get out of my way!
Bit of a duel between Saya and Foxy9, but okay, back towards A main.
I thought maybe he'd try to go for the updraft over the top and maybe peek into Art, but just wants to try to clear out main. Mako, noted. Let's get spotted over at dugout.
Good positioning from Foxy and Stacks, though.
He's ready for it, but Carpet with a flash in hands. Could end up forcing him back, and oh, he is blinded. He tries to tuck in, but he's been spotted. Saya swings over to Art, finds Stacks. RB taken down as well. Saya says, yoink! And grabs that operator. Reckoning still committed. Suddenly, wow, it's all on Buzz, and he can't get anything. So a flawless reply to DRX's falls in the previous round. T1 get an operator for the attacking side as well. And that's okay, DRX. Termy, not having it today.
No. Foxy, what? No, I'm kidding. You really have to wonder what's going on in their heads. I mean, 8-2 for side player, and this guy is starting to wake up. He's going in for those frags, and he's doing it in a very controlled fashion. With the knives, it's connecting on every single bit. Meanwhile, for Foxy, it's a little bit aggressive. Sometimes it could work out, sometimes it pays off, but in whatever instance that was, he was blinded. He couldn't find and he couldn't do what he wanted to do. Maybe it's T1 actually being able to counteract those very aggressive tendencies of Foxy9.
Either way, great stuff there to take that round and do it cleanly. So obviously, even with a win, get a little bit of a bonus, but they did have to buy down pretty significantly as fans here showing support for T1.
I mean, it's just a simple kind of like A-split push, but in a way it kind of pigeonholes DRX onto the site itself, especially up around Art.
Yeah, just good flank through. Zion just rushing, finding that value. Foxy does manage to get another op. It's going to be that in the half armor. DRX going to look to see if they can pump the brakes here again. As Saya's off to a hot start. 8-2-1. Okay, Flash does go deep enough. A little bit of spam. Foxy going to look to replicate what he was able to do before. But Saya, I mean, he's He's trying to get that line up and then pop up over the top. Foxy now dropping to the low ground.
Okay.
Another guiding light sent out.
This would be a big pick.
A massive one. Just on the opposite side of the pillars here from each other. Saya looking for it, but Foxy does take him down. A split second to spare. He gets the kill.
And it pays off for him. Now he knows the rest of T1 could be pushing down.
He's going to re-peek after the Trailblazer. Yep. Days on. Ban, however, watching. But the wall timing comes up to keep him protected and escorts him back over towards screens. But
second.
Okay, does manage to find one for Ban.
Toxins going up.
Trades it out. Man advantage there for the side of the RX. At this point, there's no real going back. T1, they are full committing into this one. The Reckoning even being used. They want this round win. They want to tie it up.
Oh, but they just pushed right into RB.
Yep.
No.
Fortunately, kind of saw that one coming.
Yep.
Might have been a bit of a reach. Try to drag that one back after losing out on 2 players, but T1 were trusting in their ability, but unfortunately, far too much time for rotations to come through. The site's entrenched. And from there, RB just gets into a forward position. And Cove can do nothing to save them.
Yeah, against teamwork from DRX, and you have to consider, again, just talking about mentality, right? This pays off for Foxy9, but on T1's side, just trying to find and commit, when the pressure is applied onto them after having lost players, how do you kind of adapt to that situation? This time we're going back from mid control.
Okay, waving the dog, pushing forward to escort. Not sure if they did see RB, but they should know where he is now, just given where the wall's coming from. Seekers let loose, quickly dealt with. Foxy sat here, center of the site, just takes a stray shot, and it's going to be a link rotate here.
Mako.
T1 trying to move forward. Okay, finds one, suspects the pinch is going to be coming in from doors. Timing just wasn't there. Now they actually swing out over the bite. They're just completely vulnerable, and Mako rips them to shreds. And it just feels like T1 are playing on a 1-second delay.
Whatever it is, I mean, they were in a position to pinch Mako, but it was not coming together. And this guy devours them. 8 HP, but still standing tall. T1, the last 2 players, are they going to save? You've got 30 seconds left in a round.
I mean, they have to, realistically. Unless they're just going to run this down to 20 and then start moving, but they have to know, one of the sites, both sites rather, likely going to be stacked. There could be somebody rotating around from the back. There's probably somebody watching water, and it's just a completely unassailable position from here.
And again, that's why these opening picks, it's tough for T1 to try to find map control, to kind of find ways to dissect this DRX defense. These guys are switching up positions, which is great for randomization, but also with the way that they're kind of going in and out, just trying to find that opening pick, you're never quite certain where Foxy9 could be. And just to throw in some statistics again, in terms of first kills per round, Foxy is leading. He's the first, he's the highest one with the most first kills per round. Saya is 5th.
Well,
here.
We all know where Mako ranks.
Oh, yes.
In all of his various statistics. Granted, have seen some different performances from him as of late. Not even if you took the Secret Series out, it hasn't been that dominance from him that we've been seeing. But that last round was certainly reflective of performances in the past. But this time, cannot win that opening duel. Takes Saya down to 46. He ties in with Carpe, who's not too far away. They can go ahead and push him back up to full HP.
And then
now,
there.
Still some lesser weaponry, but another gun recovered. See if T1 can pull this off. And it's looking good as Buzz swinging out of halls, gets taken out by Ban.
Nano swarms galore. Doesn't deter T1 from holding the site.
Saya's just up on heaven, and Stax is dead. Another push, and what a shot that was! God. Saya with a third, and I didn't even have the time for my eyelids to blink. He was faster than that. Unbelievable tap.
Beautiful. Foxy is.
And now they're on the hunt.
Oh. Okay.
They want this up. Foxy in a very dangerous position.
He heard that updraft.
He knows. They're not being very subtle about it at all. The thing is, he doesn't even want to play contact against anybody unless he absolutely has to. Because you never know when the next player is going to be coming around the corner, so he will be able to hold on to this one. But T1, they go ahead. They win out this round off the back of some fantastic heroics from Xayah player.
And again, that is that confidence. I mean, he kind of did it single-handedly, just pushing down this one B-link position. And at the same time, that peak, supported by his teammates once they had the site under control. I mean, Buzz was put in a rock and a hard place on that site. Tough to anchor. And that's why information and map control is so important on this map.
Okay, they try to flash the escort forward, wall coming up. Trailblazer even goes in.
Scout destroyed.
And spots quite a bit of them there.
Well, T1 still has options, though. If they can actually pick Foxy off, they could get the B site.
Yeah, they're looking to retake this position. He's working with such a narrow sight line. Trailblazer, though, coming through, and he's got to dash away from it.
They back off, but ooh, look at this.
Here.
In towards A main we go. Mako.
He has no idea the Munchkin's this far forward. Now he does.
Do we Viper's hit? No.
No, he's going to get flushed out, so just has to pull all the way back over into Secret. The rotation now starting to come through, and he's going to move up. Last few seconds now invested. Okay, good nano swarms. Help to bring them back into this one, but now, counter pit going to be used, and this is where things get messy. RB spraying through, finds one. Xayah player going to be taken down. Buzz pushes up, Ban going to be eliminated. That's going to be the counter pit now dropped. Munchkin on for one. Tag to 10 HP. Just he and Zeta trying to drag this one back. Fortunately, all the spray in the world, I don't think it's going to get Zeta his first kill in this map. They're just far too entrenched. They just have to pull away from this.
10 seconds, and it's just not going to happen.
10 seconds left.
What a play from DRX to dispel that fog of war. I mean, even just that little bit of movement for Mako to come in to put it up at the last second, a counter pit from T1, but it just doesn't do all that much when you have every single player from DRX in position to push them off.
And I'd be curious if it was Mako, having a second thought and saying, no, actually, I can use this here. If it was Stax who, made the call, said, no, go for it, drop the pit.
Do it.
Either way, a brilliant decision at the end. And just a bit unfortunate for Ban to get found out.
Yeah, it was an expensive round for T1. And now DRX, we've got RB and Buzz on the cusp of potentially getting their ultimates. Operator again on Foxy9, and this B long play.
Changing up his position a bit more, back to kind of default op spot. And Dog.
It's not gonna.
Might have just gotten into range to spot him up there, actually.
Maybe, but wow, look at his setup.
Oh, hello. Zeta, what a way to get yourself on the board. At range, slight wall bang, headshot across, Foxy9 dead. Wasn't ready for that one at all.
Rotation's being pulled over, and then the spike. Look at where it's going.
Back over towards A. Creep forward from Xayah player. Should be pretty well aware that that alarm bot is right around the corner, with Buzz not too far off.
And also potentially aware that Mako's playing that same position up by the mouth of A main.
Okay, RB's going to be given a wall to Stax. He wants to try to prevent this lurk through from Ban. He's just very well aware of how Vipers love to play this map on the attacking side.
All right, A execute. Mako tries to delay. Oh, he's actually going to push in.
Oh, the timing. He's spotted. Buzz has to back off. Alarm bot cleared. That forces Buzz back across over through Flowers now. Reckoning going to be used. Looking to stave them off. Plant here into the cove. Carpe pushing around the back, and Mako just not really ready for it. Nano, however, will find Zeta. Spike gets planted.
Uh-oh.
And now it's going to be the count. Yep, the defending lockdown coming through. Looking to force them out. Stax watching the rear. Gets the headshot. Ban taken down. Xayah and Munchkin now need to put up some massive heroics. They avoid the detain, the tap of the spike. They're looking to break the cove. Push it, though. Buzz gets aggro, finds Munchkin, and now they know exactly where Xayah player is, and he cannot interrupt it. Shades at the pistol round once more. Xayah sent packing. As DRX go ahead and take their 7th.
And just, again, speaking of watching that rear, this is something that DRX learns from watching that T1 PaperX game. It's so smart, it's so good. You have those ultimates, and T1 left without options. So much in control, and just reading the situation so right. I don't know if it's Stacks calling or the coaching from Termi, but it is working.
Let's say all of the above.
Yes, that sounds about right.
As Foxy will have heard that tailwind, jump across and splits the difference between the two players, doesn't find the shot.
Still has the tailwind available, and then we send in the utility. T1 discouraged from pushing into A again. We have a couple of players lurking still, though, and that's something that they're looking for. That's what Saya player was doing in the previous round.
Feels like we've had a healthier mix of A side into this one, where normally it's B simulator. Munchkin ready and waiting, and there we go. Shot goes just past the shoulder. Buzz with the jiggle peek, spotting one. Now the reckoning opened up by Zeta. Bite to delay. Nano used as well. Clearing close. Saya up on top of screen. Waiting for all the smokes and walls to dissipate. Buzz swinging back out. Last time he comes through. Gets caught by that one, but DRX just continued to mow them down. Suddenly it's Munchkin, and they knew where he was prior. They knew he's an eternity away, and now that he's made noise, setting out the Nano, try to clear Hall.
Bomb grenade out.
This feels
30 seconds left.
all but impossible. The two players, they are nearby. 25 seconds to try to play with, but good luck isolating these fights.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
As soon as that curtain drops, there's a secondary curtain. Hello. And it's 8-3.
Last round before the switch.
Really, just, it's akin to playing without your glasses on, Achilleos. It's tough. And T1, without their forces, without the right pieces of utility, you can't solve this puzzle. I mean, it's a good attempt. The way that they took B-long control, tried to stick that plant, they managed to get a bit of space. But this is what happens when DRX has that intel. DRX has that map control. They already rotate onto plays. They're just going to have to watch that angle. As soon as anyone peeks out, you're going to be met with so much fire. You're going to be met with so many bullets flying all across the place that you cannot stick that spike plant.
Well, some of these rounds have been fairly close here from the side of T1. There's also been those heartbreakers. The holds on the defuse, just denying them away, stopping them from having that start off the pistol.
It's like that dude with the half heart on his cheeks. Your heart's broken in half.
Yeah.
Those rounds that T1 did win were off of, I think, Saya. You know, sometimes getting that first pick. That's the kind of idea of success for T1, if they can find it. They've been trying to replicate that in placing some players on lurks, especially towards Art, because DRX tends to peek sometimes. But, you know, that's not enough still. You need Saya to go in aggressive, get so much more map control, to go in for decisive site hits, especially when it's positions where DRX players aren't going to be able to rotate in from. Now, back into it, and we're trying to dissect, trying to go for that ebb and flow, that push and pull. DRX not giving anything to T1.
It's Munchkin playing forward over at A main, but basically a quad stack getting ready to make their way through Art. Ban just watching to see if there's any forward aggression through the double door.
Ban has to go in the alarm bot. Maybe we leave Zeta on Ban on alert.
Ball's going up. Mako actually pulls back behind it with the tailwind in. Oh, yep, Saya.
Nice.
Gets word of it as the dog gets cleared. Takes out Buzz.
There's that pick, and we got a second.
Plant now coming down.
I've got your trail.
Best position T1's been in for a while to try to close out a round. Seekers go forward. Cleared rather swiftly. Nice pop flash card bait, checking to see if there's going to be anyone approaching through mid. Nothing noted. Foxy over the top. Headshot gets the reset. One gone. Pushing, gets another. Stacks takes down Ban. Goes ahead, checks. Nothing at Art. Suddenly, all on Zeta and Munchkin. Foxy re-swings, can't get the kill, but Maka finds Munchkin, and now it's all on Zeta. The IGL captain of T1 trying to spray through, but well, even if he hadn't died, the defuse would have come in. And once again, We have ourselves with a 9-3 scoreline at half. DRX well in the lead.
4 straight wins in a row. I thought that this round could have been T1's. They had the opening pick. They had the site. But guess what? Foxy9, when he really wants to turn it up, he just goes in for it. Getting 1 pick in, going for the second on towards Arts. And it's just this strong retake execution. I mean, you have bits of utility, forces on the ground, but then that aerial support.
Well, feels bad to see that last kill. Mako just running and gunning with a Phantom, spraying like a madman, comes up with the kill. But again, I mean, T1, we did see them rally back. How do they fare moving here now into Pearl?
I'm a little bit worried though, Achilleos. Well, we do start things out, you know, with the attacking side from T1. They might swap over to defense. Maybe that's where they do a little bit better.
We'll find out. For now, it's a decent amount of time to confer with the coaches as Autumn does his damnedest to get T1 back into this. Ran it all the way to a 13-10 scoreline in that last map after a 9-3, so anything's possible here.
That is true. But it all comes down to this defensive side from T1. Can they make the right reads? Can they make the right rotations? Or are you going to get faked out by this DRX that still, despite having, you know, lost some maps here and there, maybe 1 series to Team Secret, they are still keeping a lot of tricks up their sleeves. We know that for a fact. We know that DRX is still playing this idea of perfect Valorant. And it looks especially sharp on Pearl. What is that?
I'm assuming that is DRX. I guess shackling T1. Pulling him by the shackles. That or it's a drawing of Stacks with Foxy9 on a leash.
I prefer the latter.
I'm gonna go with that one in my head canon, but unfortunately couldn't read through it. Either way, always can appreciate the fan signs and the art, even if we can't necessarily get the jokes.
Hey, they come up with some great copy passes.
They like to do a lot of Korean puns, and that really breaks my brain. For what Korean I know, trying to work it into a pun is basically impossible.
This is gonna be fun.
Back into it, Saya again. He might be 12-6, but Mako is 11-6. You know how consistent he is. Saya, though, getting so adventurous.
First contact versus Foxy, and the shot goes to the right. Quick headshot on the Frenzy, and well, maybe he would grab the Sheriff.
I don't know.
Still wants to play entry, I suppose.
I don't know about that play. I don't know about that, Chief. 9-3, and that is a costly attempt.
It's a high-risk, high-reward game. Like you said, a game of confidence. Foxy caught out, stunned, I believe, by the Trailblazer. Does end up falling. Plant comes in, and oh, the Cove timing. Oh, wow. It looked like that was going to be perfect for the side of T1, but RB and Stacks just return fire. Get one apiece. Tap on the spike. Zeta just looking to bait out anything he possibly can. Mako still holds onto these bites. He knows. He's like, yep, the nano's going off. He's onto the spike. It's not a half.
And we've got snake bites coming in.
And there's the bite. Munch gets a half HP. RB will find him. Swing across, and RB will get 3 to, yet again, try to fast-track that Reckoning. We saw how quickly he was able to get it on the defending side.
Getting alt orbs.
Another great start.
This is DRX. Again, that's why.
4 pistols.
I can think about, oh wow, yes. All the pistols. Even the one with the spike going off. I mean, we were thinking about how you want to gain intel perhaps, but still, this is up against DRX. They're playing together as a squad. You have to be really, really careful about pushing out on the map. And when you lose players like that, DRX just goes and they dive straight into the site. That Cove, they react so fast off of it. Now they have the guns. T1, can you withstand this?
Just trying to. Just praying that
Run
one of these
away.
right clicks gets a headshot. Sai, in the meantime, again, getting aggressive. Here's these jiggle peeks and gets the head.
Uh-oh.
Oh, and Mako, he's late. He's late to reply. Sees him swinging around, and he's still worried about the aggression coming through. In the meantime, Foxy got himself over towards Art. Munchkin catches him from behind. Suddenly has a Spectre in his hands.
I like that.
Plant coming down. They do get the spike on the floor. 2 Bulldogs and a Ghost. We'll see what they can get done. Zeta will be the first to fall inside of T1. Taps on the spike, and remember, One less bite to work with. Flash coming in, RB sprays through, finds one, Stacks gets one as a fadeaway, he was blind! And now it's Josiah. The Bulldog in hand, and I don't know if he knows. It seems like he doesn't. He does not know. Mako with the lurk, takes him down, and we gotta see the replays here because I swear Stacks might have found both of his eliminations with just basically zero eyesight.
I see that again. I mean, the key player from the previous map, and he just does it again and again! Without vision! No replays for... Okay, there we go.
Start with this. Great shot by Saya. Yep.
Sprays.
Okay, don't get to see Stacks.
Aww.
I'm pretty sure he was full blind.
Yeah, he has to be. But he's playing so close with that ghost, of all things.
He just got crunched. Oh,
all right.
Foxy dangerously close to getting his head taken off. A little bit of damage. Puts one into the shoulder of Saya player. Heals quickly come through from Carpe. Orb going to be taken, and hey, that's a reckoning.
And it could be really useful for this sight hit. There we go.
Goes across, Carpe just going to be eating the stun, but the Trailblazer also gets caught by it, so is delayed a bit, gaining information.
Aww.
Foxy boosting on top of screens. Takes out Saya. Cloudburst down. Mako does get sprayed to death, so it's going to be the bites eliminated for the post plant. See how DRX play out the rest of this one.
Do have Zeta with the Cove available as well. They could go in to take a little bit of space.
2 Bulldogs and 2 Sheriffs. They're going to chew that Cove apart. Nice wall. Forces them a bit further forward. CT1 trying to get aggressive with this one. Munchkin pushing in. Finds 3. Buzz now. Sheriff in hand versus 2. Nanoswarms buy some time, but the spike is held to half.
Surely we can stake it.
Spotted. The turret's there. He's got to take the duel, and the turret will get the final headshot, and the defuse can come through. Massive round from Munchkin, but still fairly costly. 3 weapons taken away from T1.
A good retake.
I got money.
And again, just those trades, those procedures, and going in, just getting information, falling back bit by bit, and then re-aggressing at the right times. Finding a pick through the smokes just gives them that much more space. They know how DRX plays these post plants, so just Munchkin up by the pillar, finding these 4. The last one from the turret was the cherry on top, and you gotta love that, but still, we need so much more. 11-4 is the score.
This is where the run back began. The T1 was in that 3rd round of the 2nd half. Foxy playing alongside the Trailblazer. Van able to clear it, however. No stun to be found.
Right there. Right there. Right there.
Just holding it.
It's a door.
Well, you gotta open it somehow, right? And with 2 players on the other side, just keeping it shut, you're going to have to find another option. No, so DRX walking into the open arms for Saya.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Comes up, wants to wait for somebody to push out of it. Flash does not go deep enough.
Oh,
but now he's noted, still gets Mako. They still haven't flushed him out. They're not paying attention to Saya. He comes away with 2, and that should have never happened.
Okay, 3 just hightailing out to B.
A brutal misfire from the side of DRX. Buzz only able to find 1 more, leaving RB all on his lonesome. That'll be good for another elimination, doing a bit more damage, but T1 will be able to string 2 together.
Once more, even in these dire situations, when you have that many numbers, that many obstacles in front of you, even RB, the clutch master, can't close that one out. That was just such a deep position from Saya. And you would have hoped that maybe he got more, but 2 was enough. And it's a little bit uncharacteristic for DRX to kind of leave this sort of unchecked. I mean, Stacks to pull off the Seekers in that situation was useful, but just looking in the wrong directions now on a save from DRX.
Just the Sheriff's coming through. Not looking to overstep. Saya, though, sees the turret. Oh, and I think he saw enough of Buzz to note that he was there. And yep, it's just going to be the right click to seal the deal. We'll be able to at least upgrade the Classic to a Sheriff. Doesn't walk away with a gun, per se, as all the Trailblazer. You don't want to commit the knives to that. First two go across, a little bit whiffy. Foxy manages to pull back, gets himself tucked away over by Flowers. Ban trying to push his way in, however, gets his head taken off, and that could be a weapon recovered. Zeta able to find Stacks, pushes up. I thought maybe he was going to drop the ball on RB there, but gets the kill at the end. 2 players left at a fuse just being held, and it's just...
Give me those back.
Oh! Yeah, no hope. Unfortunately for Mako, the bite's just a bit too late to trying to stop that defuse rather from coming through. And T1, 3 consecutive rounds. Does it happen again?
That is the question. If they can beat this round, if they can break DRX's economy, we're in for a bit of a comeback. And it's these plays once more in the retakes, getting that information, going in together as a squad, landing those shots. Saya player.
Okay.
He's been working wonders for the team, and ooh. All right. Something that we don't see every day.
DRX again going to be using the second time out. And, I mean, this just feels so much like Bind. Obviously starting on different sides, but we come into this one, 3 rounds picked up in the first half from T1. They win the third, and then they start a streak from there. And this is just 2 rounds earlier than we saw the timeout from DRX on Bind.
That streak went for as long as 5 rounds from Bind. We're on the 3rd win right now. Let's see if T1 can keep this going a little bit longer. At the same time, though, I mean, that was a save from DRX. They are trying different approaches. The B-side hits have been pretty good, just apart from when T1 really starts to apply that heat. When T1 really starts to apply that pressure, when Saya player starts to find interesting, sneaky positions.
Well, we saw how long it took for DRX to kind of break away from that map point. Or even get to it, I should say. Does it happen again? Does the trend continue? Does T1 run this back? Counter spray into main. Pull it across the Foxy 9. Still plowing on. Reckoning. Counter Reckoning comes out. People are about to get stunned up. Foxy dropping off the top of screens. Trying to make their way forward. Updrafts, both of them burned. Cloudburst trying to block. Gets the spot on the 2 though. Spray's gonna be good for 1. Foxy gets the second. K1's forward, Saya spotting them. Zeta comes up with 2, just taking down RB and Stacks. Spike, however, is planted. Mako 2 bites. The orb set up. The first bite comes through. Buzz on the lurk, as you say, making his way through Link. Second bite now being used. They don't have these nanos set up. Mako finds 1. Saya takes him down. Buzz now on the swing. Ooh! He gets 1, but he can't get them both. And the trend will continue. T1 will get this defuse, and they will now bring it within 4.
Off of Termi's timeout, this cannot be. But T1, they make it happen. And then just some victory shots into the ground. Watch those replays. The way that they retake this is so good. Again, although the Reckoning does displace them, they know how to come in together, one off of another. It's a bit of a relentless flurry of attacks that just keeps DRX at bay. And you might want to start thinking about this. How does DRX, do they have time to go in those post-plant positions? Mako surely all the way at the back, but when you're being pressured, those snake bites, those post-plant lineups, it's tough to line that up.
Sai now with the op. Seen what he could do. Foxy, Vandal trying to push into him, but Sai just holds the angle, gets that kill. And RB does grab the gun. Stacks dead on the opposite side.
Oh my god. That's just DRX starting to lose resources, losing map control.
Ball goes past Saya. He's still playing for it. He saw the leg. He's going to push it. He's going to get it. RB taken down on this round.
This is weird.
Throwing the towel on this one. That's going to be, in all likelihood, a T1 flawless.
DRX down 1 by 1, yeah. Oh, that's 50 seconds left in a round. They could maybe find some position, maybe go for pre-aimed shot towards all. Trying to go in. Ben already backing up, and you can see they're just waiting for that push to come in.
Mako noted. Dig to the corner, and they just drag across. Carpe finding them both, and it is in fact that flawless. And I mean, I think the scriptwriters could have done a better job because it's once again 5 consecutive rounds to bring T1 to 8 versus DRX at 11.
It's the same 5 consecutive rounds too. On Bind, it's around 15.
Yeah, 15 to 19?
Yes.
So if the trend continues, DRX win this next
Surely,
round.
right? And then maybe a second timeout somewhere, maybe around 20.
Same.
It's odd, but you have to think about it. DRX, what's going on? Why are we making these solo peaks? This round surely has to be different.
And this time there was a guiding light to try to escort Foxy around the corner.
Okay. And the Cascade as well, just to pull T1 back. But look at all that Killjoy utility. Look at how these positions are being swapped around. Zeta now rotating over onto A. Band holding Art.
Mako would love to stay in mid so he can have these Molly lineups should the plant come down. Going to be lockdown. First use here by Munchkin. As Buzz swings in, he's taken down. That's his lockdown now out of the fight. Foxy has to rotate through. Eats the vulnerable there from the alarm bot. Avoids detainment. Seeker's now on the hunt, however. A 4v4 with full information in the hands of T1.
Surely we rotate. We want to try, but we're never too sure about where T1 could be lurking. Carpe. Up around B-Link in a little cubby.
Art pinging water. He's not far off. Guiding light, however, will tell him that it's clear for now, and that means that Foxy get ready to re-peek. And it looks like he just barely noticed him.
30 seconds
Zeta
left.
didn't notice him either. They're just waiting for it and then executing towards the last second on towards A site. Zeta.
So Foxy a bit faster, a bit more accurate there with that shorty, and he comes up with a third. And the script just cannot be denied. We come in around 20, TRX looking to bring it to match point. Mako set up the bites at the ready at range, hasn't even sent the first one flying yet. Saya with us up, Brandon does have some cash. Clears out the dugout, is wary about the flank. Marcus is screwed. I'm not even going to go for the lineup. I want this op out of your hands, and I suspect that you're going to try to rotate towards B.
How do you peek, though?
Saya reading it, however, will
That's
get the
plays.
kill. A little bit of extra economic damage dealt here to DRX, but the round is theirs. Match point now in their hands.
So if we follow the script, next
T1
round
the
is
next
T1. And then the round after that,
yeah,
I don't know.
Match point.
That's going to be T1 calling a timeout now.
Still, just watching in these replays, once more, it starts with some of these duels going towards Foxy 9's side. It's T1 trying to get that timing on the spike plant, trying to fend off and catch DRX as they set up their post-plant positions. But this time, what happens is DRX wasn't in transition. DRX was already prepared for this. And they're catching on to that timing of T1's peaks. Foxy 9 with that shorty in front of Zeta's face was huge. 12-8, and T1 desperately wants to keep their momentum going.
15 more seconds to finish discussions and see if T1 can rally back, do what they could not, what they fell shy of doing on Bind, and take this into overtime.
It's not the worst thing in the world, but again, you have to consider this is that fight for first or second seed. T1 loses this, they might not get second seed. PaperX might be getting that.
Could very well be. DRX just looking to lock in that #1 spot, reassert themselves here at the top of Pacific after the shaky performance versus Secret just 2 days ago. Could all come down to this final round. I mean, take a look at the ult economy. Start feeling a bit better for the side of DRX. That lockdown was never committed by Buzz. He still holds on to it.
Same with Foxy and his knives, but T1 Saya on the off, looking for Foxy's head.
Oh, he's going to spray him down.
Wow.
14. I mean, granted, Carpe can heal.
That's why you buy Phantoms, kids. If you look at how DRX rotates over now, the T1, they've gone a little bit too hard on their rotations.
Okay. I thought maybe it was going to be the opt-in here for the double updraft. Pings are coming down,
We lock
suspecting
down
some
here.
enemy positions. Up over the top, not seeing anything quite yet. He didn't notice! It's actually not even going to be much going to find the kill. It's Carpe back inside with the blades of his own. Takes down Stacks.
We're following the script.
Certainly seems that way. Now halted, 45 seconds remaining.
What are
Cash for 2 of them. Not great on the side of DRX. RB still hovering at this position. Meanwhile, T1, they've got 3 players drifting back over towards B site.
30 seconds left.
I mean, I suppose it's a save. We're 30 seconds remaining, and we're just looking to take some guns away from T1. You can bet that side players aren't going to move, but just the way the round plays out, it's very tiny and thin margins, but you can see that it's not that coordinated.
10 seconds left.
Foxy just flying upwards kind of on his own. I thought there might have been a there might have been a lockdown or some kind of extra support, but alas, it's just T1. You have to credit Munchkin for that, just staying on the site and finding those frags. I mean, so far, T1 has been able to make some good calls, some good reads, some good site anchors. Retakes as well, and it's Saya player on the top of all of that. Meanwhile, for DRX, not the same performances that you might expect, but Mako still ever so consistent.
It seems like, given the aggression we saw in that last round, it's going to carry forward going into this one now. A full stack over at B. Lockdown pit ult already. Saya player, the operator on the opposite side of the map. Guiding light goes forward, not going to see too much, but I mean, the Phantom spray just looking to dissuade anybody from pushing forward here at main.
Okay.
Man presses the corner. A Trailblazer sent out of it.
We got
a little bit of damage. Goes for some counter spray. Luckily for him, doesn't receive any back.
All right, we're just blowing wind at each other. DRX is going to rotate over, discouraged by that one Viper's pit.
Right there.
And if you're considering this, T1 can actually leave some players, rotate them over. But they're keeping 3 on B site, just trying to get additional information. Mako blinded.
And lingering. That might give them a false sense of security and false idea of where DRX are going to be going. Foxy applying some pressure as well, so this could still sell that they're trying to take this over towards B. The alarm botted Art. That's what's really going to reveal things here, but it seems like T1 already starting to fan out. The Senzeta on the rotate.
All right, that should be confirmation.
Push in, Tailwind out. Munchkin does get sprayed down. He overstays for so long.
Saya
finds one, has to Tailwind out. Here's Buzz on the flank. He's looking for him. He's got him. Saya with 2. How much more can he get? Foxy takes down Zeta. The pit, however, raised. A blind shot across, looking for something. Does he keep fishing with these? Wants to check the corner. The Cloudburst goes away. Nothing spotted. He seems so thoroughly convinced that there's going to be someone in that position. As Carpe is so close to shooting Mako, but Mako gets some RB finds Saya player. And it seems like this script might just get flipped. Man, he drops it, but the time is running low. Pushes ahead of the wall. Foxy, noted. Low on HP.
Time.
He's chasing in. He's trying to get the kill. He will be able to do so.
Time.
But as you say, the time is raining down. It's all on RB now. He knows he's got to try to hold this one at least a half, but RB will deny that. So close to a repeat score of a 13-10, but it's 13-9 at the end of the day. DRX take down T1 2-0 fashion and secure themselves at the top of the standings.
Just one round short, but the prophecy foretold, and DRX are destined to go for that top seed. T1, such a good attempt. Close scores on both maps, but alas, you said it. It was close, but still so far.
But I think you still have to give so much credit to T1 in Pacific. The work that they have done for themselves in improving this squad that had such low expectations at the start of Pacific, hell, even going into lock-in. Obviously, there was a Ludwig Tarek event, and everyone's like, oh boy,
T1
not looking great. And it's just, it looks like a completely different team.
I mean, so much growth throughout this entire league play. And you have to look at how Saya player has performed. I mean, we've been looking at these numbers. 27 frags. That's 10 more on top of Foxy, who's up at 17. He's got 6 first bloods. Foxy might have 7, and that's huge as well, but the performance, there's a stark difference here.
DRX can breathe a bit more easily here. Now knowing that they are going to be in that first place position going into the playoffs. T1 in third. DRX right there in the middle for a lovely little W key sandwich.
W key sandwich.
But I mean, still, you know, I say a breath of relief here for DRX, but still a lot to work on because they are not looking like their normal dominant selves. They are finally getting pushed. And this is what we've been begging for, is more competition here in Korea, now Pacific. More regular play against DRX so that other teams can catch up to them and that DRX are forced to then improve and continue to innovate. This was definitely narrow margins in both of these maps. At T1, a couple of changes, some pistols taken. That bind could have been theirs, Pearl, this could have been an overtime. So it wasn't very far off from potentially being able to deliver another upset.
A little bit close to it, but still, I mean, we're talking about that growth, and I think if anything, this is also a positive sign for T1. We've exploited some maybe gaps in their play, perhaps by, you know, we've been talking about it, it's really good, but not that sharp yet. Not so sharp that it can take down DRX. So go back to the drawing board. Playoff starts next week. Meanwhile, for DRX, looking to tighten up some screws, but still a relatively well-oiled, well-functioning machine.
We'll see how they fare, as we will see them starting from next week over in the playoffs. I say next week, we're on Monday now.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It's really not that far away, it's like 5 more days.
What is time?
Obviously, will get seated forward after they are in the top spot. They'll have a nice little advantage for themselves. But still, I don't think that they can feel as confident as they would in the past about being able to make it to a Masters event. They have been pushed, they have been defeated. Granted, yes, some experimentation. We saw Zest back in for the first time in a while, but clearly they can bleed, and they're getting pushed and pushed more and more with every single series. So definitely not a guarantee, I'd say, for the first time.
Well,
highly likely, but not a guarantee.
Okay, when you put it that way, all right. I think we can agree with it, but still, I mean,
It's like 98%.
Yeah. Those top 3 spots, right, so far, it still belongs to, of course, DRX, PaperX close second, but maybe also T1 now, a team that, like you mentioned before, we didn't see that many great performances from them, especially when you put them up against PaperX. But now, with these new protocols, with these new waves that they play with, they're getting better and better with each passing game.
That they are. Just took a look at us in the camera. We look like we're going to be in the new Jumanji movie or something. Jack Black and The Rock.
Oh my God.
Hanging out with them. We're ready to go. But yeah, I mean, a great series, but obviously the action continues because I think the match that everyone's been looking forward to the most is going to be coming up next. And that's going to be Global versus Secret. And that has, obviously this series did carry implications. T1 could have leapfrogged over them. They could have taken that top spot away from DRX. So implications, all the same, but it was between two teams that have been locked into playoffs for quite some time. The next is two teams that are going to be vying to get themselves into playoffs. And good Lord, I think, you know, everything's going to be laid on the table. No one's going to be, I'll just say, no one's going to be half-assing that series. Everyone's going to be giving it their all. So I think that is going to be an incredible one.
Yeah, it can't. It's playoffs at stake, and it's such a nerve-wracking game. Global Esports versus Team Secret. Only one can continue to move forward. And if Global Esports does win, that's going to shake up our standings so much as well. But still, I mean, today, these are the great games that we have, and it's always fun to watch it. And Stacks with that ace as well on map 1 was always fun.
Yeah, great display from him. And I mean, it's funny that you mentioned Stacks because we have him standing by for an interview. So we'll go ahead and throw down to the floor.
Yes, DRX is being DRX. I'm here in Stacks with stage. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
Congratulations. Now that you're going to the playoffs as a top seed, was this something you expected? 이제 대망의 1위로 플레이오프로 가게 됐는데 좀 예상된 결과였을까요?
일단은 예상은 했었고요. 근데 이제 너무 많은 이제 장애물들이 많았어가지고 장애물들을 좀 치우느라 좀 힘들었습니다.
Yes, I definitely expected to win. There were some barriers that I had to get off, but I eventually get all off, so win to the end. And it was one of the most anticipated match, both being strong Korean teams. So how was today's game? 또 이제 한국 팀 중에서 가장 강력한 팀들의 게임이었기 때문에 더 많은 기대가 있었거든요. 오늘도 경기 어떻게 보셨나요?
근데 확실히 제가 T1을 보면서 생각한 게 연습을 진짜 열심히 하더라고요. 왜냐하면 만들어진 지도 별로 안 돼서가지고. 그래서 그 연습한 만큼 결과가 나온 것 같지는 않지만 충분히 보였다고 저는 생각합니다. 그래도.
I saw T1 prepped a lot and that it showed a lot in the game, so I think that's a good thing to see. Okay, and so now that you're dominated today's match, how proud would Termi, your coach, would be? 오늘 좀 2대0 깔끔한 승리를 가져가셨는데 코치님이 또 얼마나 자랑스러워하실까요?
일단은 저희 요즘에 좀 마인드를 좀 많이 바꾸고 해가지고 그냥 웃으면서 했고 그래가지고 그냥 좋아하는 것 같아요. 그냥 항상 뭐 질 때도 좋아하고 이길 때도 좋아하는 것 같아요. 감독 형은.
Since we changed our mindset to like enjoy the game, our coach were like happy, even like what the result would be. So I think he'll be happy for us to do. Okay, and I saw you hugging Foxy9 after map 1. Was it because you had good teamwork? 어제 또 매번 끝나고 Foxy9 이렇게 뒤에서 안아주는 모습을 봤거든요. 오늘 팀워크에 만족스러웠던 그걸 표현한 건지 궁금한데요.
그 반대죠 사실. 정신 차려라는 느낌으로 이제 뼈를 으깨버리기 전에 제대로 해라 이런 느낌으로 하고 있던 것 같습니다.
네. Actually, it was the opposite. I was making him to like clear up his mind and do better in the games. 네, 또 이제 다음 질문으로 넘어가 볼 텐데요. Like, did you see your fan sign that you made your name into an acronym? A sexy, talented, amazing DRX player. So how much do you agree with it? 어째 팬분들이 들고 계신 그 팻말 보셨는지 모르겠는데 4행시로 지었거든요.
근데 이게 라이엇 욕하는 거 아닌데 욕하는 건데. 여기서 안 보여요 진짜 아무것도 안 보이거든요. 보이세요? 안 보이죠?
조금 보이는데요.
다 빨개 해가지고 그냥 안 보이거든요. 죄송합니다.
그럼 얼만큼 맞다고 생각하시는지 궁금한데요.
100% 맞다고 생각합니다.
Actually, I can't see the signs from here, but I think it's 100% true. 네, 좋습니다. 오늘 인터뷰 감사드리고요. 또
Yes.
이어지는 팬사인에서도 또 뵙겠습니다.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that was Stacks, and we have DRX and T1's fan meeting coming up, so don't miss that, fans. So I'll toss it back to Victoria. Bye bye.
What was that? Sexy, talented, amazing, and
amazing DRX player. That's the X in Stacks. And also, so Stacks, he had a little bit of extended response there. He was just saying, like, I don't even like call it right, but I can't see the sign, so I didn't see it. Now, while he says that, that does prove that there is good integrity, right? Because if you can't see the signs out there, obviously you're not seeing anything during the match. So Stacks, thanks for clearing that up, because that actually proves that,
Stacks,
it's good. The stadium is good.
You just disappointed like all the people who put
Who
so
hold
much
them
work into these sides. Like, you can't even see my marriage proposals. Anyway, DRX continues to be a formidable opponent, taking away both maps and also Pearl.
Yeah, I mean, I think DRX just looked like the better team today, of course, continuing to be undefeated with Foxy9 in the roster once he's entered kind of the regular fray of things here in Pacific. And they're just trying to prove that, you know, they're able to still look good. Now, I think even Stacks kind of accepting that maybe they didn't look to the best of their abilities, even joking that he wanted Foxy9 to play better. That's why he gave him a real big hug just to wake him up a little bit. But, overall, T1, they tried. I mean, there were some rounds, some good anti-strat, some good mid-routing. But DRX was winning the duels, and they were always a step ahead.
Yeah, and we are going to talk about one player on T1 a little bit later, perhaps. He was trying to, I guess now...
Who could it be?
That was a really good time, actually, with the stats up here. He did get 13 first kills over 2 games. He had an average ACS of 336. And average. Average. Average damage per round was over 206. And, he ended up +5 first kills, first deaths. So, Saya player... tried his hardest, got way over even a 2 KD in this second map. He was just popping off beyond belief. Unfortunately, he was kind of the only one that was really putting up those kinds of numbers. And there were some rounds as well where you could tell he was trying so hard to make plays happen. And sometimes he got a little bit too overheated and kind of went crazy. But most of the time, as you can see based on the numbers, he was trying his best to carry the team. But it's a team game.
Yeah.
Saya player had an amazing day out, but he's not going to be the one that runs home with the glory tonight.
Yeah, that's right. It's unfortunate. In fact, let's have a little montage. in honor of Saya players' amazing plays on Pearl.
In honor. Yeah, we do have this one round I wanted to check out, which is round 8. He essentially just opens up straight through the doors. You know, he's waiting with his dash, gets this first kill into Mako, who, by the way, had some amazing plays in that exact spot. And then I want you all to just witness the glory of this play, which is he gets the 1, and then this flick.
That's
so much glory.
I don't know how you do that.
He just zoned in, right? I mean, he's just absolutely lasered in during that entire map.
And, like, he did not win the match. He did not win the day. Generally, we don't highlight the players that don't win it, but I kind of had to, especially on that round, because that was just a mind-blowing flick and really great play. But, yeah, that's pretty much it for this one. I'm sure we'll see more of that as we move into playoffs.
Yeah,
for
I mean,
T1.
you know, that's right. They're still in playoffs, obviously, no matter what. And, you know, if, like you said, if the rest of the team can pump out those kind of numbers, they're going to be looking real good for playoffs. Now, DRX just had amazing counters all the time. So when, Munchkin's lockdown came down, Mako retaliated.
Yeah, I mean, this was a really good setup from DRX. We actually saw a similar play from Mako 2 weeks ago when they played against RRQ, but here's how it starts. If you look at the mini-map, that's the only thing you can see because it's blown up for you, so you can see it clearly. But DRX is on defense. Now, they already have Killjoy set up with the Viper, with the Viper's Pit available over on A site, and Foxy9 has pushed up deep, you know, far into ramp. And there was a lot of back and forth earlier with the utility, but basically they keep scaring off T1 to go to the other side by forcing them with the operator. Now the lockdown comes in, and DRX, instead of trying to push out and combat it, or instead of waiting for the lockdown to pop and then just all wait for a retake, look at Mako. He just checks, he realizes, okay, if no one's jumping in, I'll go back just in time to set up the pit so we can always go for a retake with the pit. And then he just backs out, dodges a lockdown, and then they can go back in because right now if T1 sticks it, you know, they would all be in that decay, and of course they're not even going to be able to stick the spike plant because of that, because they have no vision. They don't know, maybe the Viper's still waiting in there, you know, happy to be detained. Afterwards, his teammates can always come through, and that just applies so much pressure. And he did this exact same thing actually over on B site against RRQ 2 weeks ago, where he Viper's Pit, runs away all the way back up ramp, and then comes right back in before the gauge dies out. So just really good understanding of how to combat this lockdown even without destroying it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Mako, we are going to highlight him in a little bit because he's just Mako being Mako.
Yes,
like brilliant.
I mean, that's just
always.
What he is.
All reliable.
Oh, good old Mako. But let's talk about our key player. Another, you know, DRX player, RB, was also really critical to a lot of DRX's success on this map.
Yeah, and I think the fact that, you know, while he may not have had, you know, so many crazy super plays or anything like that, but he's playing Harbor on both maps and simply doing his part so consistently, right, of what he's supposed to do, cut off the vision, you know, maybe slow off the entry if you're on the defensive side, make sure the plant can happen with the cove, things like that, always taking the spike a lot of times as well. And then he's still putting up respectable numbers, quite good numbers actually here on Pearl. I just wanted to give him a shout out on being kind of that pillar that the rest of the team can revolve around.
Yeah, absolutely did a great job. I loved his positioning in terms of like post-plant situations as well, and like how he was setting up his utility. Like he has such a fantastic understanding of this agent and how to play it alongside of his teammates. So he's like the quintessential team player when he's playing this Harbor, and he had a fantastic map on Pearl, so really had to give him the shout out for the key player.
Definitely. And as for MVP, as we mentioned, we wanted to bring up Mako again. You know, over the last couple of weeks, he wasn't our MVP pick, not because he was underperforming, but he just wasn't really that star player. But today, looks like good old Mako's back.
Yeah, I think just overall, I mean, he's holding his role very solidly across both maps, and then a couple of these just really smart plays when he's anchoring down on both maps, right? Both on Bind and on Pearl. Of course, on Bind, we highlighted Stacks just because of the crazy plays he had to make sure that DRX could secure the map. And Stacks continue to have a couple here in Pearl as well. But you know, how did they get to that point? It's because Mako and maybe the likes of RB could be so consistent across both maps. So even though he may not have, you know, a crazy high kills per round, he still puts up a 2.0 KDA, and a lot of those sometimes off of the assists he gets as well with that Viper.
Yeah, over the course of the two maps, he was all reliable Mako. So hard not to vote for him on this one with the performance he had today.
Yeah.
And that should lock in DRX for the first seed. And I actually believe this makes T1 out of contention for top 2. They go down to 3rd just because even if PaperX loses their next match against RQ tomorrow, they already beat the head-to-head to T1. So, PaperX actually kind of being benefiting from this match result as well, because now they get that bye into the playoffs.
Yep, that's right. I don't know if you guys want to see a visual. Do we need a visual? Do you guys at home need a visual?
Yes.
Yeah,
we definitely need a visual.
All right, yeah, so you guys can see the 4 teams that are locked in right now. And as Will already explained, DRX is secured in the top spot. PaperX, yep, even if they lose tomorrow, they're pretty secured as well.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are trying to work this out, and there's several steps to how tiebreakers work out, etc. But the most important thing is, even if PaperX loses the match to RQ tomorrow, even if they do that, there's only another team that's tied with them, which is T1. At that point, it's a straightforward head-to-head matchup, and PaperX already beat them in that regard, so that should solidify them in the second spot. Don't quote me on that because I haven't exactly run through it.
I already wrote it down, actually.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Did you frame it as well?
Yeah, not yet. I've been at this desk, so I didn't have time, but I have it written right here. Yeah, you're right, though.
Yeah, that is how it should work out.
I think we can 100% say that we have our top 3. Like, it's DRX number 1, we got PaperX number 2, and T1 number 3, because also there's no other team that can, like, come up and tie T1 either. So they're going to hold on to that 3rd place spot, which it's unfortunate for T1. What can you say? Their last match was DRX. They played them really close. Like, it was a really close day. And especially some of those comebacks after the half, like in the second half, they have great second halves, and they just weren't able to quite get over the line against DRX, who's a great team. So can you blame them? I think T1 will be extremely scary for any team that's in 6th place that has to play them in playoffs.
That's right. Now we're going to see how everything else is going to play out for everything below that 4th place fold, especially right after this commercial break. We're going to watch a matchup between Team Secret and Global Esports. So don't go away.
Anybody else? No, Mako, he's not going to be playing. Sprays it with no time remaining. He sneaks around. Finds one. Oh! Trying to flush it back. And again, Mako's not quite getting full blinded. And oh, man! Fine. Puts it back over towards screen.
Oh, but they just push right in.
Wasn't there. Now they actually swing out over the fight. Wow! He's dead. Another punch. Watching the rear. Gets the head. Ready. Waiting. And there he through. Oh. He's caught by that one. Mako over the top. Has these jiggle peaks. He's still worried about the aggression coming through. Flash coming in. RB sprays through. But now he's noticed. Still gets Mako. Sullivan flushed him out. He saw enough buzz to note that he was there. Over by Flowers. Van trying to Cloudburst, trying to block. Gets a spot on the 2 though. Spray's gonna be good for 1. Foxy handles. He saw the leg. He's gonna push it. He's gonna. Mako noted. Corner. Strike.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
system. You better listen. Call me the champion. Champion. Call me the champion. Call me the champion. It's been a long, hard road. Okay, I took a couple blows, but I'm still standing on my toes. It's been an uphill struggle, but my spirit never buckled. Now I'm back and I'm a rich is what I sold. It's been a long, hard road. Okay, I took a couple blows, but I'm still standing on my toes. It's been an uphill struggle, but my spirit never buckled. Now I'm back kingdom. Predators been stalking, but survival is my instinct. And certain man get homes done, caught up in the system. But I'ma tell my own truth, yeah. I'ma make them listen, you better listen. Call me the champion. Champion.
Welcome to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. I'm Victoria, and at the desk with me, we've got Valdez and Will, and we are at a critical juncture of Super Week. We just got days, literal days, before we lead into playoffs, and the next matchup is going to be so important. In the words of SK Rossi, it's a do or die moment, because if either one of these teams, which is Global Esports and Team Secret, if they lose, that's it.
Yep, and if they win, they're in, right? So this is literally as close as it could get for these two teams. Both of them, their last matchup in this round robin is against each other. If you win, I mean, you have your destiny in your hands. Win and you get to go to playoffs. You get to continue playing here in Pacific for a bit longer. And lose, you got to take a bit of a break until LCQ.
Yeah.
It's rough. It's a lot of pressure, and it's going to come down to, I think, whichever team is better going to handle that pressure. We saw that Team Secret was really good at handling it against DRX. They needed to do that first to even get to this place. So I'm sure a lot of people will expect them to do pretty well. But let's talk about Global Esports for a bit. I was very happy to see their recent performance as well, with SK Rossi coming back and actually performing at the high level that he could. And it wasn't just him. A lot of the other guys were stepping up to the plate, especially Bazzi and Monyet, once again, having some big performances. So they absolutely have a good chance in this series. I wouldn't say, oh, well, Team Secret beat DRX, so of course they're going to win. There's nothing like that in this league at all, as we have learned. So definitely don't count these guys out.
It was really interesting, too. 2 days ago, they also had Coach Spin come on stage instead, and Global Esports did really well.
Yeah, I mean, clearly continuing to try new things, but in a way that's continuing to evolve this team, right? I mean, early on, especially before SK Rossi and Lightning Fast came into Seoul, they still had to figure out who was playing what role. And even afterwards, there seemed to be a little bit of shuffling, but they've really honed it down now to a solid 5 starting. And it's been working out for them. Is it completely consistent? Not quite yet. But everyone's having high hopes for this team to eventually grow into a powerhouse here in Pacific.
Yeah, definitely. And it's going to be a tough matchup today, honestly. Now, Team Secret, that was amazing 2 days ago. The first team in Pacific to take down DRX. But, you know, like you said, Valdez, like that was one giant that they've slayed, but that's not really an indicator of how they will perform today, necessarily.
Not necessarily, but it definitely does show that these guys are here to play this week, that they do have the ability to step up to the plate. Otherwise, they probably would have just taken the easier path, which I guess was just losing to DRX, right? So they took the difficult path. Everybody stepped up. Everybody played to a top level. Kind of hard to call out one guy. I mean, Dubstep was really impressive, but also Jeremy, extremely aggressive, and I think he was like kind of the guy that they told, okay, you gotta kind of go crazy. This is how we're gonna counter DRX, and they certainly had a really great plan for DRX. Now, can they have a good plan for Global Esports as well? You would expect it, and obviously they didn't seem to Well, I don't know. At the same time, because against DRX, maybe they felt less pressure because they're not expected to win, but now it's like, oh, you guys are the big guns. You should win, right?
I kind of agree with that line of thought, right? Is that, yes, against DRX, you can kind of just play your hearts out and see what it gets you. Now, of course, very impressive, and not to take that win away from them, but we still haven't seen enough of those games to say, oh, that is the current Team Secret. We saw a glimpse of it, and can it continue today with the pressure? It awaits to be seen.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And I would like to point out, like, yeah, not to take away from their win with DRX, each one of their wins, each round, was just really strong execution by them. It definitely was an accident. It was not an accidental win by any means. Now, let's highlight again why this matchup is so important today. The team that wins secures their spot in playoffs. The team that loses today does not make it into playoffs at all. They are at the very bottom. Like, only 6 teams can make it through to playoffs, and this is it for them.
Yeah, it's pretty rough, right? It's do or die. Like, win, you're in, lose, you're out. Good luck.
It's looking
Play
tough.
well.
Yeah, and this is all because Team Secret won that match against DRX, if you think about that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think a lot of teams looking at the rest of the matches were like, okay, well, DRX probably wins that as well, so the scenarios are a little bit cleaner, and Team Secret says, no, we're not done yet. We're known to be Giant Slayers for a reason. They kind of flip this entire chart, and they keep their destiny in their own hands.
That's right. In fact, let's pull up the team standings as it currently is between these two teams and, how they've been scoring from week to week.
Well, there you have it. Yeah, I mean, with that win, again, I mean, in theory, I think a lot of people would have expected both these teams kind of entering at the same score line here, but Team Secret, they had other plans when they went up against DRX, even with a clean 2-0 as well. And, in the case that you got into some of these tiebreakers, that map differential could have mattered, and that's how Team Secret is able to say, if we win today, we go into playoffs. Meanwhile, Global Esports, again, a shaky start, right? They were one of those teams that people said, best team to never win in the first couple weeks across all of the VCT. They're starting to show their power, but both teams really need to find that consistency.
Yeah, Will, you remember you and I casted Global versus DRX. It was actually my first VCT Pacific cast, and that one went to like triple overtime or something on one of the maps, and very close on the other one. Like, it was one of the most early on hype matches, and like you said, I mean, Global Esports, they didn't even get a map win against DRX, but clearly everybody saw the potential. That was a while ago. That was like almost a month and a half ago, so, we have come a long way. But at the same time, I still do believe they have it in them to at least challenge Team Secret. Also, strength of schedule is always an interesting thing to look at because Team Secret got to play against Paper X and take a win early on before something was in the roster, before they really got their gears going. Imagine playing Paper X now. Well,
could be different, yeah. Could be very different.
That would be our RQ. Unfortunate for them that they will have to play them tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's definitely likewise for Global Esports with Rossi and Lightning only coming in about halfway mark into the season.
Oh, man, look at those pistol rounds. Global Esports continuing to be #1 in pistols. And here's the thing. If you think back to the first match of the night that just happened earlier, T1 versus DRX, T1 not able to get those pistols. And if you think that maybe they would have gotten the pistols, that could have changed at least one of the maps to go into maybe overtime or go to a third map. Global Esports, they're always at least starting on the right foot. If they are winning more than half of them across all these weeks, right, across 8 of their matches so far, I mean, who's to say that they can't continue to do that today against Team Secret?
Yeah, that's right. In fact, let's talk about some of the key players that we really want to keep an eye out for. I was curious, instead of Jeremy, you guys have decided to take a deep look at Dubstep. And of course, SK Rossi.
Right. This is why I wanted to bring this up, because while Jeremy is the main duelist on a lot of these maps and compositions, unless, of course, they will go for a very Jet-specific composition, it's really about the operator composition, right? SK Rossi, definitely the go-to operator here on the side of Global Esports. He loves to push out with that. Meanwhile, on the side of Team Secret, because if they're playing Raze and Jeremy's playing that, they don't really have someone who is the go-to operator. Now and then, they'll pick it up, they'll use it. We've seen, obviously, Dubstep still pick it up on some of these other agents. We've even seen Borkum be able to do just fine with it. And it's not to say that other players can't do it, but if you constantly have to switch around and that changes up your position, etc., you got to imagine that you have to have a much deeper default positioning when you buy on those op rounds. And I think that's why on some of these rounds where they clearly could buy the operator, Team Secret chooses not to. And the question is, does that weaken your defense or attack on some of these maps? I'm curious to see if they've kind of changed their philosophy around that coming into this very important matchup.
Yeah, to me, I think this is a great matchup in terms of like selection. Dubstep really had a massive part in their ability to defeat DRX, so really want to highlight that as the days come along, he just seems to be getting better and better. I always love those kinds of players, and he's absolutely that guy for me on Team Secret. He is extremely reliable, very consistent, and really just seems to click on those heads really well.
Yeah, he's really good at the clicking, for sure. Now let's talk about our predictions.
Here we go.
Uh-oh.
Yes. Shall I explain?
I've seen this before.
Yes, yes. We saw this 2 days ago. Something, a very similar situation. But, you know, honestly, Aaron kind of passed us in the hall and just gave me the stink eye.
Yeah,
like,
he did not like this.
Yeah,
he did not like this.
There is a disclaimer. Again,
yes,
we did this before this week, before Team Secret defeated DRX, so we did not have that information when we made these predictions, but
I'll stand by mine. I would have still predicted this. And it's not, again, not to take away that win, but that was one win. I just haven't seen enough weeks of that to really switch my gears to Team Secret. I think it's much closer.
Okay.
But I think I still saw more hope from Global Esports so far in all the previous weeks.
I would counter
I would
that.
have flipped.
Oh, you're going to flip? This
Wow.
is
I would have
well,
flipped.
here I am on my lone island, all lonely.
Our resident flipper here.
I'm the flipper.
See, that's definitely what Valdez loves to do. But you know what? I would say the same argument for Team Secret. I've just seen more strong games come out of them this season, and you could argue maybe it's because Rossi and Lightning weren't here yet. But I mean, I'm just banking on Secret. But we've seen them when they're at their best. They're both excellent, so it really could be anyone's game. With that, we are going to go to the stage to see what kind of pants like Rossi's going to wear today. Let's check it out. This is it, an ultimate make-or-break moment for VCT Pacific, Team Secret, and Global Esports, where only one of these teams will make it to Masters Tokyo today.
Don't tell me Global Esports is wearing matching pants. Is that a possible? Oh, no, they're not. Okay. Texter's also just wearing his favorite pants. Okay.
Yeah.
I was curious about that, but there's Rossi and Dubstep, of course, our key players here. As the Jet mains, but also the main operators on either side. Team Secret having a little bit more flexibility in that role.
It's going to be an interesting matchup as well. Aaron versus Jesse Bash. As I don't know what that was.
What was that?
Jesse Bash.
It was like a weird wave, or he was saying, what?
Oh, he's trying to say, oh, okay, all right.
Okay.
We got the close-up. We got the zoom in. We get what it means. Jeremy looks ready to go as well. Now, here's the thing. I get where you were coming from, Victoria. Team Secret, obviously, in the matches they've won, they've looked explosive as well. However, I think strategically, Global Esports has shown more foundation. And actually, Magnette, a big...
He's so cute!
Magnette is a big part of that, right? Magnette is so consistent. He anchors so well on these sites. And then you have Aaron calling off of that information. And even in the matches they've lost, I feel like Global Esports has shown a lot of promise. Whereas Team Secret, their highs have been higher than ever, but their lows have also looked very chaotic.
All right. Warbirds look so serial
Oh,
right
man.
now.
This is getting scary.
I mean, it is scary, right? I mean,
I'm getting nervous.
who would have imagined you get into a situation like Super Week, you're in the last match of the round robin, and these two teams, you face off against each other, and both of you decide your own fate, whether you get to continue into playoffs or whether you are forced to take a break until LCQ.
Honestly, both of these teams have honestly some of the most lovable players and coaches in you know, Pacific, and it'll be sad to have to say goodbye to one of them today.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that. Both these teams are pretty awesome in their own rights. Just love the personalities on both sides, as we're even getting some
so much hugs.
Pre-game
Giggles.
Yeah,
horsing around.
Yeah, horsing around for sure. And Envy's just like having the time of his life right now before the match starts. I don't know if I've ever seen him that happy before the match started, but great to see if you're a Team Secret fan. And that's going to be Pearl banned out, a map that Global Esports has definitely shown some favoritism on.
Fracture as well, going to be taken out. Oftentimes see that, so that leaves a lot of fun maps available. Haven is very standard, and it is going to be the first map pick here for the side of TS, as now Global Esports will go straight onto Lotus.
All right, so both of them trying to pick at their recent W's and the opponent's recent losses. And then Team Secret, I mean, while they have had wins on Split before, they haven't been liking how it's looked afterwards, so that gets banned out. Ascent gone as well.
Bind the decider.
Yeah.
We could get to a game 3 on
God.
Bind where it's like really close. Ooh, that's going to be spicy.
So Team Secret, of course, we did see them play Bind. It was against T1, in fact, when T1 first pulled out that Genku composition. So Team Secret was forced to have a bit of a wake-up call there. But I'll tell you what, we're going, triple sites in the first two maps, and then Bind. I mean, no matter who wins, this is going to turn into a chaotic bloodbath between these two teams.
Honestly, I enjoy watching the Southeast Asian teams play Haven. It's just so different than the strats that Korea and Japanese teams do. So here we are with our team comps right now. Is this anything unusual? Borkum back on the Omen. He's had some crazy Borkum time moments on Haven.
Yeah, it's pretty standard here on the side of Team Secret, whereas on the side of Global Esports going for the Viper Harbor. So a little bit of a change up there, going with the Sky as well. Kind of, I don't know what you would call it, maybe like a new age.
I mean, yeah, this is just kind of the go-to meta right now if you want double controllers, right? You get so much control of the map piece by piece, and the Sky can not only get info, but also really support your main duelist with the flashes and stuns as well. Curious to see how this works out, because GE, they haven't played Haven in a beat, and the former kind of very meta comps they've had hasn't looked good.
That's right. And on the other side for Team Secret, the last time they played Haven, that's when they beat DRX. So let's see how this goes. We're ready to go into game 1. We've got Team Secret versus Global Esports on Haven. And now we're going to go to our casters, Achilleos and Quack in the return to Jumanji.
Very good. Thank you very much. This one now, this is the match. This is the one for all the marbles. One of these teams, and we're ready. One of these teams is effectively going home at the end of this. They will not be a part of the playoffs. Obviously, there's still the LCQ, so it's not like your year is then over, but that is a hell of a lot of time to sit back and watch. And one of the things that we have heard from on the side of Global from SK Rossi now numerous times is that he does not want to be the spectator. He wants to remain in that seat on stage.
And you have to respect that. This guy is hungry, he is thirsty, and he is here to play. Will might call this a chaotic bloodbath. I say, welcome to the jungle. This is what these 3-site maps are about. And of course, you know, we can look at Aaron and his frenzy
37,000 kills!
Oh my, no, kills. not 1,000. But yeah, I mean, this is Global Esports. We know them to have a lot of strong pistols. Can they convert to more round wins?
Well, time will tell. But I mean, they're talking about the compositions. I mean, this is effectively, the loud Pearl comp now shifted over. We just saw it from DRX. Maybe Global didn't quite get the message that Team Secret first banned Pearl.
This is not Pearl. This is Haven.
But yeah, they're bringing this comp out, and it's yet another different look, because even in the series that they have played, they've been playing 3 games of Haven so far here in 2023 with this roster. They haven't really gone from meta compositions. We've seen them operate without Breach. So this is yet another turn up, a little shift from them. Magneto creeping forward. First shot comes across. Jesse Bash on the floor. As the Pistol Princes look to try to convert this into yet another one, but Magnet blown up by Jeremy, who also gets Aaron to boot. Rossi pushing around the side, finds one, gets another. Jeremy taken down. Rossi at 12 HP, now going to be going for the plant.
Surely we hear that.
Spike planted.
Double lurk around from the back. Dubstep, 64 HP, needs to win this fight. Trailblazer in the meantime should spot out Borkum.
Anderstorm available as well, but he wants to lock down this one position.
Couple shots coming across. Paranoia not hitting. Texture gets Dubstep. Now it's all on Borkum.
You know where he is.
It's Borkum time already. Goes for the cross, gets himself in, taps the spike. Nano Swarm was cleared. Rossi low on HP. Borkum finds one, pushes into the smoke though, the reload's not done. And Texture will get himself a second, and Global continue on their pistol dominance.
Very, very impressive. I mean, looking at this composition, yeah, you might be wondering, how does this work out? It's great on Pearl. Is it the same thing on Haven? Well, it turns out, because of the fact that you have 3 sites, because of how Team Secret are trying to position themselves, it kind of confuses them. You have that early high tide into the B site, which I think Envy or Jeremy was pinging out. They weren't quite sure as to where Global Esports were approaching. And as soon as you peek out into A long, you see a whole squad of these players. Now, Global Esports, of course, they get banged up by paint shells. Once more, they have the buys. They should be able to control this.
Push up. Jeremy trying to out-tempo them, trying to catch them off guard, but it's a massive response. Magnet with a Phantom in hand, finding one. Shock Dart tags he and Aaron down just quite a bit. Jesse tries to go on the push, but Classic in hand and loses to Phantom.
Not quite the Team Secret we were seeing against DRX. They had a lot more heroic plays with the shotguns, but now today, in the face of these Phantoms, not as loud as before.
Soft start, but obviously Global in pole position to go ahead and close out this round, barring utter catastrophe. Third round, that's where the importance really starts to shine through for Secret to pick up a round win. Take that bonus away. Starting to back out. Rossi staying in the site for a little bit longer. And widely, it's just going to be Borkum and Dubstep going down to the spike.
Safe exit, yeah. Oh.
And there's Rossi with the linger.
Definitely not going to be able to ninja. Still, bit of a classic round and a flawless win for Global Esports, the team that, as you mentioned yourself, Achilleos, the Pistol Princes. They bought up huge and they played it safe. They have this default that is still kind of trying to be solved by Team Secret. So there's so much ahead. And as always, that roaring watch party. Oh my God.
I will say, I do love that Global, and granted there's other teams that are doing this, but I love the kind of like the touring watch parties as they just fly around India and just host it at different cities. It's never the same location.
I wonder if Team Secret's doing the same thing today. Laban, yes.
Well, sure. We'll take a look. It's Envy gonna find 2.
Spike down mid.
If that watch party is out there, giving him something certainly to cheer for. Massive opening.
As always, it's Envy finding a lot of these sharp kills. Now Global, you got 3 players remaining, and you have to figure out a way to give yourself a safe entry onto a site. But then again, you got 5 players on Team Secret and a lot of the map being controlled. B is definitely not going to be a safe answer.
Texture just trying to get a feel for it. See how it is. Ready to clear high, put some damage down. Fault line though. Keeps him into the corner. Bazzi in the meantime taken down in Garage. The paint shell's already used, so Jeremy can't try to displace Texture. He's just gonna have to get hugged up against the right side of the wall, and it seems like with the 2 remaining players here from Global, they feel like this is going to be their best chance, and Magnet will catch 1. No flawless. How many guns can you hold on to is the question now for Secret. Push in. Still, again, playing high. Dubstep finds a crossfire. Monyet gets another one. Swings across, gets himself into the site, but then Jesse Bash arrives him a link to shut it down. 3 weapons going to be held on to. Secret get themselves on the board in the third.
Not too shabby, and I just want to see that replay again because this round starts off with Envy on a double kill. As soon as Global Esports peeks out of window, he shuts them down, and this gives Team Secret the advantage that they were looking for. If they can keep that up, that would be huge, but at the same time, you have to think about, okay, I see. It's just a simple burst as Global Esports aggresses onto the mid side, but that's the thing. You're never quite sure what Global's about to do. Like what Will mentioned on the desk, it's been a long time since we saw Global Esports play this map, and now they're coming in to approaching it with a completely different look. Team Secret has to adapt on the fly.
Does have the Garage Trailblazer to lead the way. Alarm bot is waiting here, now cleared. They spot Borkum on the corner, right here on the C site. He's going to have to back off. Zinvi waiting inside of the window. He gives up this position without finding the kill. Finally does re-swing, gets one, gets another for his trouble. It's another double. And he's putting up huge numbers and giving them the advantage. Texture creeping in, however, does catch Jeremy unawares. A site, but now unoccupied, but Jesse Bash on a very deep lurk. He keeps going up into that alarm bot. Okay, it's out of range. Deactivated. Never mind. So now they don't know. Aside from the turret.
Monyet, I mean, if Jesse can find him, that would be big advantage, but instead it's going to be Monyet receiving that information, still undiscovered.
Dubstep, though. Dubstep could be the difference maker. Texture gets another, and Monyet will fall.
1 on 2.
It's a little bit too late. Unless he can get the clutch. Texture at 12 HP. Heals up a little bit. Turret comes through.
Oh,
but the nanoswarms are set.
Nanoswarms, and he's uncertain as to where the secondary player could be. Maybe it's C-Link, maybe it's still somewhere in Garage. There are too many risks involved, and W opts to back himself out of that situation instead. So 1-3 for Global Esports, despite, again, another explosive opening pick from Envy. That little garage window wooden panel is paper thin. Ayo. It's still Global Esports with the right trades, and they go in really fast with the texture, being able to sneak in thanks to the high tide, perhaps. It's so much value being gained. This double controller composition is actually working.
So now, I mean, if the first series taught us anything, it's that these leads can be disrupted. Rossi going to go for the Bucky and the Blade Storm. Classic combinations, old time. That's rushing forward. High tide just cutting Borkum all the way across, up into Garage as well. There's Monyet. Oh boy! Wasn't quite ready for that one. Rossi a little bit too late on the catch. Spams out the knives. He's really trying to get a pick, but I don't think he reads it. No, he does not. Oh my god! Because of the paranoia, he couldn't hear that shrouded step. Ends up getting taken down. Passing out, found. But Dubstep gets the headshot there with the Sheriff. Spray across Aaron. Trading one back, turns to the flash. Gonna be here in the window, but it's gonna be a 2v1. Aaron somehow wins that, jumping up over the top.
Okay.
2 rifles recovered, however.
Standing ahead.
Aaron taken down as Jeremy just continues to lurk at the back of B. Texture now. A very dire situation. Paint shells flying his way. He's got to back off, but he's getting pinched from all angles at the moment. Borkum just behind. Turret set up. Obviously wants to try to play for this one.
It's not impossible.
He's ready for the jiggle peek, but Jesse's not going to go for it. Doesn't want to give him that opportunity. Jeremy in the meantime out in the open. Now Jesse, he shows himself for a brief
30
moment.
seconds left.
Borkum still approaching through Garage. Thought maybe he's going to front face a B. Looks like that's going to be the case at the end of it. Texture.
Okay.
Taps a spike. Plant not coming through yet. He's going to try to go to A. Knife out. Here's the footsteps. A couple shots coming across. He gets that elimination.
Goodness.
Texture has now brought this back into a winnable spot.
He's got smokes, though.
Smokes are there.
10 seconds left.
Planning just on the side. On the fringe of the site. Doesn't spot him. Borkum tucked into the corner. Just on the opposite side of the wall. The lockdown technically available, but surely he doesn't use it here. Borkum starting to creep forward. The shot comes in. Borkum misreads it. And Texture with 3 will clutch it out.
Texture. I'm looking for that copy pasta, and Texture Killjoy is good even if it's a tough structure.
And it's Global calling a timeout.
Off of a win.
I don't mind. I mean, you would suspect that this timeout might have been requested when it looked like the round was lost, before Texture gets that. And I don't think that they can retract it thereafter. But I also, even if that isn't the case, don't necessarily mind it, because this is probably Spin saying, why is this so messy? Why do we have to rely on Texture clutching in order to stretch this lead?
Fair enough.
Either way, it will be Global putting up the first time out here in the map with a 3-round stretch lead.
But what a performance. A 1-on-3 clutch, and you can definitely see, yeah, Spin is making some calls and talking about some decision making between the teams. It was meant to be a C-side execute. It got a little bit messy when Monyet, you know, with that little corner by Cubby and Dubstep being involved, Borkum being involved. It was such a magnificent play from Team Secret. You had the paranoia, the shrouded step just to throw Rossi off. And then, meanwhile, headed into its garage, you had players from Team Secret just ready to receive them. Almost a thrifty win until Texture arrives.
Well, now. Secret also probably not going to be, they're probably going to be pretty happy, frankly, having the timeout called. Warbird saying, thank you very much. Don't have to burn one of my own.
They have a lot of ultimates, but this does mean that you have to consider so much in the following rounds. What could the opposite team be doing? SK Rossi pulling out the operator, something that Team Secret might not expect. Again, it's that same default. Toxic screen up on A. Someone could be an A short and Team Secret is unaware. Tied up on towards B once more. And Dubstep is forced to kind of stay in this one spot. See if anyone's pushing in. Noise in towards garage though, and that pulls some players over onto the other side.
Fault line will catch Rossi. Tucking into the cubby. Go ahead and re-swing the check, but obviously
if we can actually
hightailing it the other way.
Shoot out some of these Killjoy utilities, we could get to B site.
Flash goes across, spray down Textured. Getting chipped at. Needs to get some TLC from Bazzi. Tap on that plant, but decide to call it off. Rolling Thunder now coming out. Bazzi's going to avoid this one. Push out of garage zone. Texture does get finished. Borkum finding one. Rossi now tagged by the Hunter's Fury. Dashes away. Borkum again pushing forward. Noted by Monyet.
30 seconds left.
Going to continue
30 seconds.
to push their way up here towards B. As you say, 30 seconds remaining. Time is dwindling. Aaron needs to win this opening duel. Spawns him. Dubstep swings in. Finds two. The spike now on the ground. Right into the corner. Rossi's obliterated. The up is lost, as is the round.
Imploded in a matter of seconds. They started out great. They were trying to bait out bits of utility, bait out ultimates. But then the Rolling Thunder, then the peak from Borkum outside of garage, it just breaks them apart. Even going in off of it, the final moments, it's just that one little spray. Once again, these wooden panels are paper thin. And it's such a good control play from Team Secret's players. Dubstep getting this, and then the showstopper instantly to follow through. 2-4, Team Secret, and mind you, cannot count them out.
In all of the chaos, Monyet dropped the pit.
Oh,
so
that's expensive.
It's even worse for him. Not only is the op gone, but so too is that ultimate. Now though, looking to maybe up the pace as they go over to the C site. That Reckoning comes across. Borkum trying to watch forward, catch somebody on the entry, but has to pull away. Bazzi now trying to hold garage. Spots one, spots two. Oh, the drag across is so damn clean.
An instant double keeps Team Secret at bay. 3 players all stuck on the other side of C-Link. They try to peek back, but SK Rossi is here with the operator.
I mean, that dink is enough to send them packing. Jeremy's like, no.
Not Jeremy.
I am not losing this one. Head for the hills. After a great round win, Global just go for a quick hit. It's looking like a flawless unless Borkum can find something. And eventually, just will have to drift away.
Want to give up too much to Global Esports as well. You are looking for them a little bit. Just playing it safe still, securing that lead. Global Esports. A sudden fast rush into the C site. And also garage control just fends off a hungry Team Secret.
Huge one there from Bazzi. Secret though, I mean, not great. Obviously you can see Dubstep 2400 at the moment, trying to really make up his mind and see what things are going to look like. Borkum can push a weapon over to him, and he will. So the buy is still going to be clean. Borkum will be running with this operator, so doing his best. Second, Cryo, Navera, impression. When do we get Mako with it all?
You want Mako and an operator?
All these controllers are using them.
It's not impossible, especially on an Omen.
Because the timing off this wall drop.
Okay, he definitely hears the footsteps.
Oh yeah, they are making noise.
Shadows traveling.
Oh, I think Texture saw it.
Swings into him, the shot goes wide. Texture
I've got your
finds
trail.
one. Envy now going for the jiggle peek on the back of side. Seekers, however, leading the way as is the Trailblazer. Stun on the Jesse Bash. Isn't cleared quite just yet. On yet as he swings in, will find one, but Envy gets two yet again. Lockdown now committed. Goes in fast, he pushing forward. Aaron there also to clear. Dubstep, he's got the sight and they have to respect this lockdown. They have to hightail it out.
They have so much time just to rotate over to whichever side they want to go. They could lurk up in B. They could go over to C. They could even just cut noise and head back towards A. One player is
That's what they're doing.
detained.
And look at the rotation. Dubstep is left.
He would have no idea.
He set the alarm bot to try to get a catch. Now he's going to be just recalling everything to try to get another setup, but he fully thinks that this is going to be shipped to C.
30 seconds left.
That means Global Esports gets the timing on him. They'll be able to set down the spike, perhaps drift into a deeper position, and as soon as Dubstep rotates over, that could be his neck. Global Esports.
You should run.
Oh, and, wow, just securing it.
Yeah, just to lock him out even further. Get themselves into some forward defensive hold
safe
positions.
again.
Aaron potentially at risk, but okay, alarm bot alerts him to the presence. Dubstep finding one. Brings it now to a winnable spot. The shot's work and Dubstep! He gets the kills through. Grabs the operator. Goes for the defuse. Unbelievable.
How the heck?
Absolutely unreal. Misjudges, rotates all the way to see sight.
But still manages to recover in that final 1-on-2. He gets the gunfight. Global Esports, despite Texture having a great number from before, great performances from before, in this one final moment, just not quite sure where Dubstep could have been coming from. They were kind of aware of it. They were kind of watching for that angle. But then, these sudden peaks made in confidence, ADSing at the last second.
Yeah.
I think that's the same spot, but you can hear that crowd.
Oh yeah, they are fired up. Secret. Giving them some more reasons to cheer. Jeremy is up here, top of the site. Just the wrist of Moniette spotted. Oh, it's such a hairline, but Aaron just gets right past that shot. Wall goes up. Rossi now tucked away. Has to back out of this position. Is able to do so safely.
Oh,
Texture looking to make first contact. Viper wall raised. Creeps across some spray. He knows that somebody is in a forward position.
All right. Well, once again, Team Secret kind of controls the sites, controls the map. They've got utilities everywhere, and that one bit of presence with the operator from Jeremy kind of pushed them off. But here we go. What that dog doing? It's going in towards Garage, and Global Esports just trying to poke and prod.
And trying to gain something. Fortunately for the side of Secret, though, with everything stacked up pretty deep here into the A site as far as the KJ util is concerned, none of it's been cleared out. All right. Nano off the rip, push into the back, flash, turns away from it, and Rossi is going to be good for the kill. Bashing out just behind the wall. Trying to wait for the timing when this does fall.
30 seconds left.
Moniette picked off, trying to go for the flank through mid. Envy getting that elimination, but Bazzi takes out Jesse Bash. That's Jeremy with an AWP in heaven, and Envy to see if they can get anything done. Stun comes across, nade into the corner. Envy finds one. Jeremy gets the shot on the Bazzi. Suddenly, a 2v2. Flash in, Aaron turns, gets the kill. The shorty from Jeremy, however, strikes him down. And now Texture, once again in a position where he needs to clutch. Jeremy, the reset of the paint shells. If he sends it towards Sewer, this could be monstrous. Chooses wrong, though. But Jeremy drops down and gets the headshot!
What is that? We have to see the replay.
How did they scrape by with these wins?
Was that a 90-degree flick?
Such a quick shift off the spike to the Vandal. And then puts one straight through Texture's forehead. Absolute heroics. Bailing Secret out of these last few rounds.
30 seconds left.
Unbelievable. Just catches him. The elbow scene. And it is good enough.
And if you look at his face, he wasn't even phased. This guy, this lad, 4 to 5, Team Secret on his back.
Jeremy again. And spotting one off the back of the recon, so they know the texture.
I suggest
a bit of an iffy position. How does he get out of here now? He doesn't. Swings in. Again, the reckoning here towards C, but this time Borkum, he plays within the site. He finds one. Envy catches aiming on the cross. Monyet now left standing, finds two. He's back into a decent spot, but as he tries to jiggle out, he's not ready for Jesse Bash to be that far forward. He completely exposes himself.
Well, we've seen that 1-on-3 before. That was from Texture. Bazzi right now has one bird, well, two birds now to play with. Team Secret just working together as a group, though. If he rotates to B, that's where Jeremy is. Meanwhile, Jesse Vash and Dubstep right around C-Link.
I mean, cheeky play. He gets around the side of the box before the recon can ping. Turret not in line of sight either. Bazzi with a chance, but...
Oh no!
Decently reading this one. Jesse wasn't sure where he was getting shot from. Fires the shot straight into B. Bazzi now, his turn to try to get the clutch.
Got two players together. Timing.
Catches one, swings out. He's just not good for it. Upset finds it.
Could have been possible if he did land that first shot, but that said, still a good recovery from Team Secret. Was an attempt at a C push, but again, looking at the replays, Team Secret are able to hold things down. I mean, once they have that information, once Jeremy gets that opening pick, there's so much that could go wrong. And with players like Envy just holding up back sight, they managed to lock it down.
Clean stuff. I mean, scrappy rounds the whole way down. But Secret now tie it up. And this is after that 4-1 lead that Global had established very early on. And I think that, you know, in hindsight, pulling the trigger on that timeout is certainly hurting at the moment because they'd probably love to pump the brakes.
If we look at the ultimates as well, I mean, I've said this before, Team Secret, they're a momentum-based team. Once they get going, it's hard to stop them. They've got 3 ultimates in their pockets. Good smoke, though.
It's back over the top. I mean, he's just trying to jump peek this one.
But it's an operator, so he has to be very careful about this. Maybe just a retake setup instead.
Rossi and Paranoia just keep him locked in position for now. Rolling Thunder across. They want this site, and they want it right now. Showstopper out. Jeremy just sending it down long. Gonna be able to get anything, and Monyet stays tucked.
Oh my god.
Unscattered for now. The boombot goes over the top, but Jesse Bash gets himself on Lumber. Ends up coming up with the kill. Texture forward in garage. Everybody on this side of the map. Defensive setup still there from Dubstep.
Got the dark cover in 5 seconds. I think that's what he's calling for. Smoke off garage, smoke off C-Long, and then go in for the tap. But Global Esports just waiting for a pick.
There's no ambiguity here. They know exactly where they are. The turret's not making contact. The alarm bot not making contact. Dubstep staring into B. Rossi puts Jesse down to 6. Jeremy counter swings over, finds Bazzi. The kill comes across. Jeremy gets a second one, gets a third. Suddenly Texture now needs a 1v5. And this seems just like a bridge too far. Will swing out, gets Envy, the off shot not connecting, but Jesse Bash, even though he's at 6 HP, will be able to stay alive. Speaking of sixes, Secret lock in a 6th round win, and they take the lead.
No need to call for timeouts right now, I'll say that. 4 rounds in a row. It was a 4-round lead from Global Esports at the start, but here is Team Secret. And as much as Global Esports wants to delay some pushes, try to go in with a little bit more of a coordinated execute, it's not working out anymore, especially when Team Secret has that intel. They know it's going to be a C hit. They didn't have to move. You need more ambiguity with those walls, those high tides, those toxic screens. And right now, it's not happening.
Can they get a read on where this AWP is positioned? Rossi again with one of his own, but he's just looking to counter any aggression out of a lobby.
Anticipating pushes from Team Secret, but they're not giving it to him.
Texture starting to swing. Okay, the AWP shot does not hit. Well, they know where the operator's at.
Garage?
But again, I mean, this is so heavily populated right now from the side of Secret. Aaron just trying to go up into window. Envy takes his head off, gets a second one. Bazzi, however, does answer back. Hunter's Fury cutting across. Bazzi tagged once, tagged twice. He's dead.
And then the Viper's Pit from Monyet. They do have the C site, but guess what? Team Secret still has numbers. They have the utility.
I thought maybe they'd play both of them within this pit. It is just going to be Monyet. Rossi obviously with the op now.
It is a fighting chance, this Viper's Pit. But Garage is a big opening gap.
Smoke down, but Rossi's still moving. He's still swinging. That finds the kill. Monyet good for one, tucks back in. But can he clear dubstep?
Sneaks out of it. They're
Going
going
to double
together.
face. He gets one. Spots him, and Monyet will clutch it. A 3K to drag it back. A 6 and 6 tied up half. Global holding on. But Secret now moving over to the attacking side. This is in their hands.
Very, very doable. Even odds on both ends. And still, I mean, it's great holds from Team Secret. They've got good plays, especially up by Garage. But sometimes you have that one heroic player. Great cheering. That was not the right team.
You just said a noise gate there. Blow out the microphone. But,
oh my God.
I mean, down to the wire. It is one of those rounds where you might start cheering and then go, oh.
He just slips
never
out of
mind,
that
Monyet did
Viper's
that.
Pit at the last second. Yeah, I wonder what happens there. But still, I mean, I am a little bit worried about some things here, Achilleos. We're seeing great performances all across the board. I think Team Secret, we've got Jeremy and he's doing incredible things. Envy, and he's anchoring a lot of great spots on the map. But on the other side, Texture, we got Monyet, Global Esports, they're coming up huge. One player that I'm kind of worried about though is SK Rossi. I think it has to be said. He is great, and we see him when he goes on that murderous rampage. But in some moments, in some instances, when he's not feeling it, he tries to shoot himself back in the game. And if it doesn't happen, he starts to peak so much, over-peaking again and again, he gets punished for it.
Sure. A bit like we were seeing from Foxy 9 in our first series of the day. Has been a bit of a rough start for him.
I mean,
Secret not giving him any room to work with. That is a stout Monyet.
Yes. Wide and strong. I mean, wow, great comparison to the actual good
Real
job, camera
thing.
guys.
Expectation versus reality.
But yeah, you know, like we love Ganesh, we love SK Rossi, but he really has to find ways to control himself and then to come up with that performance that we're all looking for. 6-6, it's not over. We're just on the first map, and either team could turn this around on its head.
But again, the pistol round, Global, do they continue to deliver and start off to 0? Well, we saw their win percentage near the top, and I think if you take everything in 2023 into consideration, they're probably in first place globally. Pun not intended. Turret forward, dubstep, just watching. Garage contact as Textures gets himself situated here in window.
Just kind of sneaking around as well. Trying to pull off a fake into the A site, perhaps, but the main thing here towards C, towards B, is Texture's utility. He's got the turrets, he's got the alarm bots, and I'm very certain that Team Secret can hear those little beeps.
Well, they definitely can, but turret's set to play contact off of Garage, not the C site, so this is going to get opened up. Nano will go across and put Jeremy down to 70.
Gonna waltz right in.
They're going to have to try to go for a full retake here. There's a smoke.
Oh, dubstep.
With this lurk coming through. Dart seeing nothing. Smoke timing not found, but as that wall comes in, it's a dropout. Monyet somehow is still good for one, but Jeremy finding another, and he joins the fray. And as it is just a bloodbath. Bazzi now, last one standing. Wary, somebody could still be approaching from Garage. Both set up here on the site. The push out, Inby gets him with the classic, can upgrade to the Ghost. And GE will go 1-1 now. His pistol so far here on Haven.
Victoria's words, holy moly. They turn things around. And it's off of that little play by just leaving dubstep inside a Garage, everyone coming back in to trade off of it. The thing about this double controller composition from Global Esports is you get to play with ambiguity. On the defensive side, I don't know how well that works out. Of course, you have this one toxic screen that extends all the way over onto the A site, but what happens on C? It has to be texture, and he's got to be on point. Now off to the eco round, you just don't have enough to cover all bases, and Team Secret are just trying to poke and prod.
Global not opting to go for the full push. For a second, I thought they were all going to work their way down long into a lobby. And that could have been very dangerous for them.
I think it's just Team Secret playing smart, anticipating pushes, looking for picks, trying to be safe.
Borkum's really trying to sell this C hit. Dart getting ready to come through. Rossi down at 38. No healing available from Bazzi.
Oh
Push
my
out.
God.
Bazzi not able to find one. Aaron, however, gets two in this position.
I have the spike.
Bash finally finishing him off there with that Marshall just through the corner. Moniette staying tucked on the side here in sewer. Wall goes up, try to provide some cover.
Oh my God,
as the drone gets ready to lead the charge, and Rossi has to back away.
Do we rush this?
Picture as well, trying to stay hidden.
It's a big green wall.
Dart gets one, and it's Rossi, and he's at 38.
Here. 30 seconds
Blast
left.
pack to jump the corner. One shot, texture. Finding a kill. Looks for the
player
follow-up,
standing.
can't quite get him.
Oh.
Bash just dashing around the headshots. Another dart goes through. Moniette has to clear it. Now they know exactly where he's at, and they're playing on the backside of sight.
Nice jump peek around too. He could go around back, secure Spectre, and then go in for a bit of a better fighting chance. Okay, it's Marshall.
Work cut out for him. Former Jet main, see if he can get it done. Dubstep on the swing. Shot not connecting. Got a
look at
brutal
Jesse
double
Bash.
swing crossfire set up now, and Dubstep, he'll just challenge it alone. Phantom takes him down. TS stretched the lead now by 2.
Still a little bit dicey and an expensive round for sure. They get to buy back up, but you can see how Global Esports is able to play off of this toxic screen, how they're able to play off of some of these positions, mind you, which was played by Itby against DRX. Aaron in that one little corner.
Spike down A.
The classic is deadly. And on to the next round, their full buys will be even deadlier. Global Esports still stands a fighting chance, but this round has to be the one.
They absolutely do. It's going to be a really aggro blast pack forward here into long off the back of that fault line. Swing out though, Paint Shell's let loose, but he is dead. Moniette now trying to watch Sewers. Puts a couple shots across, dubstep down to 91. Widely has to back away. It seems like Secret very much have their sights set on this.
Oh, you can hear the spike.
Yep, spike. Traded back, at least giving them an opportunity should they want to. Okay. Interesting now. Should they want to try to rotate the spike out. Vash kind of resigning himself. You know what?
Here.
I'm kind of trapped. But it seems like the rest of the team says we won't go on without you.
Leave no man behind, but might be headed in towards a volley of fire from Global Esports. No need to put up toxic screen yet either.
Does he decide to check it?
We peek our heads in. Not so much.
Fault line will stun him, but he can't swap over to that shorty fast enough. Aaron playing up close, finds one, but then his attention gets turned by Borkum, who's up on top of the box. Moniette spotted, finds one, Texture gets another. It's all on Borkum. The 2v1, Rossi arriving, working his way down through sewer.
Oh my God.
Where the hell is the spike? He's just rubbing against the wall, trying to find it. Now we'll go for the plant. Rossi, can he stop him? No, he can't, but he will be able to get the kill and get the round. But still, scrappy, bloody. 3 guns on the floor here for Global.
Team Ace.
That means they might not be able to buy back up fully in the next round. Meanwhile, Team Secret still having those 2 first wins. They'll be able to buy up in full. 8-7 as the score goes, and you can see how sneaky and slippery Borkum can get, but when it comes down to it, Global Esports, when they work together as a team, again, they have that much potential. Borkum's really fond of teleporting onto on top of obstacles, especially on the side itself when he has that dark cover available. And that's something that Global Esports has to look out for. And they're starting to do it. Moniette gets that spray transfer.
Okay, not quite the double blast back there. Guiding Light helping to force them back.
Control A-Long. Team Secret's looking for that pick again. No one's going to aggress, not too much. Dubstep on alert towards C as well. One thing is, though, if you take a look at the minimap, B is completely open. The only thing that could stop them from going through is the toxic screen, and I don't think Global Esports are going to pop that way too early unless they hear noises towards B or A. Texture position towards B to listen for footsteps, and Team Secret are just inching themselves forward.
Notes coming in, wall goes up. Aaron just looking to preset this. Oh, spotted!
Okay.
He takes so much damage, the paint shell's flying. It's gonna land right at his feet. What a shot from Jeremy! Now the site pretty much open. Monyet having to push through, but gets revealed. They're spraying him out. They found him. Texture dead in the meantime. Dubstep lurks his way through B, gets the catch. Rossi now aware of this. Wants to play forward onto the site, but he just can't.
Last player standing.
And then they're still watching for Bazzi. Secret so well aware.
I am thoroughly impressed. This Haven play from Team Secret now. Weeks before, you might have thought, okay, Icebox was their strongest map. Maybe Fracture afterwards since Icebox got removed. On to Haven now. And this is a very different look, and they're doing it so well. Adapting on the fly, even with a double controller setup, they exploit the tiny gaps inside of this high tide. They take Aaron down, and then the site. And after the spike is planted, all those positions, they're being locked down. Global Esports might have some ultimates handed over to them, but they don't have the guns in this round, and the momentum is very much being headed over onto Team Secret, but they're pushing out.
This wall should tell them everything that they want to know, which is that they're going to get pushed through mid. It cuts off the turret, cuts off window, they try to get in. Jesse able to clear two, gets the dart tag in, Borkum pushes forward, punishes Texture after Envy falls, and yet again, it's just Bazzi, but the alarm bot will trigger. He needs to get this really quick headshot, and he cannot. Secret stretching it now, 10-7.
I'm wondering, Achilles. Oh, you can see those 5 ultimates on the side of Team Secret. I was wondering if this is the time to call a timeout for Global Esports. Yes, it is, because you really have to stem that bleeding. You have to find your own win streak. If you keep letting Team Secret get away with this, once they secure that lead, once they hit up towards maybe 11, maybe 12 rounds, then it's going to be trouble, because you're going to have a tough time coming back.
Just 3 more to go to close it out here on their map pick of Haven. And considering the start, Global has really only been able to add 3 more rounds after having that monstrous stretch lead. Wow. Work cut out for Spin at the moment. Warbirds, I don't know, he's just thinking about what he wants to eat later, I guess.
Some bird, some chicken. He looks comfortable. Team Secret looks comfortable. Global Esports, on the other hand, they're scratching their heads. They're trying to find different approaches to the round, making use of their utility, their walls, but it's not great. It's not the look that we're looking for. Onto the B side, you mentioned it. It's such a clear signal to Team Secret that, all right, they're pushing us up at mid. We can hear the footsteps. We see that wall. We know what's about to happen. The mental conditioning plays that Global Esports could pull off aren't really being fully utilized, and Team Secret has so much available to them to just play and suss out information. Operator being pulled out from SK Rossi now, but oh my god.
Storming his way into garage. And okay, Monyet not going to be taken down, but does get taken to 20 HP. SK Rossi back over on the site, does find Jeremy. Monyet somehow still finding value. Jeremy,
oh no!
Nade gets one, and now Borkum swinging around from behind, catches Texture. And suddenly, Monyet's down to 1. Bazzi again, likely to be one of the last men standing.
He wants to heal.
The opposite in an unrecoverable position.
He's healed up, but position's recovered.
Monyet swings on the back of that, finds one. The lockdown in a position where he cleared. Somehow Monyet gets 3. This guy, he'll back up. And suddenly, this little duo have a chance. Jesse Bash, though, he's recovered the spike. Picks it up, but he's still going to be playing into the C site. He could have just shipped this over somewhere else. Sees Bazzi, and now his location is revealed.
50 seconds, please.
He re-guides the guiding light back over towards him to try to get that flash. Can't make it happen. With 40 seconds remaining, Jesse Bash, what does he decide to do? He's looking to double down. He's looking to bluff it. He's going to rotate over into long.
Could wait till, like, I don't know, 15 seconds maybe. And
30 seconds
He might have to
left.
use a dart.
He certainly does. If he Wants to get that spike down.
Toxin screen down.
He's got a couple of shock darts, but Bazzi has that Trailblazer.
They're starting to drift. Okay, the dart will tell him everything.
Oh, this is where we're playing.
Gets cleared. It's a back sight.
Then we played her with C long. Uh-oh.
Okay, stun does not come across. Fight goes out, and Moniette with 4. Just absolutely refuses to die in this round.
It just hit me. It is Monday.
It is Moniette Monday.
We gotta see that replay again, because how on earth did you do that? Did you make that retake possible? It looked almost all gone and lost. Team Secret starting off with that showstopper. And then, of course, I think Global just actually able to hold their ground for a second, but then being pushed further back into C-Link. But then, somehow, off of Bazzi just recovering and healing Moniette, at the same time with the guiding light, and then just pushing into sight, he manages to take apart the entire Team Secret squad. So now, 2 timeouts back to back.
I hadn't even, in all of the chaos, realized that Moniette had gotten healed until near the very end there. I thought we were going to have another 1 HP ace clutch like we saw yesterday's Moniette marry me on Monday. Marry me on a Monday. Well, 1 shy of that ace, as he's, I believe, still the highest acing player that we have in Pacific. We'll see how Secret responds. That was a round that they certainly should have felt like they had in their hands. Still, though, the lead is there. They still do a significant amount of damage. Can GE flip this timeout on its head?
They got to talk as well, and they got to prep SK Rossi back on the operator. We saw how he was able to kind of lock down the C site, but then going in for the repeak, not so great. And that's something that Global Esports really has to be very careful about. Team Secret now surely has something cooked up, but it's the 4 ultimates on the Global Esports side that I'm kind of worried about as well.
Okay, starting to mid, turn away from the flash. Rossi just breaking line of sight. Seemingly not noticing that drone. Tries to go for a timing shot. Fault line out, nade into back.
Working for TP on top.
Gets himself situated up above. Reckoning, though, going to be invested. Tempo push from Jeremy, but Texture shuts him down. Or coming back, finds one.
Good.
The Reckoning still being a nuisance for him. He manages to get off the bite just enough, but Moniette goes in for the push. That is the aim, gets the headshot. The spike, as you say, is moving over in towards A. The Rolling Thunder was gone. That was all of their util, all of their ults expended for a failed attempt on B.
Now we're down to 2 players.
Rossi begging for them to plant backside again, but they're certainly not going to do it. Dubstep
Around a stack instead.
might be able to just catch him off guard enough. He's looking for it. Inching closer and closer. Lockdown going to be invested. That'll turn his sights away from Link, at least for now. Continues to go for it. And there you go.
1 enemy remaining.
Felt like just a matter of time. Invi trying to get a weapon out of their hands here. He tucks away in help, but Aaron flanks in from long. Will strike him down, and Global, they will not let Secret win off the back of the timeout. They now bring it to within 1.
And this is just getting closer and closer. Things are heating up. And SK Rossi, 1 shot, 1 kill. He's able to recover himself. This one Reckoning really threw Team Secret off guard, and at the same time, you could see kind of the idea that they were going for, right? Leaving Jesse Vash on a bit of a lurk towards B-side Cubby, but the frags weren't there. Losing out on some gunfights and good reads, good calls from Global Esports side. It really turns things around. Now we've got 1 more ultimate left on the side of Moniette. This guy has not slowed down, not 1 bit.
Okay, hits in on to A. They might not realize it yet, but as they creep more and more forward, it's just a matter of time.
Mag dumping, nobody's on the other side. SK Rossi still on an operator. And this is just brilliant map control. If you're Team Secret, you need to assess other options, because I don't think heading into this Viper's Pit is the right call.
Yeah. Swap it over to Borkum.
Oh, and this is just even more information. And all this time, Global Esports sending out that Trailblazer. They see that mid is clear. Cascade down towards C-Long, and we have Aaron starting to kind of explore the map a little bit.
Bazzi's reinforcing on A. So they have 3 members sitting inside of the pit. As Secret, go ahead and drift away from this.
Pretty sure Aaron hears this as well, this drone.
Will be noted. Paint shells come up, wall across. Jeremy just going to be blast packing forward. Borkum as well TP's in to get that plant down. Texture just here on the side of the smoke.
Planted.
Doesn't know where he is.
Oh.
Aaron's there for a potential counter swing, but you've got Envy nearby as well. The push out. Texture cannot get it, nor can Aaron. The covering fight is too damn good, and there has Rossi. The shorty. It finds nothing.
And now it's just this crossfire setup. These two cannot make it past.
This has to be impossible. I mean, he's playing anti-flash, doesn't need it.
Okay.
Bazzi will be able to get one, deny a flawless, but Secret responding in kind, playing around the map, pulling GE this way and that way. Go ahead. They stretch that lead just a little bit more, not wanting Global to be able to catch them.
Similarly, yeah, it's still this 2-round gap. And like you mentioned, pulling it across the map, there's so much that Global Esports almost looks just a little bit uncomfortable, a little bit antsy at times, even though they actually had full control.
Let's make them dance.
Leaving a player over onto the A side, you got that triple stack. B was completely open. Although it is a simple site to retake, Team Secret are not that team to be messed around with. Now back towards A, and they're still mag dumping. SK Rossi hiding on the other side. He could get a pick as soon as the smoke dissipates.
I mean, he's tucked, but dash at the ready. Let's see when he decides to go for it. He's gonna whip, and they had decent covering fire in position, just couldn't quite nail the shot. So Rossi will be able to get out with his life, but clearly it's a bit slow for him here today.
Found them.
Pushes in, alarm bot. Let's get cleared. Paint shells again.
Oh,
Jeremy jumps up over the top, catches Bazzi. Rossi turns his sight back over. It does manage to equalize. Push out the dubstep, just domes him. No, it's just a slow reaction. Rossi's on the floor. The man advantage now there for Secret as they get the spike planted.
Texture. Aaron sneaking around back. They have. Do they know the dubstep's around this corner? They might not. They don't have vision. They don't have information. They didn't hear anything. 3 players on the side itself, and dubstep could be the linchpin.
Here.
Smash push into this.
Here.
And Bite comes through. Looks like he's not going to go for the push.
Oh my God.
Okay, one shot, a warning there perhaps, but gets timing to pit with a recon in hand. Texture at the same time finds Envy, but 26 HP, surely he can't do it again. He cannot. The dubstep will catch him. Coming out of sewers, and suddenly map point locked in for Secret. One more to go. Global would need to run 3 consecutively, get themselves into overtime.
And their economy, well, they got to buy back up. Ultimate's not quite at the ready, and it's these surprise plays from Team Secret. Jeremy suddenly propping himself on top of that box, but a good response from SK Rossi. Despite that, however, it's just way too overwhelming. Team Secret, again, they cover all bases. And then, of course, dubstep on a bit of lurk as well. Now, maybe a Rolling Thunder, just a simple execute onto C. So much he can do. Okay.
At this point for Global, that was the best case scenario.
Yes,
Don't believe Rossi was noted. He was just out of line of sight from that one, but
now he is.
That dart's cleared, and they're going to open fire. Look to spray him out of this position. He does stay. I thought maybe he would go for the tailwind, you know, go for an audio fake.
Look at how much Global Esports are moving across the map, though.
They
know that Rossi's here.
They know that he's in a precarious spot. He's still trying to stay. Rossi does get taken down. Texture trying to hold the line with the stinger, but he will fall. Monyet pushes his way out into window, clears that nano. The showstopper from Jeremy gets Aaron. Monyet now dead. It's all on Bazzi. A kill would get him some seekers. The spike is planted. Borkum, where is he going to TP? It's just out the long to check. And there he will remain.
A little bit paranoid.
He just has no idea.
They're all up by C-Long too, and you know what this means. Achilleos, the firing squad is ready.
Tap, looking for the hold, looking for the half. He cannot find it. 9 rounds is as good as it will get here for Global, and 6 of those were found in the first half. Secret, they come out, they select Haven. Global show us something a little bit newer as far as their composition is concerned, but Secret shut it down.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. These are some interesting ideas. They look pretty good at the start of the first half as well. We ended at 6-6. We are GE fighting, and they are hanging by a thread, but Team Secret, they're just that much more experienced. They are just that much more coordinated. And all of these site hits, these retakes, these site anchors, everyone's working off of one another. Meanwhile, for Team Secret, you can see some of the ideas, but I don't know. The coordination's still not quite there together. In that last round, right, with SK Rossi kind of exposed, I think Monyet instantly knew, I can peek off of this guy. I can play off of him. If SK Rossi falls, if he gets one, that's okay, that's good. But on the other side as well, Texture up by Garage, not quite so able to peek out or do anything. And when it comes to a last round like that, you have to be so decisive. He has shown great performances. A lot of the global esports players have shown heroic performances, right? The 1-on-3 clutch, Monyet with an almost ace. But down to it, gosh, it's
rough.
3 and 16.
It's very, very rough. Yeah, I mean, Monyet, he is topping the standings at the end of it there, but fortunately the rest of the team not quite with him. And they tried to shake it up. They tried to show us a different look as far as comp is concerned. And you can see that it was working initially on those attacking rounds, but then Secret started getting a sense of how it was going to play. And once they got over onto the defending side, they just couldn't quite find their footing. The unrelenting aggression from Secret, these crazy clutches that kept coming through. It was just a bit too much for them to deal with. That Secret's map pick now out of the way. Haven locked, loaded. Match point effectively. You know, one more to go for Secret if they want to lock in their position in the playoffs. But we do have Lotus coming up here from the side of Global. They've got a 66% win rate on that right now in Pacific. 50-50 if you count their performance versus Vitality over at Lock-In, but
there's a lot to consider, and I'm also kind of like really troubled, right? You want to see huge performances from Global Esports. This team has so much potential, and you see it in players like Monyet and Texture. You just need a lot more of that from the rest of the team as well. But I will say, on Haven, 13-9, that is not a bad scoreline. They fought tooth and nail, and they made it far.
Well, they did. They certainly made it entertaining, but now we're going to go to a quick commercial break. The desk will break down the action from map number 1, and then we'll go into Lotus to see if Secret close it out with a 2-0, lock in their spot in the playoffs and deny GE, or if GE can extend this all the way to 3. So don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it. Shots coming across. Paranoia not hitting. Borkum finds one, pushes into the smoke zone here and down just quite a bit. And I don't know. He keeps up his position without finding the kill. Finally does re-swing. Gets one. Reads it. No, he does not. Oh, got there with a Sheriff. Spray across. Aaron takes an opportunity. A couple shots coming across. Three forward. The shot comes in to avoid this one. Push out of Garage stuff. Needs to win this opening duel. Spots him. Dubstep. Swings in. Trying to hold Garage. Spots one. Spots two. Swings into him. The shot returns. Gets the kill. The shorty. Get out of here now. Again. Directing here towards C, but this time into a decent spot. Oh no. Decently reading this right. Aaron just trying. They're going to double face. He gets one. Spot him. He joins the fray. And it's in his shot. Aaron Helmer gets 2. And this is it. Last back to the corner. Can he stop him? No, he can't. But they're pushing out. This wall should tell them everything that they want to know, which is that they're going to get put go for it.
俺もランプ行かねえじゃん。
一緒に守ろう。
ともこもらえる？
みんな僕入れますよ。
ベースモイベント。
ここのラインまだ入るから。
ベントいる、ベントいる。
それベント見て、ベント見て。
俺壁で寄るね、壁で寄るね。
나 비메인도 먹어놨어 이거
왜 깰 수 있어? 깰 수 있고 에이스핀 다시 가자. 제가 범능 보세요. 여기 와봐.
오케이 오케이 기다
아, 짜줄게.
오케이 갈로.
레그는 스카이를 버렸어.
いないいないいない。
切ってる
ここいないからね。ここも来て。
サイト2いて、サイト2いて。2で守って2。
가야 될 것 같은데 이거. 베이스 먹어. 가자. 올버.
야 이거 CT 스모크 할게. 자리 좀 더 먹어보자.
코목 이래요. 우리도 이래요. 해븐 있다 얘들아. 해븐부터 얘들아 해븐부터.
스케ling heaven. 스케일 천천히 갈게 우리. 사이트 천천히 가자요. 왼쪽 조심.
사이트 플래시 가줄게. 벌려봐.
마다.
나이스.
MM 밑들여.
MS.
후라샤르. 나이. 아싸 NC. 왜 가능해? 나 천천히 할게 이거. 나 탭 소리 하면 될게.
실팀 밑들여. 실팀.
나이스. 에르복 가봐. 들어왔다 뒤에. 라운.
A 지점에
저도.
떨어졌습니다.
해봐.
And Team Secret is one step closer to securing their spots in playoffs for VCT Pacific. They took home the Haven map at a 13-9.
Yeah, absolutely just impressive showing, especially going up against a composition that surely they haven't had too much practice against, because this is not a common composition that we've seen, especially here in Pacific. But here's the thing, I think they were just on point with individual mechanics, but also the way they were trading, right? They had faith that they would be able to either get the first duel or trade off, despite the chaos of all these smokes coming in on the side of Global Esports.
Yeah, it was just a really close map. I mean, you take a look at the clutches, too. Generally, we sometimes get like one, maybe two. This one had three in terms of just official clutches. And, yeah, it was just a really close map overall. I think Team Secret, just the better team in the second half once they did swap over to the other side. So, really have to give them, the point for this one. So, looking pretty good. This was Team Secret's map pick, though, correct?
It was,
So,
indeed.
let's see. I mean, a really close map one on your map pick. It's kind of going the way it should. Maybe we get 3 maps here.
Yeah. And I have to point out, it is Monday, and Monyet, despite their 9-point loss, look at his KDA.
Ridiculous stats once again. And I mean, we even had a couple moments where, the casters were going crazy over Monyet as well. And the stats continue to prove it. Meanwhile, Jeremy on the other side continue to really grow as that main duelist, the main entry. 5 first kills as well, a very solid number. And I hate to point it out, but SK Rossi starting off real slow again, right? Just with the operator as well, with the rifles, just not able to. I mean, you don't need to have incredible stats all the time, but you need to have some impact if you're going to be the main duelist, main entry, and oftentimes the single duelist as well.
Yeah, that's right. Now, Global Esports did have their moments. Like we said, they definitely were GE fighting throughout. And there was one particular round where Texture, it was just a 3v1, and it looked like an impossible situation, but he manages to bring it back.
Yeah, and this is one of those cases where they get the clutch. So first of all, he knows he's trapped, puts up the turret because he decides he has to move forward for the spike anyway. Now, he saw Jesse Vash peeking earlier, so he was waiting for the jump peek, and then he just swings out, and he's kind of banking on winning that swing no matter what, right? I mean, that just has to be an aim duel. He's accepted it. He makes noise to run, and then he fakes the plant on B as well because he hears the footsteps, so he knows that they're going to have to try to pinch him. Baits in Jesse Vash, hears the sound, still has time to run over to A. And after this, I mean, Borkum's just trying to play it safe, right? He doesn't want to get bitten by that fake, potentially Texture waiting around the corner at a close angle. And Texture, another off angle as well. You would expect him to normally be hiding in hell all the way deep inside if he's there, but he waits at an angle where he would be able to see Borkum as soon as he checks that right cubby, and Borkum just has no idea what hit him.
Yeah, I mean,
just one of the clutches we saw from this guy and from the team. So for Global Esports, it did feel like some of the rounds that they won, though, a lot of them were extremely close, and it was some individual members that were having to step up to the plate and do some incredible stuff in rounds that maybe they shouldn't have taken overall. Like, if we didn't get some of those clutches from the side of Global Esports, this could have been like 13-7, 13-6, right? So overall, really good showing from some of the members, and we even had like a Monyet highlight package as well, just in case they won, but wasn't meant to be. Yeah.
That's right. I mean, look, they were brilliant in some of their individual movements, isolating kills in many 3v1 or 2v1 type situations, and they ended up winning, and it was often Monyet as well. So there was also just this one particular thing that Valdez, you wanted to highlight this. Jeremy is looking real good this whole map.
Yeah, like Will said, I mean, Jeremy's really getting comfortable in this duelist role, and it's incredible. I mean, this is only one of the many plays that he has. So that one is through the wall, just a really quick pick. You just got to notice how quick this guy is as he hops down, gets the information immediately that the guy is in hell, and again, just like in the first match we had today, we're going to see an amazing flick here from Jeremy. The reaction time is just incredible. Like, it's
yeah, to see it from his point of view. Yeah. Jeremy's a god. I mean, that's what it felt like, right?
Yeah.
And I think the crazy part is it's both reaction speed, but also he had the awareness that he threw the paint shells in main, so the only other place to check after the fake defuse is going to be short, and he just lines it up perfectly on the swing.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot from Jeremy, and for that reason, not just that round, but for many rounds, he's definitely going to have to be our key player for the first map on Haven.
Yeah, we had that one highlight. We probably could have added a couple more, and maybe we will end up doing that if he keeps playing like this, because, he was a key part of the reason why they were able to defeat DRX with his over-aggressive play style that they were not expecting, and just hitting those shots, and now he just looks even more comfortable. So some of the questions I had at the beginning of this series about, is Team Secret ready now that maybe the pressure is even more on them to, it's do or die for playoffs. You defeated DRX. That wasn't expected, but now you're kind of the favorite in this one. Can you also perform here? Well, looks like he's even doing better.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that impressed me was, if I'm not mistaken, Jeremy had only had 2 operator kills before this match, and both of them happened against DRX. So he has actually had 0 operator kills coming into Superweek, and part of that is mostly because he wasn't the guy picking up the operator for Team Secret. A lot of times it's Dubstep if he's playing the Jet, or Borkum like we saw here on Haven as well. And then he gets 2 kills against DRX, they win that, and then today he already had 2 kills on Haven as well. Now again, still not the main operator, but the fact that if needed, if they want to reposition, if Borkum wants to hold a different angle, if Dubstep wants to hold a different angle, he can be the one who anchors down a site with that operator and get the kills. That's a really promising sign for Secret, because now they can be a little more flexible with how they set up their defaults on those rounds where the operator is available.
Absolutely. I mean, his impact, the impact of his kills have been really critical for a lot of Team Secret's success. Now, we are going to go to Lotus next, which is Global Esports pick. And, I mean, historically, it's kind of hard to say who's going to come out stronger in this one. Are you going to flip-flop on this? Join like Valdez in the flip-flop, or
Valdez like blinking at me, sending me the signal.
At the beginning of the, I just want to say I flip-flop before the first map.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I already got my flip-flop
in
earlier.
Yeah.
I was like, oh yeah, I would have changed my prediction, but we did it at the top of the week.
Yes,
so I'm already on the Team Secret side, even though I'm not officially.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, listen, I'm feeling the pressure. I'm feeling the desk pressure here, but I'm gonna stick
no
with
pressure.
it.
Okay.
I'm gonna stick with it. I'm gonna stick with
The hero.
it. And here's. I really think, I hate to put the pressure on players, but I really think part of it was Global Esports overall just did not look like they were warmed up, right? Yes, Texture had some incredible moments. Obviously, Monyet, it's Monday, so he's warmed up, ready to go since the morning.
Yeah.
But, the rest of the players just needing to pick up a couple more of those duels. I mean, a couple more of those duels, it was still a 9-13 scoreline. This is now their map pick. I still think anything's doable, and I'll still stand by that. I can't say it really went through on the Haven, but overall, I think Global Esports' calling and mid-rounding has looked better throughout the season as a whole. So hopefully they can kind of shore that up here for the Lotus. You guys are giving me these looks. Where I'm like talking, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't know, is everyone listening to me? Like maybe I should hide. Like
We're letting you say your piece. But look, I do think there's a very likely chance we're going to go into map 3. Global Esports was looking good, exactly like you said, Will, and I think they're, Lotus could be there.
it's doable. Now, something interesting about both these teams are these are two of the teams that have always liked to go for the Omen setup here on Lotus. Not any sort of extra setups with the Viper and Harbor or things like that. Just very aggressive play, and it suits both of the team styles. Oh, look at Monyet. He's just enjoying the day right now. He's like, well, I don't know. We might have lost, but I got so many kills on that Haven. I'm feeling great about this match and see if we can continue to carry that momentum here into map 2.
Yeah, have you guys ever had that feeling? Like, even if you're on the losing team, if you're the top fragger, you're like, yeah, well, it's all right. Everything's
Ask
fine.
Achilles, he would know. I don't
He
know.
would definitely know.
I don't know what that's like, personally.
Doesn't matter if we lose. I just need frags.
Here we go. Again, it's the same concept both teams have been using. Now, obviously, there's a couple changes here, but on the side of Team Secret, the difference is they put the breach on top of the Omen, so very heavy on controlling areas with that fault line early, relying on that cooldown to return. Now, on the side of Global Esports, they've always liked the Sky on Bazi. He's so good with it. And then Aaron on the KO. I mean, some of the most comfort we've seen from Aaron is when he's playing that KO, so things could be a little different in map 2.
Potentially last chance for them. They got to pull out all the stops. If it's Comfort that gets them there, then Comfort they will go for. And, we'll just have to wait and see if they are up to the task.
Well, I hope they're all warmed up. Like Will said, maybe they decided to warm up on the very first map, and they should definitely be nice and warm now. We're going to go into map 2, Lotus. Let's go over to our casters, Achilles and Quack. Where are your sleeves?
He said that you stole them. You ripped them off after he ate your food.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Hell hath no wrath like a woman scorned. But anyway, we'll go in now to this second map. It's do or die time. Backs against the wall for Global. If they cannot win this and extend it to 3, that is their regular season coming to an end. They will miss playoffs and have to wait for the LCQ.
But I will have to agree with Will and everything that he mentioned, talking about the predictions and such. Global has looked better overall. Global has had better performances on Lotus overall. There's a reason why they picked this map. There's a reason why they have Aaron on the KO, and it's this specific composition. Remember, we were casting that, and that was the first time he played KO on Pearl as well, and he did phenomenally.
Sure. We do have, I'd say, a similar amount of VODs to review for both of these teams. They're both going to be running the same compositions that they have been running on Lotus, so there's no alterations. Maybe to the playstyle itself as we do get ready to go into the nitty-gritty, but we've seen it twice here from the side of Secret. A victory over Zeta, a hard-fought one, as well as a bit of a stomp at the hands of T1. 13-4 to close that out. So we'll see how Secret looks going into this, because you take a look at most teams playing Lotus across the board, that Sky has been very popular worldwide. Not so much the Sova, so my eyes, as they often do, drift over to Jesse Bash, who's going to be first blood. Dubstep, though, with an ice. The wall bang takes down Aaron, making that a 1-for-1.
There's that Sky you're talking about.
Flash right into his face. They're going to throw both of them at them, though, and it's going to be Bazzi falling. Borkum charging forward with that frenzy. Finds Rossi as well. Suddenly the B site opened up. Texture having to rotate all the way over from A. Manya tries to get the timing, tries to take him down, interrupt that spike plan, but he does fall. Texture is able to clutch once, but he won't even get the clutch started this time around. Secret take them down here in round 1 and take the lead, and Pistol wins overall, now 2-1.
Just turning things around as well. This is a little bit of a troubling sign. But you can see how Team Secret really does it overall as well. That one little wallbang shot, players to play off of each other as soon as the door gets broken, and they go in for a decisive hit onto the B site. Whatever Global Esports are trying to pull off, it's not so great, but I do admire the fact that they are trying to keep spirits up. Sometimes, even with a loss, whether you get kills or not, it's important to mentally reset, and I hope that that's what Global Esports have done.
Yeah. It's absolutely paramount.
Back to Pistols.
We were talking to Buzz on the recap last week, saying, how do you bounce back after those losses? He said, oh, just forget it. Just forget it never happened. Let's see if Global's able to do the same mental gymnastics to shut it from their minds.
Okay. Get a close off-angle position, perhaps.
Rossi up close, one spotted. They got the double stacker on the corner. It's going to be Bazzi getting one, but Dubstep taking out the rest.
Still a great spray with the Phantom, and that means that Team Secret gets the quick timing onto the A site. Long rotations from Global Esports. They might have arrived on time, but post-plant positions are up and ready as well. Information.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah. And unfortunately for Monyet, Borkum is on the hunt. Push on the corner, and he'll get him. So widely, all the weapons saved because there was one pistol in the mix here for Secret, so not losing out on too much. There's a frenzy, a ghost either way. Not going to be overly concerning, which is why Envy says, yeah, whatever, I'll buy a Vandal.
Yeah.
Still got 1900.
And it works out great. With Dubstep again. I mean, we were talking about this a little bit. I don't know about, the Sova on Lotus. You don't often have like great lineups or things that you can play off of your teammates with, but Jesse Vash makes it look good and makes it look viable. At the same time, for Global Esports, this is now their full buy rounds. They're pushing out aggressively, but Team Secret are all the way on the other side of the map.
Yeah, it's a bit of a misread. Dubstep, he's not going to care about that. A little bit of damage, texture forced away back to Waterfall. And look at this lurk from Jeremy. He's pushing back out through A, try to get in behind them, and that could end up being catastrophic if they don't account for it. Flying dart cleared, push around the corner. Borkum just straight bang, comes up with a second one. Aaron finally able to answer back a singular kill. They need so much more than this. And yeah, that pitch is coming through, but it doesn't even matter. They kill the guy that Jeremy was flanking. Bazzi getting flanked on. He's a bit wary of it.
Good.
It's a good catch, but might just be it. I mean, low HP bars, but time has already dwindled.
Envy trying to get the timing on him too.
Okay, Bazzi will be able to come away with it.
Just a hair above his head. But managing to save this one weapon is still important for Global Esports in the long run.
It's going to be a 3-0 start now here for Secret. Incredibly strong. Just the Phantom held by Bazzi. A very minor consolation prize, but it's not going to take away the bitter feeling.
I mean, that's why we were talking about it, right? You have to go for that mental reset. These bitter feelings kind of sometimes can attribute to you making certain decisions, such as making the wrong reads and pushing out onto A when your opponents are on the other side of the map. It hurts, and it can happen, but you have to recover from it.
Yeah.
And this time, maybe a big old conflict push on towards A. But all right, Team Secret, they're controlled enough that they just immediately back off of it.
Yeah, I mean, they force them back, but again, they just say, okay, screw it, we'll go C. If that's what you really want us to do. Texture's all is lonesome on this side of the map. They spray check, Dubstep's up over the top, scouting. Texture again has to just pull back all the way through Waterfall. Seems like this time, GE don't want to allow for a flank from behind, but Borkum still lurking, staring into B, finds one. Dubstep now pushing forward. Rossi on the peak, finds one, finds another. Starting to look a little bit more heated up. The Rolling Thunder cuts across. Daces them both. Is the TP well into spawn? Rossi! Okay, the cancel comes in. For a second, I thought he was just going to be dead to rights and completely unaware.
Still, though, all that time is being spent.
Yeah. Trailblazer having to be used. They start working their way forward. Recon, try to clear. Legs cut out from underneath of him, then the head taken off. Jesse Bash comes up with two. Swing on, and Envy manages to stabilize the spray to take out Monyet. And Bazzi with 15 HP, splashing around, making all sorts of noise, will fall to Envy's hand. And it's a 4-0 start. Spike will claim Jesse Bash, but with all the cash that they've got built up, he's not going to be too concerned at all, and that's going to be a timeout forced.
I am hurting for Global Esports. This is 0-4, and because of the money, it could potentially be 0-5, Achilleos. And at the same time, although you can see that they're really trying to fight their way back into this game, Team Secret just looks very much in charge, in the lead, with the way that they're rotating, not overly committing, and when it comes to the site hits, I have a feeling that this is exactly what Coach Spin is going to talk about, right? You have Texture alone on C. He can't do it all by himself, especially when you got 4 players from Team Secret just diving onto the site like that.
Just had the back off time and time again, and then the retakes haven't been going their way.
Especially when you got players like Borkum, or sometimes Jeremy on lurks. There's so much that Team Secret are doing.
Yeah. I mean, we've had some, inconsistencies when it comes down to Borkum and some of his play. The early matches with Secret were racking up when they were towards the top of the standings and taking everybody by surprise. Borkum was being huge there, but then we saw some dips, some valleys that were coming through. So far, both of these maps, Borkum
today, yeah,
Envy as well, crushing, absolutely crushing it. 7-2-0. Envy right there behind him, already one Rolling Thunder used, 2 charges towards the next one. And it looks like Secret might want to try to counteract some of the aggression, but this time it's not going to be found.
Okay.
At least we got a push out on C.
Now position around the revolving door.
Tap on it, no one moving forward. Borkum now just inching in and still somehow gets air in there. What is that shot? Does get caught. With that paranoia in hand. Texture comes up with 3 off the Sheriff. And how does he keep doing it? The Nano goes out, but the push comes in. Dubstep with a nice timing. Does take him down, but Texture's heroics has now brought this into a man advantage. The spike outside the door. Rossi noting it. And Secret, I think they might have lost the plot a little bit.
What in the world just happened? But still, Team Secret can fight. They might not have the numbers. Global might have the guns, but they don't have armor. So a couple of headshots could do the trick, but they have to be very careful about the approach, and that's why Jesse Vash is going all the way around, but the Seekers.
Yeah, I was going to say, Vazzy, you've got it built up. Do you pull the trigger on it? He does, and he actually tries to play
30 seconds left.
aggressively here against Vash. Sends out the dart, smoke,
please.
keeping him obfuscated. Shorty swap. Woo! There's the kill. That could be the first step in the undoing of this round, but Rossi able to find one. Now it's all on Dubstep with 32 HP.
I got the spike.
Creeps up. But they've taken the side away
10
from
seconds.
him. And with 10 seconds,
seconds left.
surely it's all over. He'd have to kill them both. It's going to be Rossi finishing the job. A thrifty off the back of the timeout to get Global their first round here on Lotus.
Please tell me there's a replay.
There has to be. If there's not, I'll quit.
Oh my God. There it is, all right.
Show me this man. Okay, sure, Borkum, low HP. Turns, oh my God. Turns the flash and just bing, bang, boom. Decent effort. Good on Rossi to be able to find the last 2 here.
That's just masterful plays. Global Esports, they fight their way back. They managed to do it, and now Team Secret on a bit of a half buy.
But it's a miracle bailout. It's not something that you can rely on. We saw that. We learned that on Haven. Texture had that huge clutch. But it was so few and far in between when that was able to happen. And the regular neutral play, let's say, in quotations, it was just constantly going the way of Secret. So that round certainly does not get Global back into this necessarily. They need to be able to continue winning from here on out. Knives pulled, but Dubstep slow to react. Monyet finds one. Bazzi catches Jeremy, who once again is trying to lurk forward. Okay. Up on top, Borkum, he's thinking about trying to go for the gun. Dodges the dog, goes right over his head, but he cannot recover the rifle.
Attention all pulled towards the front. The timing of SK Rossi's flank has to be important. But, well, defender lockdown as well, and Team Secret has to push up.
Anyone else? No.
Okay.
Just the one charge of the Hunter's Fury going to be used there. Aaron finding one. Texture gunning down the other 2. And that will be them putting up a second round now. And this looks like Texture going to be the handoff. Try to get that lockdown nice and ready to go once more.
No, we were talking about it. Sometimes you are looking for that consistency. In an instance like this, I'll take whatever I can get. And if Global Esports can, hang on to that one glimmer of hope and then just keep going off of it. Use the lockdown, force Team Secret's hand, force them to peek into you. They might be able to fight their way back. They might be able to find a bit of a comeback and go back into these games with more leading performances.
I love that at both watch parties we've just had like 2 dudes just eating and not watching the game.
Hey,
everyone else is losing their minds
South
around them.
Asian and Filipino food. It's great.
I mean, hey, I don't blame them. Both cuisines absolutely delicious.
They're banging. But these teams are banging as well. Team Secret trying to be a little bit more controlled, a little bit more careful. Meanwhile, Global Esports, SK Rossi actually pushed up onto Mound.
We might have our first real commit onto B. We did see the reroute, cutting through door, mowing some people down, but it seems like with the nano flying, they also get the fragment out. It's going to be decent value found. Jesse trying to win out against Bazzi, but He's the
Now it's a one-on-one.
Bazzi's just like, ha-ha! And now over here.
You just can't hit him. They're looking for that opening pick. And that's why it's kind of important for Global Esports not to get too aggressive. Don't want to push into positions that expose yourself too much. Team Secret has to find a pick. Team Secret has to push out.
Can't shoot those guiding lights anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, spraying. Aaron taking quite a bit of damage. Now door going to be broken. So where we started is where we'll end up. Back over to B, Recon. Try to clear things out. They've got the smoke up top. Cloudburst thrown in as well. Extra just hugging on the corner. The tail went in and he can't readjust. Jeremy takes him down. Aaron falling at the same time. Rossi swinging around from behind, but it is noted. It is taken out. Borkum just lurking forward, finds the kill. Push out Envy.
Oh no.
Will be the finisher on the round. That's now 5 on the board for Secret. Reestablishing after dropping 2.
This is incredible. I mean, if there are replays and you pay attention to the mini-map, I don't know if this is Jesse Vash's calling or Warbirds, but so many of these rotations, just little firefights, it kind of baits rotations out from Global Esports. And at the same time, the way that they actually pushed in deeper off of the B site, like you were talking about it, Texture couldn't quite readjust to it. And that's that team play, leapfrogging off of one another. Dubstep to dash in, and then Jeremy to peek off of it as well.
Yeah, the fact that it's flawless is just the icing on the cake. Monyet, she's being cored, but it's going to be noted. Dart did not get cleared for quite some time.
Okay, and we can take a rubble control. SK Rossi's on a judge up by C as well, but you can see that Team Secret are taking this really slow and steady. Maybe an opening pick, maybe someone finds a 1v1 and then they rotate over onto another site, but if not, it could just very well be this one overwhelming hit onto SK Rossi, who is alone.
Drone.
Oh boy.
Pushing up. Judge at the ready is going to get darted. Waiting to see if the aggression comes through, but I mean, they can see from the silhouette that he is holding that Judge. Shock darts, putting a little bit of damage off the first one. Recon blocked out, swings in the corner, but it's going to be Texture who's doing most of the heavy lifting. Finds 2. Rossi now with the knives, does clean out the third, or second rather. For a little bit more, and he's not expecting a low angle. Reaction a bit delayed, but Borkum now on his lonesome. Does he grab Spike and go for the TP? All right, the answer is going to be no. Dog leading the way, he tucks into the corner, and he has been spotted. It does deal damage.
30 seconds left.
Now he TP's down to the low ground.
30 seconds. Oh!
Monyet is right around the corner. And this should be
peekaboo.
Fully unexpected. Spike does get planted for a little bit of extra cash. Monyet, with his ult already, can just take it to half and then wait for the rotation to come over. Bazzi one off the Seekers. 3-5, Global trying to stop Secret from getting more consecutive rounds.
And it's kind of working too. The timeout from Coach Spin or whatever it was, they are adjusting around these positions. Now, Texture or SK Rossi being able to rotate in back and forth towards B and C, they're able to play off of each other. Texture landing those shots and SK Rossi finding those knife kills. That was huge value for Global Esports. We need more of that. And that's the consistency that you're talking about. SK Rossi now pulling up the operator. Light armor all across the board. 3 and 5. And we need desperate.
Oh, they're looking for it again, and Dubstep is perfectly poised. Swings the corner, mows him down. Aaron can only get one. Secret.
That is not.
They say, hey, you like to do the same thing time and time again outside A. Well, we've got it counter-stratted. Texture with a Phantom, Rossi with this operator. And now one noted. Surely they just have to surrender this round. Certainly a tough decision, but it's just far too risky.
Far too expensive as well. SK Rossi holding the angle, but just have to back off into a safer position. Dig some trenches. It's 3 and 5, 3 and 6 practically. And if you could just, like, you know, watch that replay again, break down that round, exactly how Team Secret got that counter strat play on towards Rubble. So much of those utilities, you have to see that in slow motion. But at the same time, it's also Team Secret landing their shot. They're getting so much of it. In that exchange, it was 1 for 3 Achilleos. I don't know quite exactly how that happens, but it's perfect. Dubstep, just instantly expecting the teleport from Monyet on towards the top of Rubble itself. It's just easy pickings.
Yeah, and they've kept going for it. It hasn't worked out, so.
Are we doing the Odin?
No, not Monyet. I respect you. Please don't do this.
So you don't respect him anymore after he gets an Odin?
If he gets an ace off of this, it doesn't count.
Of course. As long as it works.
Dart forward to clear any kind of util. Actually, wise delay. Textured setting the nano off the back of that. And the shot, he's holding close, but he whiffs. Jeremy gets to live, and that means that the lockdown's still alive in this round.
And Borkham is in position to completely blind him. SK Rossi, his reactions have to be quick. He has to be Johnny on the spot with that tailwind, or he could be dead. Thankfully, Bazzi's here to assist.
Dog leads, TP back out from Borkham. Sights are going to get turned once again over towards A, which is where the Odin is sat. Smoke does come up to obfuscate, and Dash going to run out for Rossi.
Here's that drone. Rotation's coming over from Global Esports. How do you play with the Odin here, though? Okay, okay. Off angle on the revolving door.
Okay, Rolling Thunder does not connect. There's one. Spots another one. Let's get noted. Bazzi finding an elimination. Monyet swings the corner. Gets Jesse Bash in the head. Now it's Dubstep and Jeremy. Everybody else just gone in the blink of an eye. Spike out on the ground. Paranoia flies through, catches him.
No way!
And yep. That's just Odin things.
All right, still respectable, right? Am I right?
I'll think on it. Either way, it does get them a very necessary round win. And bringing it now within 2 and forces a timeout from Secret.
I mean, apart from the kills and the Odin, it's also the positioning from Monyet, positioning from the team. As soon as they heard that owl drone, as soon as the timer ticked down to about, I don't know, like 30 seconds remaining, they could tell this has to be a hit from Team Secret. Everyone rotates over on time. The drone gave it all away, and Monyet just lets it rip, even going in for the wall bang at the end. 4-6, Team Secret now calling the timeout. Can we recover and make it a more advantageous half for ourselves on Team Secret's side? Meanwhile, for Global Esports, looking for that 6-6.
I mean, can it happen again? Is a decent question. We saw the parallels between map 1, map 2 in our first series of the day. Can that happen once more with a 6-6 half? Nice drawing, I like this.
Good proportions, figure posing. 4-6.
We'll say, I don't know. I know that Tom is doing a watch party. I don't know if Mitchman is with him, but Mitchman likes the Odin.
Oh.
Mitchman, because of that, I don't like you.
I have seen those Twitter clips. He's trying to get back to Immortal with his Odin, too, so... hey, if it works, it works. All right, we've seen Laz do it. We've seen other teams do it as well. Forsaken on Ascent. Sometimes it works. So I'm not complaining, but we want a good match, and SK Rossi is looking to make that happen as well for himself.
Goes for the swing.
Oh, come on.
Just a little bit too much movement. The shot ends up going high.
Dang. And that's information for Team Secret, so they are not going to head back towards the C side. If anything, SK Rossi could reposition. And we're headed back towards A, where this heavy machine gun is still in play. Just a little warning shot. Hi, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm trying to force him back.
Oh, no!
Trying to get it. Paranoia catches a couple, and lockdown will be destroyed. Monyet, you can't keep doing this, son! 2 kills, both through a wall.
Are you?
He's looking for a little bit more.
And here it comes. Oh!
Jesse will find it, puts the Odin on the floor. Push out the right click from Dubstep, takes down Bazzi. A 2v3, Dubstep at 21 health. And Aaron spotted as he just slides along the wall. Texture again, needing the clutch, pushes out, looks for one. The last bullet finds the head, but now down to 30. What can he do?
Stacked up side by side. Turtle be information. Maybe a nanostorm to flush him out. But he has to turn it into a one-on-one otherwise, and he's 30 HP.
Clear it out, and they almost line up for him, but Envy too healthy, and now he says, you know what, this Odin thing's working out. I think I'll take it for myself. As Secret will go ahead off the back of their timeout and be able to pick up around a win, locking in now 7 for the half, looking to make it 8. And I mean, yeah, just look at it. He's just blind shooting through a wall.
Hey, if it works, all right?
Keep saying that.
And it's great, but down to it. I mean, that one single headshot through the engine block from Jesse Vash managed to end it all. And of course, now securing the 4-7, potentially a 4-8. Monyette's looking for more wall bangs. But Envy has the gun as well.
So they just cancel each other out, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Rossi again looking to play forward. They've got 3 sat here at Mound. Do they expect somebody to be on the high ground here? Texture, well, he swings out and he finds him. Borkum. Okay, does hold on to the paranoia wisely.
No operators in sight, so we're gonna...
Oh my god. It hurts, doesn't it?
Ouch, yes, okay, we learn our lesson. The Hunter Spurry will push them out of position as well.
He almost gets that tag across. Aaron, lucky to not get hit. Jesse Bash in the meantime looking to lurk around the back. Meanwhile, Jeremy looking around the top here.
Okay.
Barely gets the kill despite having the jump. Push in, Monyette just far too low. Ends up getting taken down. Texture, can he get into a prime position to utilize this ult? The answer's gonna be yes. Tries to send it over towards stairs. Tippy getting used. Texture checks back over. Catches him. Borkum canceling. And now he's gotta get the hell out of here. He's got nowhere to go. Okay, ult.
Wow,
used.
that's far though.
And cancels right back into Texture's lap. I appreciate the attempt, but Texture wanted to check it out. Gets the read, gets the kill, and it's 7-5 at the half.
Good idea.
Switching
7-5 is pretty good as well. It's just smart plays from Texture and Bazzi, I guess. I mean, being able to peek out of C that way, getting that opening pick, softens up the post-plant defenses from Team Secret. And Global Esports now, that lockdown, tremendous value in flushing out these players' positions. Team Secret, you know, they tried to make some Odin plays as well. It does bang up Monyette, but in the post-plant, jump peeking and trying to find a suitable position to hold it with. Not fantastic. So, Global Esports stands a chance at turning things around on its head, but keep in mind, like you've been counting, keeping track of all of this, Achilleos. Pistol rounds today so far. What's the score again?
Right now it's gonna be 2-1.
In favor of Team Secret.
Global very much needing to tie up that metric. Secret be one step closer to the playoffs if they can take it away from them. You have to keep in mind, though, sides that we're starting on, how attacker-sided this map has been here in Pacific in particular, at times, depending on the team. Yeah. But GE is one of those teams. 8-4, 7-5, the last 2 times that they've played this for their attacking starts. 7-5 would obviously give us OT, so I keep my fingers crossed for that.
It's possible. Anything is possible, but at the same time, just trying to think about this agent composition. Of course, the one on Global Esports side is something that we're more used to, but I think as Valdez and Will talked about this vault line play with Envy on the breach, doubling up on top of Borkum's Omen, it is very useful for map control. And then you have Jesse Vash. Sova, a little bit odd maybe, not the most optimal agent, but still doing a great job at getting information for the team. So it could also be a really tough defensive side for Team Secret, and it all starts with this pistol round.
Texture nipping at the heels. 12-8-2 to Borkum's 14-8-1. Looks a bit silly in the last round, obviously TPing back into his death, but given the performance that he's put up across both of these maps so far that we've seen, I think we can certainly excuse it for him.
It was a good idea too, but you know.
We're gonna get the fault line out for free.
All right.
It hasn't been used, and he's still holding it.
Jiggling towards C, now Jesse Vash should be able to get information on the A site. How fast is your response time, Team Secret?
Okay, just gonna start backing away. The rotation's now beginning. Drone does go out. Tags one, chase forward. Rossi looking for him. Almost lines up the headshot there. Vash stays alive. Cloudburst. Rossi wants to push the issue, but there are so many people up top here. He is going to be backed up by Monette. A tap on the rope. Have they baited Rossi? Oh, the dart comes through. What? Vash finds two as he drops down off the top. Now Monette swamped, absolutely taken out. It's all on Texture. Vulnerable in the corner. The spike stranded at the back of sight.
He's got one Nano Swarm to play with.
How do you isolate these fights?
You can't peek, and I don't think Team Secret will peek.
If he clears one, it's going to have to be an instant 90-degree pivot to clear the other.
30 seconds
Gets
left.
it. Looks for the other. Manages to survive, but then NB up top will take him down 3-1 in pistols, 8-5 at the start of the second half. Secret, they are on the cusp.
This is not a great sign for Global Esports, Achilleos. That's the 3-1 pistol. That does not look like the old Global Esports of yore. But still, I mean, that's just a smart play. You can see what Global Esports were trying to do, but it got instantly countered, first of all, by Jesse Vash's recon dart, and then the classic right clicks.
This is curious. This is also a bit of a different look for GE. Most of the time, they lose a pistol, they get pushed onto, an eco position. They don't invest anything. They do have Sheriffs, they have Frenzies. They've actually bought down 1,300, 1,250 across a couple people. Sheriff does get put to decent uses. Dubstep, 7 health. Jesse as well getting tagged. Rossi now entering. Clears the site, but the spike is still over by B. He's taking all this space. Now he's going to be marked. And if nothing else, he's drawing attention. And if GE would just take the spike and ship it to the opposite side of the map, they would have a man advantage. Monette on the lurk. Envy about to swing around on the right-hand side. Looks like he just misses the timing.
Monette as well, up by stairs. Potential flank onto the B site.
Spike down B.
It just feels like the wheels are coming off. The lurk, Monette in behind, trying to see if there's going to be somebody else. Surely he doesn't. Oh my God. What in the hell? Monette Monday! He delivers again! The patience! It might not win on the round, but damn if it wasn't good.
30 seconds left.
Brought forward, the Spectre, recovered, Envy in the smoke, they flash for him, but he backs away, the fault line comes in. Monette decides to stay within the smoke. Spike, not yet planted, 18 seconds remaining. Monette checking, doesn't see Envy anywhere. And now he's got to keep Bazzi safe, but Bazzi with no HP will fall. Monette gets himself a third, and he needs an ace if he wants to turn it. A 1v2, they're both tagged up. He dodges a shot, but Jesse gets the Sheriff draw down, and he denies it away from him. Borkum survives with 6 HP. And that is now 9-5. Secret, got to be breathing a massive sigh of relief after getting away with that one.
Good recovery. Right here. Great performance from Monette, but still, I mean, look at the trigger discipline on it.
It's all I care about seeing.
His name is Monwick with the ghost. I mean, we ask him if it's Manya Monday, and he says, yeah.
I mean, if Dubstep unscopes at any moment, he would be able to see him out of the peripheral vision there.
Oh.
Incredible from Monette.
I mean, you have to admire Team Secret. Again, although they suffered some of those losses, they didn't over-rotate.
Sure.
And now, they're going aggressive. They know.
Looking to go very aggro. Rossi tagged low. Aaron will find one. Dubstep gets another. Now it's Monette taken down. And you can see the attention is so very split.
1-on-2.
Bazzi very much with the HP advantage, but not so much anymore. Sends out the Seeker.
It's a 1-on-1. Doesn't have the health. Jesse Vash reads this all too well.
I mean, a shock dart will kill.
That's right. And it takes so much time for him to get to the A side too, and Jesse Vash perched up on top of Heaven that way. It's the prime position for a shock dart lineup.
Confirmed it. He's looking for him, and Bazzi! He will barely get the clutch. A 6th round now picked up. Global Esports fighting back tooth and nail. But the cash flow on the side of Secret has been quite strong, so still a lot to work through as they go into this next round. And I spotted an operator, I do believe.
Could be a huge tool. Just a big old scuffle, but again.
Okay, operator abandoned.
Light armor all across the board still, we're doing that.
Here.
Global Esports, like you mentioned, you know, it's not that consistent. They are still hanging on by a thread, and we're hanging on to that glimmer of hope, but Team Secret make it tough, and it's all that Killjoy utility on the site.
They're really looking to up the pace here, but it's Rossi into both nanoswarms here. Rossi worked a little bit low. Obviously, Bazzi could offer up some healing. As Hunter Fury cuts across, looking for a tag. Sends it in between. And it's just not quite going to find anything there. Drone is well almost used. Okay, Bash decides to hold it.
Planted.
So he's still very wary that there could be a lurk from behind. Speaking of which,
very smart.
Dubstep going for it. Alarm bot spotted. Cloudburst down it. Okay, I believe Texture heard that. He turns his sights back over towards Mound.
Certainly must have. Still have to worry about
Hold line, but they're all in front of this. They're pushing forward. Gun can't get drawn down. Borkum taken out. Rossi pushed the corner. Waterfall finds one, finds the second, and they know exactly where Dubstep is. 10 HP. He will be able to find one, a parting gift as he heads for the hills. Clutching that Vandal as tightly as he can. Monyet looking for the catch, and he narrowly catches him through the box. That's going to be Global finding a 7th. Yeah, Texture just charging his way in, tucked in the corner. So he has not read this. Losing the gun, and certainly does hurt. They can afford another buy.
Okay. Not the cleanest towards the end, but that is a clean sight hit. That is a good post-plant hold, and that's what we need more of from Global Esports. The way that they just dashed in and took control over the site itself, knowing that positioning from Team Secret are all across the site, all across the map, I mean. And then holding every single one of these angles, the way that they actually pushed out in towards defender spawn was so big. It puts us at 7-9, and now a Team Secret with a half buy. Dubstep holding onto that Vandal he brought over from the last round. We're headed back towards C.
Spraying through.
Okay.
Oh, Texture just kind of happenstance, drags across Dubstep's face. So you're talking about that rifle carried over. It's now on the floor. Jesse would love to recover it, but he's holding close with a Bucky. You were mentioning it before. This did get an immense amount of value for them versus TRX on Haven when they played them. See if Jesse fares the same now in this matchup.
It's contingent on Texture pushing into him, though. I don't think he has that range with the right click, even if he does peek. Meanwhile, what's important is happening on the C site. A lone Jeremy with a shorty.
Oh, the first shot whiffs. Texture gets one. Jeremy on the opposite side will get use out of his shorty, but Monyet says, hey, mine can do that too. Frenzy up close. Gets a couple shots across on the Bazzi, but they will be able to survive. Rossi, the only one falling in the round, so pretty clean, which is something that Global certainly need. And Secret now will get another full buy-in. They've got 4 ultimates to try to utilize coming into this round to once again separate themselves away from Global. Otherwise, we will see GE tying it at 9-9.
It could happen, right? But that's what I'm looking for as well. I mean, remember on the previous map, Global Esports, they came close. They managed to close in the gap a little bit, but it was always at that 1 round difference, maybe 2. If Global can turn this to an even fight, 9-9, and they make it happen on this round where Team Secret has 4 ultimates, that could be the curse very well broken.
Sure.
They could make it happen again. Jesse Vash, though, just getting information. A looks completely clear.
Tools they have to work with. Try to lock in 10, get the double digits, though, for Secret. It's pretty staggering. This is the kind of moment where if you're Global, you would love to have this null command available for Aaron. He will be... Okay, yeah, he does go ahead and grab the orb. Wasn't sure if it was he or Bazzi. Each side, though, offered up, opened. Secret, they say, we've got retake tools. Let's just use them.
Rolling Thunder. Lockdown. SK Rossi looking to disable this by pushing further in.
Flash in the corner, but Borkum not tagged. Nade going to be invested as well. Paranoia forces him back. Monty in the meantime, back over to the side, going to be taken down as Jeremy finds 3. Texture, Aaron, all falling. Bazzi, full blind. Another blind.
One enemy
Flash
remaining.
flying his way, and suddenly he's completely and utterly surrounded. Finds one, finds another, but can't quite get that 4th. Back and forth, but it is going to be Secret getting the defuse, moving to double digits after all. They go ahead, stretch the lead back up by 2, not allowing Global to tie this up.
And it happens once more. I mean, Global gets to buy back up easy. That's not an issue, but looking at how these rounds play out, Team Secret keeps on extending that lead that you're talking about. And it's just smart plays, knowing how to play off of one another. The Rolling Thunder might have been sent out, but they know. They could hear all those footsteps. SK Rossi, Bazzi supporting him with the guiding lights. They knew that Global Esports were pushing in from the back. And that's why they were able to turn around on a dime, just recovering from whatever is being thrown at them. They are so quick to adapt.
And it was fairly efficient. I mean, yeah, a couple of deaths there as Bazzi was looking to pull off a miracle, but they only had to commit the Rolling Thunder to that retake. They didn't get the lockdown out of them. So the tools here still able to match up for the most part against Global. I mean, Jeremy looking to go for a bit of a tempo.
Preemptive one.
At least wants to maybe play off of any kind of initial contact, but seems like he will be saving it for now.
Texture on his lockdown as well, but what I like for this round is Aaron. He's got the null command that you were looking for in the previous round with Kilios, and that could be a very big factor in just completely nullifying whatever Team Secret tries to throw at them. So this retake, if Global Esports can shut it down, they should very well get this win.
Secrets are coming. Yeah, lockdown going to be used. Fault line comes in. Null command off the back, and they will go ahead and counter lockdown, but they have to try to clear this one. There's a 3-member stack to try to prevent it from happening. The spray coming through. The lockdown is not destroyed. And Moniette is going to get caught.
So will Team Secret.
2 players detained.
30 seconds left.
Texture gone. Moniette dead as well. And just like that, they shut it down. They rush in, trying to get the clear.
We move in.
But Secret, they just slam the door in their faces. Now 11 rounds, 2 more to go, and Secret have secured their place in the playoffs.
Oh no. Helios, I hate to say it, but this could be very well it. I mean, we're calling a desperate timeout at this 11th hour. Coach's been doing whatever he can. They need to catch up to Team Secret, but it just feels like every single time they try to do it, Team Secret finds another way to extend that lead. It was that lockdown, it was the ultimates being spent, but Team Secret just answers in kind, and with the push as well, seeing the null command of all things as well, just gives your position away because of that pulse. And then getting detained at the end just hurts. The fact that you spent that many ultimates in that one round and it doesn't pay off, that is heartbreaking. You cannot let it affect you though, mentally. And I'm just wondering about economy as well. 8 to 11.
It feels like it can't be looking that good for them economically. Looks like they will be able to scrape something together.
It's one of these situations. You try to scrape it together. What about the next round as well, right?
I mean, this is
got
to be a must-win. You'll want to avoid that OT at all costs. But Secret, they are so very close to getting it done. Flash out, nothing noted. 4 players, however, hovering towards this A site. Drone to try to check. Goes for a shot, doesn't find anything. It's Aaron and Moniette quietly tucked in behind these rocks. Hoping that someone over-aggresses into them so they can get the jump. The fault line is at the ready. And right now, it just feels like an entire stalemate between the 2 teams. They wait for somebody to pull the trigger.
Right here. Hit drop. Oh my god. They TP'd.
I mean, they're on top of each other, but Moniette doesn't read it. Now he looks to TP out. Aaron taking down the spike strand. Vash finds a second. And suddenly it's just Rossi and Texture. Cover going out. Left standing.
Spike dropped too. That is one hell of a gut punch.
such a fantastic read off of Global's timeout. Warbirds
right there,
helping to make the call to potentially push Secret over the line.
30 seconds left.
Texture creeping forward.
Got no flashes. What do you do?
Got no way to try to clear this. The cloud burst, but Rossi can't even exit. Texture can only get one, if nothing else, to spare them from a flawless. But Secret will be locking in match point. 12-8. Now 4 consecutive rounds needed for Global just to take us into overtime.
Not to bring attention to mine, their economy as well as talking about it. As soon as that cloudburst got sent out, wow, Envy, what a shot through the smoke. And SK Rossi, despite all of his efforts, it still falls apart. Bit of a, whatever they could scrape together. Bazzi on a Spectre.
Here.
Dubstep on an Operator. They try to throw this one last Hail Mary play towards the A site.
As we go into what could very well be the last round of this map, of this match. Borkum not reading the Textures in a forward position, but it's going to be trade out on the Omens. Aim a little bit whippy here, but takes passing down to a slow HP. Flicks to the side. Aaron eliminated. Rossi does come in from the flank. He spares him. Saves the rest of the team. Dubstep struck down. It's all on Jeremy and Jesse Bash. As we will see Global pivoting now over into B.
Good and fast.
Spike getting planted. Bash is so very low. Hunter's Fury cutting across the updraft. Just trying to play elusively.
Jeremy must have heard it too, but it's an off-angle position. SK Rossi going for the peek.
He's got the timing. He's got the headshot, and Global might just have the round.
Down to Jesse Vash. She's saving.
Covers the Operator. Swinging the timing here from Texture would put him on the floor, but he scopes in and takes him out. And that's just, I mean, significant damage dealt here. And Global, they might take that round, but Jesse, I think, still going to be grinning at the end of this because the cash is strong for Secret, not so much for Global. Going to be a little bit rough around the edges here, perhaps. Rossi looking over, checks towards drop on the opposite side. There's not going to be anybody in the void there, and he gets another!
So he gets some more ultimate points.
Oh, all right, the buy will be there. Half armor on a few people.
Thankfully.
But this was rougher than it needed to be.
I have to say though, I mean, watch the replay because SK Rossi was the savior of this round.
Oh, for sure.
Coming in at those last few moments, up around those side positions, he manages to save his teammates. But still, 3 more rounds to go, Achilleos. And we have some big, big tools on Team Secret's side.
Not that AWP is still there, but as you say, the Rolling Thunder, ever important in the site retake or the site denial. And right now, Envy rotated over to join on C, where the heavier stack of players is from Secret. Oh, the 0 point up over the top. Oh, that's going to be coming down. Hear it on the Trailblazer, a dash away. Rossi avoids taking some damage. As they'll tap the door and maybe once again turn their sights towards B. Dubstep, however, is here. Aaron hits the floor. Spike recovered a TP forward from Munyet, but they still have to take this. Alarm bot gets cleared. The Rolling Thunder at the ready. Doesn't go off the tap. So far, still holding it, and he interrupts it.
Oh, no.
The Spike not on the ground. Rossi pops the knives. Dubstep pulling away again. The plant. Munyet jumps up and across, and he somehow gets the headshot through.
They try to wallbang him.
Wins the first fight. Envy going to be noted. A 4v4. Lower HP bars, though, for the side of Global. Entrenched now. Unable to fan out. Have to just play within the site itself. Can they make it happen? The push getting ready to come in. Turn away from the flash. The knive's not going to connect. Jeremy finds one. Bazzi going to be taken down. Texture looking. Holds the line. Finds one. Steadies for a second. The time starting to drain. He throws out. It's everything. It's all or nothing. Commits. In with the ultimate. He's holding for the defuse. He gets it up to half. Puts the shot into him. But now forces him back. And with the detain not coming through, Texture with his ult will have closed out this round and kept them in the game. 10 rounds now for Global. Secret still at match point, but 2 more to go for OT.
Such an expensive round. And again, just saving themselves from elimination one round by one round. One frag by one frag. Global Esports. They are throwing everything that they've got into these games, into these rounds. Team Secret make it hard, and they continue to surround them. But what a play. Just going in, first it was potentially a C hit. You had that stack up, but they made the fast rotation on towards B instead. Dubstep was huge in getting that first frag. But thankfully enough, Global Esports managed to come back in, and off of Texture, getting some extra frags.
Yeah.
They extend this game. 2 more rounds is what we're looking for, but there is this timeout from Team Secret's Warbirds.
It's been a 50-50 so far as follow-up round wins off the back of Warbirds' timeouts. Let's see which side this reinforces. Is it going to be a positive or a negative? And we talked about it. Everything to fight for with these two squads. Nothing being left on the table. And now nothing available to either side as far as ults are concerned.
That's what it comes down to.
Bazzi going off for the Seekers, but not playing towards C, not looking for that easy mount grab up. Meanwhile, Secret, are they going to look for a crunch out of B?
Should hope not, but Jesse Bash. What?
Not sure if it was just a blind spray through, but then he also gets the dart for a follow-up. Noting their position and starting off down a man. It's not going to be a good feeling. I don't think there's been any good feelings for Global for quite some time here in this series.
One alarm bot. No operator here. They can break it. They can block off those entrances. Watch by the door.
Dubstep. He guns down Texture, and he's been the clutch
no!
for them. Envy finds Aaron. Swing in the corner. Munya good for one, but somehow Borkum's able to draw it down. And that leaves Bazzi now in a 1v3. He gets one. He gets two. 1v4, I meant to say. Dubstep down to 10 HP. The Seekers go forward. Noting them both. Where does he decide to go? 10 health. Can't self-heal. Jesse at full HP. The plant at the back of the B site. Singular guiding light for the next 15 seconds. And he needs to win this. A one-tap onto Jesse if he has any kind of hope, any kind of dream. He turns away. He looks back into the site. Tucks into the corner. And it's going to be a double approach. He will need to effectively collat them if he is going to close this out, but he is not watching for the side. Jesse now dropping over the Classic. The push comes in. The right click takes him down. And Team Secret will take out Global Esports, eliminating them for playoff contention and paving their way into the top 6. They are locked in for next week.
Team Secret. First taking down DRX just a couple of days ago. And then today, the adaptations, the smart calls, the smart plays, down to that final round, just checking the one little corner, securing their playoff spot.
And it's heartbreak for Global. A sigh of relief for Gen G. They hold on, they hold out hope that they can still make it in. Given the circumstances are out of their hands, this is the best option for them, the best possible outcome for Gen G. But unfortunately, for Global Esports, it is going to be the start of a fairly long break, as they will have to just sit back and get prepared for the LCQ sometime after Tokyo.
And that is exactly where I will have my hopes for Global Esports. Again, this is a team with so much potential. This 3K from Texture, all of the ideas that they had, the coaching staff, Eraser, Spin, and also just the way that they actually explored and experimented with a double controller setup on Haven. Team Secret were strong, but Global Esports certainly fought as hard as well.
It's a very bitter pill to swallow. But for Global, like you said, LCQ, something that we will have to look forward to from them and see how they continue to grow and play in that tournament when it does come up. But it's been a wild story for this team, given expectations, performances that they were able to put up against tough opponents. but very much the same for Secret, who have as well had their ups and downs. A loss here completely would have eliminated them from playoffs, but with Warbirds, with this veteran core, Envy, Jeremy joining, Secret continue to deliver some unexpected results. They take down DRX just a few days ago. They said, yeah, we put so much of our prep, the majority of our prep into that match because we want to be able to beat them. They did, and then they still were able to stabilize, to prepare for Global here today.
That's right. I mean, we could talk about it all we want. Maybe DRX were saving strats, but whatever it is, it still is a win for Team Secret. They still took them down on that very haven where we just saw them winning one map ago. Team Secret very much well secured their spot in the playoffs off of this. Not such great performance in the recent weeks, but today, in this Super Week, they come out on top.
And what a breath of relief that's got to be for these guys. An incredibly hot start to the season, taking down Paper Rex, their SCA, their Impact rivals. They said that that was a win that they wanted, more than anything else at the time. They got it, and then seemingly they turned their sights completely to DRX because everything in between, there was some roughness.
Yes.
But at the end of it, they still are qualified. They're still going to be playing once more next week as we do get ready to dive into the playoffs. And that means that there is still a chance that Secret could be one of our representatives from Pacific over at Masters Tokyo.
They very well could be. I mean, look at this upwards trajectory, right? Look at how they're actually adapting to all these plays being thrown at them. It's smart. It's good. They had those rolling thunders from Envy. And this kid is someone that you always want to look out for, but also the entire core, you're talking about it. We have Jesse, Vash, and Borkum leading the scoreboard. 21 on each of these players. The only one topping them is going to be Texture from Global Esports.
I mean, did his damnedest. I mean, it felt like, a lot of people on the side of Global had their moments. Bazzi as well, some great clutches throughout there. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. That stability was not found. It was just great clutch moment. Everything falls apart. Great clutch moment. Everything falls apart. Kind of like Secret's match history. But at the end of the day, I can make that joke because now they're qualified.
Okay.
They are here in the top 6. They have toppled incredible teams, Global in their own right, have challenged the teams at the top consistently throughout this without being able to get the wins necessarily locked in. And it does evade them here as well today. But still a fantastic matchup between the two. I'm glad that it did get close. I'm glad that Global continued to fight back and take that to 10. They never really gave up hope, obviously,
Yes.
but unfortunately they couldn't quite find their footing at any point.
I mean, it was really tough. Like you called it, a bitter pill to swallow for sure, but every step of the way, they never gave up. And that's something that you really, really have to respect. And that's what we're talking about. But still, for today, Team Secret out on top and one of the MVPs for sure. I mean, maybe not like the MVP, but
We'll find out.
We'll find out. At least for now, it's going to be him in the interview with Kyungmin. Let's hear it from Borkum.
Yes, TS totally won this game, and now I'm here with Borkum. Congratulations!
Thank you so much.
Yes, I'm so happy for you. And now TS has shown an amazing performance against DRX, and now they even got GES. So you're going to the playoffs. So how do you feel for today's game?
For today's game, I think for us it's just a normal day at the office, because we came prepared for this whole series.
Yes, you're being so calm. And people are still talking about how TS has regained momentum. So what do you think has changed or got stronger?
I think our routine is the main sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Sorry, I'm so speechless
Yeah,
right
it was
now.
a busy game though.
Yeah.
Your games like teamwork or beliefs
Yeah,
or
I
any
think
techniques?
it's all the communication is on point,
Oh.
So we're just doing our homework to this event.
And I think you're a big doing a big role in that too.
Yeah.
Yes, and today we were all surprised to see the GES Harbor Viper comp on Haven. So was it a surprise for you too? Like, did it affect to you guys or?
I think we're used to it to that comp because everyone is using that comp, you know, Harbor and Viper comp, and we just abuse their wall. You know, they just like to play in their smokes and behind their wall. So you know, so we just so was one there was one call that let's just burst them and kill them, and sometimes when they use smoke we just ignore it and take some other space.
Oh, now you're like reading their plays, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and today's match was really important for you because it was a do or die match. So how was it to handle all the pressure?
I think there's no pressure because I know we wanted this win more than them, you know. So we're just motivated and the whole team is geared up, you know.
Yeah, so your eagerness was
Yeah.
the key to the victory. And now we all know the Filipinos viewing party and on your fans rooting for you. So they will be really happy for today's victory. So what message can you send to them?
Thank you for supporting Team Secret, guys. I hope you continue to support us this coming playoffs. So we're on the playoffs, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Thank you, Borka. We'll see you in the playoffs.
Thank you so much.
Yes, and now I'll toss it back to Victoria. Bye.
Oh my gosh, thank you, Kyungmin. And yes, Team Secret secures their spot in playoffs for VCT Pacific 2023. Congratulations, guys. Did you hear what Borkum said, though?
Whoa, why is this coming up right now, all right?
It always does.
Let's just celebrate
always
Team
trolls us.
Secret's victory, all right? And I think, listen, they're going into playoffs looking so good. Right?
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest thing. It's not like, oh, they finally got one more win they needed. No, they've been looking good in this Super Week, and that's the most important part here for TS.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, Team Secret wanted this, but I also have no doubt that Global Esports was fighting for this as much as they could. They fought long and hard, and Texture and Monyet especially were just, oh my gosh, beastie kills.
Yeah, those two players were kind of going nuts, trying to shore it up for the team, but it wasn't enough. Team Secret, as a full five-man unit, were able to get the job done. As Borkum said, you know, the communication was on point. Regardless of how much GE wanted it, I'm sure they wanted it a ton, just, you know, to make it into playoffs. But you could tell that Team Secret as well were very passionate about trying to do their best for this matchup. So absolutely did a great job. Borkum was insane. Like, some of the Omen plays he had on that Lotus especially were just really, really amazing. So shout out to him. And yeah, they get the win. It's a couple of close maps. And I think they're going to be very well prepared. I mean, if you can 2-0 DRX, you can 2-0 GE.
Yeah,
who can't you beat? You know?
Exactly. They're looking very strong. And it's interesting, obviously, we can't take a deep dive into the intangibles too much, but it's interesting that, you know, Borkum mentioned that, well, I think we just wanted it more, because as much as Global Esports may have wanted it, I think they looked as if they were playing more with the pressure of wanting to get in, whereas Team Secret was kind of feeding off the energy of wanting to get in, right? They just looked way more confident on all the duels they were taking, and we even heard it in the interview, they were just confident in just reading through the compositions and the plays that Global would have prepared today, and it shows. And obviously Jesse Vash, as that leader for the team, comes and plays a big role in that, especially here on this Lotus.
I have to completely agree with you. A large part of it could be exactly that, the pressure, and you could feel it almost in some of their gameplay, almost the hesitation and doubts in some of their movements and whiffs that just should not have happened.
Yeah, it was funny. We were backstage and we're like, okay, we need a texture highlight reel. And then it's like, well, it looks like they're not going to win. So actually, we're not going to play a texture highlight reel for Team Secret's victory. Obviously, that doesn't make any sense. So we're like, actually cancel it. And then they start coming back again. We're like, get it back, I guess. We need another texture highlight reel. And then we had to cancel it eventually. So he had a great match.
Yes.
A great map as well. Second map. So shout out to Texture. Always seems to be trying to secure it. And, you know, if you are a fan of Global Esports, this isn't the end of the road for this. You know, they do have lower chance qualifiers, so you still have a chance to make it. So we'll have to wait and see for that after, of course, all of playoffs and this entire
Masters,
Absolutely. And yeah, Texture was definitely the clutch god on the side of Global Esports. But we also need to highlight Monyet and his little demon kills. And this one particular moment, I think you guys really enjoyed this too. He creeps up behind Dubstep here. And we're like, oh, okay, he's going to go for this knife kill. Yeah. And we're just waiting for it to happen. But instead, he goes for the kill from Jeremy, then decides to take down Dubstep instead. That was just...
Yeah, the confidence.
Crazy.
And this is Dubstep's point of view, right? He's like, all right, I'm watching this. And he's like, whoa, wait, where'd that shot come from? You can see it on his his eyes. He looked at the minimap. He's like, where did that come from? Yeah, and then he just dies as well. So someone snuck up behind him and then just takes him out like an assassin. And the fact that he has the confidence to do that, right? I'm like, I know for a fact Dubstep's not suspecting me. Just great decision-making from Monyet.
I don't know, man. He was like mad trolling in this. Like, so all the kills that he's had was just like, what? How did that even happen?
Yeah.
But then they were losing, and that also, I'm like, wow, is this all happening?
Maya was having a great time. All smiles down to the end of it, but...
All right, yeah. I mean, look, he looked like he was having fun. Now let's talk about round 3 in the very beginning when Secret was on a win streak.
Yeah, I mean, they were just kind of rolling through the beginning part of this. Now, of course, Team Secret on the attack here. And I just want to take a note of the setup here for Borkum. Of course, we just had the interview with him as well. You see him going into Waterfall. Here he is. And as soon as their own dart and the flash comes out, the dart clears the close side and then the flash, and he swings and he takes advantage of the fact that he's got the Spectre still carried over on this bonus round. And we're going to take a look at this from the opponent's point of view afterwards. But look at how fast Texture needs to react to this. He sees the dart. He's like, oh, let's try to take that out. He even dodges the flash. And by the time he returns, Borkum is just on the sprint because he's got that Spectre. He knows that's the way he's going to win that duel. And just a great setup to try to secure this bonus round. And, of course, they end up making it happen on the side of Team Secret.
That's right. And while Borkum had activated the Borkum time, Jeremy also had some pretty cool moments too.
Yeah, you know, it got close towards the end of the map, and you saw GE trying to come back, but eventually we did, of course, have Jeremy and the entry onto C, trying to get on top of that one, and that, of course, goes into round 18, where we did have that, and I'm sure we'll get that in a second.
Yeah, that was a pretty cool highlight clip. Let's pull it up.
Yeah, hopefully we can take a look at that because Jeremy once again kind of pops off, right, and gets, I think it was like 3 kills, just bop, 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 one by one.
Yeah, just pretty insane timing on this. You know, the Rolling Thunder comes through. First kill, he's helpless. But then this, and then just, he knows exactly where everybody is. He lines up every single shot, all headshots, totally calm. And then the rest of the team is able to just isolate Bazzi, who actually picks up 2 more kills. And then they do get the defuse. And it's a really crucial timing because it's going back and forth at that point. It's like 9-7, 9-8, and then it goes 10-8, and it kind of like pushes them over the edge with a very clean retake, and just great teamwork from Team Secret.
Yeah. Now, we did talk about Borkum, and that is going to be our key player for this Lotus map.
Yeah, I mean, again, we mentioned it. They mentioned it in the interview. We talked about it as soon as we came back to the desk. But he's had some incredible plays. One thing that we didn't get to touch on in some of these replays was when they were defending A side, he pushes out from the door, sets up his own smoke with the paranoia, jumps into it, and is able to take control of that area. I mean, he's just been very crafty. And this is why we talk about the potential of Borkum time happening. And it definitely happened today in this map and this match against their opponents.
Yep, that's right. I mean, Borkum was great, and our MVP, though, and it looks like we're going to have to pick the same MVP as 2 days ago. It's definitely got to be Jeremy again, because Jeremy, dude, this guy was on fire.
What can you say? I mean, the guy has really come into his own here in Super Week alongside of the team. As I mentioned before, you know, we were highlighting him before the match. We're highlighting him after the match. It's hard not to highlight this guy with the amount of stuff he gets done for the team. Playing that duelist role, although he did play the Killjoy on the second map, so
he swaps back
pretty
and forth,
flexible.
right?
More of a Raze player, I suppose, whereas Dubstep picks up the Jet.
Yeah, but again, the fact that he's now coming into his own in both of those agents and roles that he's given, that allows, of course, Dubstep to also just get more comfy when he has to play the Jet and then take a kind of step back when he's playing the Killjoy himself, or, you know, sometimes they swap some other roles as well. But again, I mean, I kind of talked about, well, they don't have this dedicated opera. They're not really centered around, they're not a Jet-centric team. Team Secret is proving that you don't need that currently if you have, players like Jeremy on your team, even in the current meta, we can make things work in our own way, and it's happening as soon as they're ready to go into playoffs.
That's right. Well, while Team Secret has definitely secured their spots in playoffs, there are a couple things that could still happen tomorrow that are going to shift things around. And honestly, for Global Esports, I can't help but wonder if their main duelist was in town a little bit earlier in the season, if the outcome would have been different. It's hard to say, but it sucks that the weight of the world's on SK Rossi's shoulders. But like you said, we will see them again in last chance qualifiers. Now let's look at the standings and where they are right now, because again, things keep shifting with every game this Super Week.
Wow, it's crazy, right? I mean, maybe at the beginning of Pacific, maybe aside from T1, which a lot of people still had question marks about, these 4 teams, DRX, PaperX, Zeta Division, Team Secret, a lot of people would have said, yeah, they'll probably make top 6. And then Pacific happened, and we were like, okay, we actually don't know what's going on anymore at all. But you know what? The universe comes back together, and Secret secures their spot, which is insane. We keep talking about it. It's unfortunate that Global Esports no longer in contention, and now potentially, one of RRQ and Gen G also not going to make it in. It's a shame, but that's the thing. You just have to be good enough to get into that top 6. There's not more to it.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, let's see tomorrow's matchup and talk a bit about that and the implications of their win or loss. So we have DFM and Talon, who are both actually already knocked out of playoffs. I think this will affect nothing.
Yeah, it won't affect anything. However, the question is can DFM get their win?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
That still remains, right? And I think for a team, if you're here as DFM, that does matter, right?
Yes.
Whether you have a bit more pride going into LCQ, or do you just get absolutely devastated here in Pacific? That's the question that remains.
Yeah, that's pretty much it for that one. I mean, it should be a fun match regardless.
Yes.
Like, it's going to be fun. Maybe Talon does some fun stuff they've already have, right, in the past when they were in playoff contention. So who knows? Maybe 5 duelists. Anyway, our second match as well is really the big one in terms of playoff contention, because RRQ, they need to beat PaperX, who is currently on fire. And that's very difficult. It's extremely difficult. You were talking about how if Global Esports had won, they would only have to take 1 map and then potentially they would make it into playoffs. That's no longer the case. Now that Global Esports did lose and Team Secret won, RRQ need to win the best of 3 to make it in. PaperX, they're in second place. That's not changing. They won't lose a head-to-head to T1 because, in fact, they won the head-to-head, even if they do go into a tiebreaker. And if PaperX wins, then Gen G are in. So if you're a Gen G fan, you're going to be hoping for the favorite potentially in PaperX.
Yeah, so some heavy implications. And yes, we can talk about the hypotheticals of, well, there's a world where RRQ may have only needed to take 1 map or something like that. But of course, if you're RRQ, you're kind of gunning for the win anyway. That's the most surefire way always to get yourself into playoffs. So that has not changed. But it is a tough opponent, right? The current PaperX has evolved since the beginning of Pacific. And meanwhile, like Valdez said, if you're a Gen G fan, if you want to see them try to get that redemption, you're going to have to cheer for PaperX to come out strong tomorrow.
That's right. For Gen G, the faith is in tomorrow's games. But you know what? While PaperX is a formidable opponent, RRQ's definitely also been coming up on the rise. And I think if they make it to playoffs, they will also be able to hold their own once they're in. But who knows? You guys will have to watch tomorrow. So with that, I'm going to close out for tonight. My name is Victoria, and at the desk with me, we have Valdez and Will, who's been breaking down everything today. Thank you for joining us of another day of Super Week, and see you again tomorrow for VCT Pacific. Welcome to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. We are at a very critical juncture at Super Week right now. Really excited. I mean, this is 4 teams are going to get knocked out today. So let's go to the stage and see how they are.
We are actually still ever so decisive, just going in, man. Incredibly charged. Last pack goes get a little connection, push through it. It'll just be Munchkin. 2-0 start though for DRX. Second clear here. Flash out. Wasn't caught by it, so Munchkin swinging the corner, push up the flank, has to go for the reload, but Mako swinging around from the backhand. Get it, Carpe! What an adjustment! So feel pretty good for the time. Showstopper coming in, does secure a crack. Some kind of damage to the economy, which is stacking up right now, but taken out. DRX have that 5-0 start. Oh boy, oh boy, Showstopper versus Mako looking for this push, and there we go. And that's gonna be good for the headshot. All right, that's incredible. It's so close
Mako, but Mako gets him already by side player. He knows he's got to try to hold this one at least a half, but RB will deny that. 13-9 at the end of the day, DRX.
Welcome to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. Why this matchup is so important today. The team that wins secures their spot in playoff. The team that loses today does not make it to playoff. We are going to go to the stage to see what kind of pants like Rossi's going to wear today. Check it out.
Push up. Jeremy trying to out-tempo them, trying to catch him off guard, but... Oh. And I don't... There's Rossi with the linger. We'll take a look. And Envy gonna find... Dubstep finds the crossfire. Manya gets another one. Lindsay Cross gets himself into the site, and then Jesse Bash arrives with a link to shut it down. That tries to kill. Manya good for one. We're gonna double face. He gets one. Spot seven. Manya will clutch it. A 3K to drag it back. We'll avoid this one. Push out of garage zone. Texture. Spots of Dubstep. Swings it. Finds two. The spike now on the ground. Right into the corner. Rossi's obliterated. The ultimate lost as the round.
Blocked off those entrances. Watched by the door.
Dubstep. He guns down Texture, and he's been the clutch for them. Watching for the side. Jesse now dropping over the classic. The push comes